Welcome to the Kaizorian experience. Over here, we're going to be talking about everything African. We're going to be having debates, discussions, entertainment, as well as learning about business, art, history, and everything in between. Cultural, tribalism, and everything. We're going to be out here debating with some really interesting stuff. So, like the video, share the video, and make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe. Subscribe for the best experience ever. This is the biggest channel on the Afrosphere. So come and join the team, become a Kaizorian, and join the Kaizorian Empire.
Universally exist within myself, within this premise, and I exist within this bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like the blue in the sky. I'ma fly like bird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma throw my bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fight like bluebird in the sky. I'ma eat like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Back again like the second coming. Strumming my vocal cords like the hummingbird in the sky. Y'all can't deny this. Real rap lyrics, it's like I ain't got no rhyming through the sky limit. What is skin tone, shade of color, but a parallel form of frequency like a ringtone on your phone. Melanin expression, tied up in the universe, feeling like God. Is this really us? Is it serious? Is it really wrong to be diverse? I'm a divergent, immerse myself like an ocean beneath its waves. Be a divergent, born to be different. Indigo child, wild like canary. Born to be a bluebird in the sky, flying high like a bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Everybody scream bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly high, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Yeah, bluebird in the sky. Everybody, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like born black, sweet like a berry. Flying high like a canary. Scary with my hoodie on. Hating on my vibe on the street that you'll be feeling my frequency in the song. But I know that I ain't never ever gonna be ever the same. But I know.
Hello, welcome to the Kaizorian Empire podcast. Today we have a special guest. He's going to introduce himself in a second. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe, guys, over here. And so Benoit, thank you very much for joining us today. Can you introduce yourself and a bit of a background about you that you're willing to share?
Well, thank you so much. But first, I'm in Canada. I'm Canadian. I'm French Canadian. I grew up in New York, and now I'm negotiating a future extensively in Sierra Leone since a year. And I had parents that had me very young. I had teenager parents. They were 14, 15. So I had the honor of living with in a childish, very creative sphere. You know, it's kind of we call it here radical unschooling. You know, my parents were very let go and surrender to everything. You know, of course, it took me a long time to be functional through communication and education, of course. And my first love was music. I went hardcore in music, always kind of excessive in passion, like really extremist. So I had a band, a tour, radio show, a label, record label, organizing tour and stuff. And eventually I felt that it didn't cater to my perhaps purpose, or it was too harsh, or it was too difficult. So I kind of give up. And I went into bodybuilding, which I extensively success. I went from competing to be a coach, to win pro card as a coach, to win world championship as a coach, to extend then, you know, I left education very young. I had my first apartment. I was like 16 years old. My dad had co-signed for me. And through that, I went through a PhD in interpeneruship settings. And I established mostly myself professionally in my career with mentoring a neurobiosocial model with the special force soldier and professional athlete, MMA wrestler, bodybuilder, obviously. And that's been quite of my stable paradise. I was able and privileged to travel all over the world because I never felt home, either in New York or Montreal or even London or China. I was seeking home, and with time and the COVID completely transformed me. I was kind of a, let's say, an avant-garde, exploratory type philosophical artist, poorly understood by others, very subversive, very psychoanalytically oriented. I like it complex stuff, heavy stuff, cognitive stuff. For challenge, I will see the sake maybe of not feeling enough. And with COVID, I turned in a very radical conservative sphere. Um, a complete transformation of myself, especially with age too, comes with wisdom. And it was what I realized is my mental health was really deeply associated at my root source at the patriarchal structure. Being a father of a family, it's what was leading me after having an entrepreneurial stability, what was my insight for health. And in America, as you know, we're Americans living a kind of a change of empire. They reject church, they reject tradition, they really deconstruct institutionalization and power structure, which is, I don't know, a bit compromising in my ethics and my virtue. I have a moral that stands for loyalty, dignity, integrity, uh, marriage, sacredness, sacred of intimacy, thriving dynamic. And I could not succeed in America. I could not succeed. Of course, I'm in Toronto. There's 10 million people, very expensive. It's the most expensive city to live in America. And I just fail, romantically fail. And I just felt that I was, maybe that's a derogative term, but I felt that I was a slave of paying bills and having nothing left. I was just paying bills and be like a mechanism of anticipation of paying bills. And it came very flat. And I said, I cannot live in this America. It wasn't like that. It changed. I don't belong here. And I went through the Embassy Church, the Pastor Chris Nigerian church here in Toronto, and the passion, the faith, the openness, and back then that the COVID, that church didn't wear masks. They were very like anti-establishment. So I was in love. It's like, oh, and it's like the movie Living in America. It's like when that actor is in church and he felt home, and I felt home too. There is this kind of and it's weird because I'm kind of, my parents were in Christian. My parents were not really. I'd always had esoteric, mystical sensibilities for curiosity toward that, but I felt home in an African church for the first time of my life. And I say, maybe I'll meet someone at that church. And what I met is a lady from Ghana, and she was very, very American, very money oriented, the Wall Street performance. It's not like, it's not the type of woman I wanted. I wanted a woman like old school, the woman that she anchor holiness, taking care of you. And when you go on Christian dating in America, it's all about what you can do for me. It's self-defense mechanisms. It's very hard to find submission and grace. And I'm not, both ways, both for me and the woman, Of course, I'm in a very monopolized, I don't know, city or diversity, whatever, but I could not accomplish. And I said, you know what? I'm just going to ask my pastor to find me a wife for myself, since I tend to attract women with highly power dynamic and controlling issue, maybe because of core wound or whatsoever. And whoever God and the pastor choose, it will be her for the rest of my life. And I know she'll be settled. I know she'll be okay. And
So I have a question just before we go ahead, and over there. So this is kind of interesting that you've expressed a few things. So I want to go into the religion aspect of things. So in the West, there is this slow moving towards the death of God, right?
yes,
Nietzsche wrote about this, the death of God, moving on from society. So this has obviously impacted us on so many different levels. If you look at the movies that we're having these days, they are lifeless. They don't have the hero's journey implicated within it. They don't understand the spiritual aspect of life. They think things can be too septic, like almost dried. There is no spirituality involved in a lot of the Western schools of thought these days, right? We're reaching this postmodernism era where we've rejected some ideals that actually helped us deal with mental health, for example. So in this aspect, as you mentioned, when you met an African church, apart from the optics, what else led you closer to that sort of environment?
well, most Western church, um, they have a social justice agenda, and they have some kind of a progressive, secular, progressive approach. It doesn't seem scriptural. It doesn't seem traditional. It's more like, I don't know, I guess postmodern. And there's few interesting church very far down south Texas, southern either Baptist or Calvinist or other. So it was the what really value for me, it was the access aspect of both father archetype strength and feminine sensibility and cohesion. And that
Okay.
was very that was it's a beautiful, it's a beautiful message for me, because for me is the path of the middle, and I would like to be both, and I would like to be both in a sacred space, to be just masculine without emotion for us Westerner will be very dysfunctional. So you kind of need that in between archetype, but still respect as the man, as the provider, as the protector, as the, I will take care of you and you take care of me. You take care of maybe my depth or my intimacy. There, I could not live without my wife and she cannot live without me. Those are, they're not only complementary or egalitarian. It's a biblical covenant. So this way you pray every night, you really put God first, and it's like the radical involvement of the pure eternal loyalty no matter what. And you know what? This space is very safe. This space for me is very safe, because that whatever you may do right or wrong, of course the woman goes from a from a from a very vulnerable space, but to accept a woman to give her entire life in your hand, and to accept her love, you need a lot of self-love, and you need a lot of curiosity to be better into the relationship. So the fact that the woman goes submissive to you reflect into you your both flaws, and now you have to be mature enough to self assessment, to self analysis yourself, how I can be a better person, not in a obsession state, but just for the sanity of stability and loyalty. Those are very beautiful thing. And what's really pained me about America is there's a rejection of chivalry and seduction and poetry and romanticism. It's very cold. It's very cold. It's very lonely. I don't know my neighbor. I've been here 6 years. I don't even know their name. I don't, You go in Africa, you sit in the bus station, everyone talks to you. It's like there's a friendliness. But here, it's everyone is like bandwidth of the me generation, which is very sad.
So do you think very, very great points, and I'll see if I can I can comment on a couple of things, but before that, let's just go through what some of the chat is saying. Shout out to One Man Went to Mo with a £2 super chat. Says ban battery powered toys for single girls. Shout out to you. Another guy from Canada. He's a Habesha. He's from Eritrea. He says, "Is he from Quebec?" That's a question for you.
Yes, I am. And I'm a big fan of the Eritrean president. You know, his speech with Putin was magnificent of truth. And I'm telling you, more and more Canadian on the conservative sphere really align with this person. And we wish we had a president like the Eritrea president. I know he's a very polarized figure and whatever, but for his message, not what he said or what he does, but with Putin, this was magnificent.
Yeah, makes sense. And also shout out to Sam. He says, great content. Glad to see this channel has a variety of viewers and panelists. So one of the aspects that I want to talk to you here is, right now we're sort of speaking about spirituality. We're talking about the male-female dynamics between a relationship, what your role is, what her role is, and how you both meet certain expectations, as well as growing together as a unit as well. I would say that what I've seen in the West, and I'm similar to you, I am very similar to you. I left the West. I came to Kenya so I could find a wife, actually. That's one of the reasons why I came here, apart from business, entrepreneurship as well. I did see that there was a lack of understanding the true nature of, for example, Christianity. Aspects of Christianity has elements such as sacrifice, right? You choose someone, you live with them, you grow together, you build each other into something that now becomes a whole. And I do believe, honestly, in general, in the West, we are losing this aspect of things, right? We're seeing things in a too materialistic aspect, whereby the spirit is lost. And if you lose the spirit, you're now living in a world where the flavor is losing itself, right? And I'm not talking about going to the extreme of a tribalistic aspect either, because that has its issues. But when you converge Western culture, the positive aspects, with African culture, the positive aspects, as you mentioned, you don't even know your neighbor where you, in your Western land. And that simple interactions with humans, not only does it remind you that you exist being, but it also reminds you to kind of see your neighbor as you see yourself. So is there a path forward for an integration between Western culture and African culture? And what do you think it looks like?
Oh, absolutely. You know, especially with the TikTok and Facebook and the social media. You know, I was looking on the internet for person like you. I was seeking, and it's not easy for me. You know, I don't understand the African stream. You know, you're one of the first person I contact in that network, and I'm glad I did. And I was seeking for someone that had the cohesion of both, because that's my weakness. My weakness is I lack of the African, you know, yes, I feel home in my heart, in my alignment, but at the same time, there's a lot of gap of miscommunication in myself and in the interaction. More I go, better it goes. So that's why I wanted to reach a mentor and people I look up to you. It's very genuine for me to decipher this understanding. And that's my case. But for your question is, we live in a time of people will decide in which echo chamber they want to live. You want to be in a progressive, secular, you're welcome in Toronto, you're welcome in New York, you're welcome in California. You want to be a Mormon, you go there. You're going to, you know, there'll be sectarism, but in some ways echo chamber. And the conservative echo chamber is very simple. It's only often homeschool, entrepreneurial thought, self-sufficiency, self-independence, family matrix of trust and loyalty, and kind of try at least, hopefully, to live great memories or even an empire, like Khazarian Empire. So that's the purpose. It's a monarchical, it's a respectful, it's a divine orientation, and it's a way to drive stamina, willpower, and direction too, because in America, it's very hard to find masculine model. My father is busy, either party or work, or he's yes, he's taking care of paying the bill, but he's not there, and it's very hard to find. I had my first father archetype as mentor was Jordan Peterson, and I'm in my 40s. I didn't have any male model. So I said, this, what's the youth crave for? That's why Jordan Peterson pick up so much internationally. And I said, if I can do it, I'll do it. I don't want to do it as a career, but as a selfless, because I don't think it, for me, the way I see it, I see Africa as the exponential growth. It's not utopian. It's not. It's you choose the right country to be it at the now, both geopolitically. It's not about money. It's not about opportunity. It's about where this country will be 10 years ahead, and I'm going to be there before the expansion. You have to be at the right place at the right moment, but not before it's saturated in market. So for me, I'm not attached to my environment. I can live anywhere, I can move anywhere. So I think I will not leave Africa for America anymore. And I'm not saying like you're not welcome here. If that's your calling, go ahead. But for me, it's like, even if it seems hopeless right now on an African soil, don't be scared. It's coming. But now you have to change your thinking drastically. You have to find mentor or become your own mentor, not in a narcissist sense, but in some ways to look for which asset I can offer and serve and submit to that already exists, that can collide in community for me to have a safety to serve a family one day. You don't want to have success overnight. You want to have success over 10 years and not be rushed. So you take your time. At first, when you're too young, you have to focus on different, because you might not know what you like first. You have to find your talent. There's your talent, there's your calling, and there's also what people choose you're good at. And you have to find this perfect intersection of what you're good at and what people want from you, because sometimes the needs and wants are different. Of course, more it's aligned, better it is. But you have to say, I will give 10 years in that regiment or enterprise. You don't think like an employee. Even if you have no money, you think like an entrepreneur. You have your hand, you have your think, you have an ID, and you use a genuine transparency to collide potential. You might be poor, but you can find potential. You find two, three potential, and you network them together. You don't give them their phone number to each other, but you're there as the middleman, and you make everything.
Yeah, this is interesting what you're saying. So I remember. So for me, I have a similar journey to you. So from what I've seen from your personality, I don't know if you know about Myers Briggs personality type
Yes,
indicators,
yes,
but
absolutely.
right, to me, you sound very much like an extroverted, intuitive person who is a polymath. Right, you've gone into so many different sectors. You succeeded in many different sectors, and now you're looking more of a spiritual calling, something that fulfills your spiritual aspect, right? You've gone into advising multiple different people in MMA. You've gone into so many different sectors of everything. You even found an African wife. I believe the country, is it Senegal or which one?
Sierra Leone, Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone. That's it. Sorry. So you've gone everywhere, and what one of the aspects that you just mentioned here is about my life as well, right? You've also got the PhD, right? I'm also a PhD. And what I realized is in the West, once I got my PhD, I realized I was a lecturer, but I was only earning in pounds, it was like £2,700 a month. And I was thinking to myself, I've gone so much through education. I've reached this point. I can barely afford to live in a house that is bigger than a certain amount. And again, I'm much younger. So I couldn't afford even to live the lifestyle I wanted in the UK. So I decided to start companies, right? Entrepreneurship aspect, right? So I started my YouTube, which does actually help pay certain things like my bills and my rent. I started another consulting company with a business partner. This is one of my business partners, Ike. over there, right, for engineering services. So when you mention all that, the middleman, everything, that is actually my life, right? That's what I decided to do. And what thing I realized is this, that I, I don't regret anything, but also, as you mentioned about the potential in Africa, the potential in Africa is immense. It just hasn't been explored enough yet. So, do you think people like me or me, diasporans who are able to add value, what are we responsible for? What part do you think you can play, or people like us play in Africa?
Well, Sierra Leone is a very unique African country. It has a deep African spirituality. They have a pretty present magical thinking, which is not delusion. It's really anchor in the culture. Um, there's a lot of respect for elders, which is magnificent, and there's a Christian ethic and a Muslim legislation, and in some ways, Muslim and Christian marriage have a tendency to have more of a Old Testament kind of dynamic. And for me, that was the perfect recipe. And when I went there, I was deeply respected. You know, we hear in America, white privilege, white privilege. But I'm sorry, there's no white privilege. Even I think in America, there's an anti-white agenda. It's not racism, but it's kind of oppression. But when I go in Africa, maybe I'm perceived as someone who has money, whatever. You know, maybe there's good and bad people everywhere. For me, it doesn't matter. But I think people went beyond themselves to be convenient, agreeable, and wherever I go, I make friends. You know, I went 6 times. I have tons of phone number and stuff, and I want to extend network and credibility and potentiality. So I have to talk as many people. It's very bizarre because in America, no one's. If you ask someone phone number, they will think you're threatened or you're like you want to take advantage of them. There's that's in Africa, you can get phone number of about anyone, and it's almost too easy, and it doesn't mean it's gonna go through potentiality, but in some ways, I'm looking to build business in Sierra Leone. I really enjoy the mother of my wife, which lead me to a lot of safety in the matriarchal lineage. She's much older. We're closer in age, so you don't marry only the wife, but you marry the mother, not intimate, but in term of appreciation, and you're serving the mother. And what I did is, as soon as I went there, I find military security. Because in some ways, who knows if it's safe or not? I think it's safe, but when you go with the military in a meeting, no one will overcharge you or try to. There's always an angle. There's always a double angle. I don't call it bribe. You always tip people. You're always very generous. You want to have a good relationship, like dynamic and stuff. If person goes beyond themselves to serve you, you do beyond your generosity too. And this way you create a cohesive sphere. You make good friends with the embassy. You make good friends with military. And wherever the mother is, the closest pastor to you build relationship. So you have an African matrix. And the African matrix, it goes like embassy or custom if you can, military protection if you can. If you cannot, you're on your own. But if you're on your own, you need to really embody both intimidation and inner strength and stamina, that people will feel, I can respect this gentleman. I will not play fall or try with him. You have to become with this very strength, which I don't know if I carry it. So that's why I hire someone. What I cannot do or I'm not good at, I hire someone to do it. So you have the pastor, you have the military, you have the mother, you have the embassy. So you're safe. But if, I can afford it. But if you cannot afford that, you have to self-assess yourself and reach for potentiality that you can network or you offer your own service. And you don't have to say, you hire me, you pay me right away. You can work with people free for a week. You settle relationship, and then you show your quality. That's where you have to be reliable, on time. You can be count of. You go beyond expectation. And the most important thing, which I failed many years in my life, it's it's feedback. You ask people how I can be better, how I can do this, how can, and people will, with the feedback, you have so much information and it's free. People will feedback yourself. You have to welcome critics. Of course, harsh critics are mean, that's bad, but you can have constructive feedback, especially with people in the industry that you like. You choose what you like. You have people that the guy didn't have anything but a razor. So he learned to shave head. He go in the street and he shave head. Then he take appointment. Then he talks to his this, that. Then he goes to home. And then he's elevate his business. And then he hire other hairdresser. And then he does a network of 20 hairdresser. And they book day and night.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. What you're mentioning right here is actually so in African culture, and this is not true just in Africa, it's all over the world. Men begin to start succeeding once they reach 35 to 40 years old. And what you're explaining right now is actually it's networking and having a reputation of excellence. So let's say you go and network with all these people, all these numbers you have. If you have successful interactions with these people, you'll give them opportunities. They might give you some opportunities. Like you mentioned, the hairdresser scenario there. People don't seem to understand, but this is how entrepreneurship and business explodes and becomes exponential. You start off somewhere small, you meet the right people and build a network, and then now you're able to expand by working with people with the proven history of excellence, people who okay, I can trust this person. If I need to expand 3 shops, I know I can get this equipment from this person at this price. Okay, I know I can find employees from this person who I can trust. Can you give some advice for people about entrepreneurship and success in business, because you've worked in so many different sectors? What are some of the key aspects on successful business and entrepreneurship?
Well, let's say you're in Africa and you see someone coming in a restaurant and they have a nice car, they're well dressed, they have a nice voice, they look good, they're in shape, they really take care of themselves, and you're younger, right? So you say you try to reach him, not in a begging way, not in a harassing way, but like, hey, this is my name, this is my age, this is what I'm looking for. You give your sell pitch, you give your you don't have to say, I'm willing to die for you if we work together, but it has to feel that way. And the person will say, oh, okay. And maybe the person will not call you tomorrow, but he might remember you, or he might see you again, or he might call you 3 weeks. Or, in some ways, if someone give you money, okay, and it's a business and they came back, you came back with their profit, and nothing is stolen, nothing is disappeared, nothing is organized, everything is step by step, very clear. The person will say, hey, I leave opportunity to this guy. I can focus on more important matters, and I know I'm no worry for it. And that's magnificent. You have to respect money. I'm not saying life is about faith. Life is about, romance and passion and live through your purpose. But at the same time, money is the mechanism. We still live in a capitalist world. Yeah, you can pray, it will come, wealth and abundance. But at the same time, you respect money. You don't steal people. You can't reliable. People can't you reliable. And step by step, it will gain trust. And more trust it is, more free you are and more responsible you are. And it's a team. You have to, I'm not someone that wants to work alone. I want to work with team. And what I do is I try to reach the best in the best of my capacities. I could not maybe contact the most well-known African podcaster in the world, but you had the medium bandwidth, you were reachable. I could send you a little money that we talk and speak, and I knew it was a good investment, and that's why I did it. I did it because,
Yeah.
it's like I have to network with that man because he knows what I lack of thereof. So in some ways, it's a mutual agreement. And it took a while. You were busy. There was a lot of going on in Africa. And I trust you. I said, he will reach me, he will contact me. If you disappear and you take my money, it's okay. I don't mind. It's okay. It's just money. You have to hire 10 people. One of them will steal you, one of them will be drama, one of them, and out of 10, you'll get one, the epic, flawless person. Of course, me, I knew I was heading right because I listened to you for several hours. So I see your cognition and reliableness. You're really, you're really generous in the way you speak. So I felt trust right away. So I knew that it would not, go to compromise. I knew it. I knew it. So
Okay, interesting. So one thing that I've taken from what you said here is discernment. So for successful business or just growing yourself as an individual, with that, whatever it is that you value, you need to have a discerning spirit. You have to be able to kind of see beyond the surface, look into the root of things, and then be able to make decisions about that root of things. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
I agree with that. Yes, absolutely.
Right.
But discernment with, you're dressed as much as your capacities. You take care of yourself. You're exercising. There's a church commitment. There's structure in your life, and in some ways, people will vibe with you, and they will know. They will know. So it's not like I'm going to work not while working on myself. It's a journey of self development and entrepreneurial thought and spiritual development too. They're all intertwined, but in some ways, you need good coordination, you need good exercise, you need good, physical health. It's a layers of, you don't eat everything you want. Of course, you can go through fasting, or if you don't have that much money, but at least you link your food intake to color, to nature, to God creation, and then looks sell well. You have to look your best, both inside and inside. If you shake hand, you have a business card, you give your phone number. I'm not saying it's the only parameter, but if you're young and you don't have assets, you can look good. And looking good helps a lot in business. You don't have to flirt, you don't have to be manipulative, but have a good sense of presence and vibe. And if you're someone shy or introvert, you have to practice. You have to talk to 100 people till you get all the sweat, the anxiety and stuff. You're able to talk to any girl that she looks like a top model or not. You have to learn to approach everyone, and even in difficult situation, you have to learn how to handle difficult people, and that's an art in itself, and it needs lots of experience, because you don't learn how to handle difficult people in school. And handle difficult people will make you very reliable. You have a project, they have difficult case, they will say this man can do it. Those are essential assets. Essential asset is you have to be able to walk in street, sell yourself, your talent in a humble manner, not an arrogant, not say I'm the best. No. It's not about flying your bird wings. It's about cohesion and sensibility and attunement and co-regulation, and attune to the person and listen wants and need and desire and goes in sync while remain yourself, not coming others for others. You have to, is sometimes you have non-negotiable business, and it's okay. It doesn't make them you're a bad person or a bad person. It's just you keep going till you find the assets of where you want to invest your time. Your time is precious. Your time is precious. Wherever you are, your time is precious.
Man, that to me that actually sounds like really, really, really great advice on business, growing yourself, reputation, and everything that's sort of imbued in that style. So you mentioned that you've traveled to Africa several times. Can you give the exact number that
I've been I've been to South Africa. I've been to Johannesburg at the what was the hotel? Michelangelo Hotel for the Arnold Classic Africa, and I've been to
Okay.
Sierra Leone 5 times. 5 times,
Okay.
yes. And I've been
So
to Senegal with my wife. We went to see the desert in Senegal. It was very beautiful.
wow, wow. Okay. So question here is then, how do you sustain yourself in Africa? Have you built any passive businesses,
Right
or
now, I
do you
have a
just
land
live
in
there?
Kinemo. I have a double lot land in Kinemo. I have an apartment in Freetown. I have a 3 bedroom apartment for 2 years in Freetown. I want an apartment in Freetown and have built a house. Hopefully, end of January, built a house in Kinemo. Built a house in Kinemon Village. It's about 10,000 Canadians. So we're talking about 7.2K USD, which is affordable for me. Yes, I'm well off, but at the same time, what's very interesting about the 10,000 is you're allowed to cross customs with $10,000 legally from Canada. So I can buy it
Oh,
legally, and I give 10,000 to the mother. Yes, we'll do a contract. Yes, yes, yes. In some ways, there's some risk, but you have to consider that a rent here is $4,000, an office is $1,000, and 10,000. You barely live well with 10,000 Canadian. Where I'm at now, of course, it's a big place. Of course, I'm right downtown in the kind of the upper middle stream, whatever. But for me, it's Sierra Leone is the place I choose, both for retirement because I cannot retire here. If I retire here in 6 weeks, I'm homeless. So I cannot retire here. So in some ways, I have to take risk. But in some ways, this family is good family. They're not rich family. I'm not rich either. I have to handle both the cost of my wife and here at the same time, plus the travel. Traveling to Sierra Leone is Sierra Leone is not a touristic area. You can go in Maroc for 1,000. You can go in Nigeria for 2,000. But it's 3,000 Canadian to go in Sierra Leone each flight. Each
so
flight.
let me ask you a question. What made you decide on Sierra Leone? We have Kenya is right now all over the media. We have South Africa. We have some of perhaps more, again, more open countries to tourism. And by tourism, I don't mean, tourism culture of, going to see shiny things, but you
Is
get what I mean.
I had the false impression. You tell me where I was wrong. I felt that to me, Ghanaian and Nigerian, the women were overly business oriented. And for
Right,
me,
right.
Sierra Leone, not Freetown, Kenema, like tribal lady. She doesn't have a cell phone. She's not on TikTok. She's not on Facebook. Yes, she does it when she meets you because she become technically American. But my wife, she didn't have a bank account. She didn't have her birth certificate. She was sleeping on the floor with her sister. And the fact that I give her safety and security, she didn't even came arrogant. He didn't even change her. I got lucky. I could have meet someone that turns Westerner in overnight.
Yep.
Didn't. She really stick to her. And the thing is, me in Canada, my marriage is not recognized till she come here and I marry her. But her, she cannot divorce no matter what I do. So in some ways, she's a way more vulnerable space because if they piss me off, I disappear. And she's stuck with my marriage for the rest of her life. But I'm not. So,
Interesting, interesting. Yeah.
and in some ways, I'm lucky. I have a very faithful, loyal. Loyalty. We've been married for like a year now. So within a year, and of course, I don't live with her every day, but we speak all the time. We pray every night. You see the loyalty, and I only end up being a good person because I didn't allow me to choose. Because I sound smart, but go send me in the mate dating, and I choose a manipulative, crazy, psychotic woman because it reached to my inner child and stuff. And the thing is, I am married to a good person. I had to work on myself. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy because I said, why I'm so reactive, why I'm so tough with someone that's submissive to me, why I'm so rude. Why now when I have a bitch, I'm kind, and when I have a nice guy, now I become the bad guy. That's not good. So I regulate myself in
Right.
ways, and that wasn't easy. And I'm almost 50 years old. And I think I'm smart. Well, I wasn't, you
Okay,
know.
wait, you're almost 50. So why do you look much younger for your age? That's a question actually that probably people wondering.
Oh, I think it's the outgoingness, the lack of inhibition, the full transparency, the kind of the playfulness, the kind of a child heart naivety, a bit of a dreamer state, a kind of a transcending person. I'm very spiritually involved in my child. There's no limit for my. I want to go at the maximum of craziness and intelligence even in a risky matters. Not bipolar, not psychotic, not neurotic, but some kind of, it's like when someone encounter your energy, they remember you. That's all I care about. Is it good, negative, doesn't matter, but they will know. And people who love that kind of energy, we really connect profoundly and we create deep friendship. Because in some ways, I don't have friends. I have people I make business with are very hard cohesion. We work with love, we work with devotion, we work with duty and vocation, reliableness, 24/7. You know, and this is very important for me. Relationship and business, and people I do business with, I will give my life with. I can. You can count on me anytime. Accountability, it's a very beautiful mastercraft that you need in this modern world, especially where tradition and institution is falling. It will attract the right people.
No, that to me makes a lot of sense actually. That yeah, I can't disagree with a lot of that stuff. So on the advent of manhood, let me explain to the audience, so we're all on the same page about traditional African um, relationships. So I do agree with you, right? Kenya, not all of Kenya. I think Kenya gets a bad rap because of Nairobi and the big cities like Kisumu, where women are very transactional. That is actually a fact. They look good, but a lot of them are transactional. But if you do go to the Kenyan villages, you will find less westernized women who still hold a similar spirit to, let's say, your wife does. One who wants, even if you've exposed them to a certain lifestyle or standard, they don't start engaging in this more of a irreverent spirit of and gratefulness, because that is actually an issue that happens. The more westernized someone becomes, especially for women in this situation, a lot of them, not all, but a lot of them start becoming irreverent. They start being entitled to bad behavior. I'm not saying entitled to what you have, because yes, what you have is partially theirs. I'm talking about the behavior, how they treat you, the respect or lack thereof that they show you. So now I do understand why you went to Sierra Leone and found that standard. But a lot of
Why
people
I
here
went
might think,
to young, the is Muslim and Christian get along. You have often family that it's like a President Bio. It's a Christian man marry a Muslim woman, and that kind of cohesion and peace with the African roots at the same time. I don't know much of African geopolitics like you, but tell me where the cohesion is in peace between traditional African spirituality, Muslim legislation, and Christian ethics. It's a very beautiful triangle. I don't know if it happens. Maybe it's all over Africa. I didn't witness, but for me, I recognize that in Sierra Leone for sure.
interesting. That actually does, yeah, that adds much more context and to my statement there. Yeah, this is very interesting. But do you think other people can do what you did? Because Sierra Leone is not one of the more popular destinations in Africa. It doesn't have as much hype, or perhaps, as you mentioned, the security situation. What are you, just a unique person that's willing to explore the unexplored, or what was happening in your mind as you decided to go with Sierra Leone, apart from the Islam, Christianity, and
Yes.
spirit? Go ahead.
Like I said, once the bridge is built between the airport and the city, or once the booming of expansion, Sierra Leone went from I think it's 100,000 to 8 million, like in a very short time. And even Kenema went from like 40,000 to 260,000 in a very short time. People have 4 or 5 babies per family. The ratio of youth is very, very young. So it's a young country. It's now a country in peace. Is it an eternal peace? Maybe, maybe not. American try to often conflict oppositional thought in humanitarian aid with false political agenda. I'm not going to go conspirational, but there's always dangerous of political tension in African territory. But I feel that for now, I can easily or fairly afford Sierra Leone. Yes, make it there is very difficult. It's very difficult. But within, let's say I buy a land and a house, I will bet that in 5 years it's worth 300, 400, 500% more. So anywhere in the world, anywhere in Africa will expand. Like you can get a house in Somalia, Ethiopia, a nice house for 60, 70,000 downtown. So those are just fairly, that it's very difficult to trade that kind of money through bank and transit, and it's like, again, it could be risky too. And in some ways, I choose a place that I can bring it cash and build and have long time commitment, loyalty, and also the potentiality. The thing is, in Kenema right now, tribal Kenema, it's pretty much virgin business. So if I open a convenience store, there's not that much competition. So I'm investing for the future because I'm not thinking about myself and the now. I'm thinking I might die soon and my kid will take over and you'll have safety. It's more about the upcoming generation. It's not about it's not a self. It's not a self dynamic. It's very communal. And that I think that it's maybe there's entitlement in some family to be communal, but I find the communal, when everyone deliver their role, it's magnificent. It's very beautiful. It's very beautiful to have a family with attachment and beauty and great moments and great memory.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. So, in your family, did you get any children yet? For the audience, or
I have a child of adoption. I have a child of adoption in Quebec City, and my wife will come. My wife will have a visa for her to get the in vitro clinic. So she will have to come in Canada, get the in vitro clinic, because my fertility count is pretty low. It's very difficult to have children, which is almost a good asset, because if not, my first marriage, she will have a baby, which is, she choose business over family, which is okay for me. I was married to a lady from Zimbabwe before. She was both Zimbabwe and Canadian. We married, and it didn't work. It failed. But it was a secular marriage. It wasn't a Christian marriage. And I didn't want to fail again, because a divorce is a trauma. And I think I went too quick. You better have a great entrepreneurial, stable paradise, and then you marry. If you're struggling, I'm not saying that you need radical fame. The thing is, more money you make, more trouble it is. That's for sure. That's anywhere in the world. So for me, I just want to be okay in a certain quality. I like nice restaurant, I like nice exits, I like traveling, but not more than that. I don't need $100,000 car. I don't need fancy car. I don't need a fancy house. I don't need fancy anything. I just want a nice lifestyle for me, for my wife, for my kids. That kind of secure long-term homeschooling. And what I like is, I can have a children without even no birth certificate, no nothing, and out of the grid, and I like that kind of there's a rebellion part of me, the thing is, in some ways, you have to look where you want to be in terms of the potentiality of the geopolitical growth, but at the same time, you don't want to be illegal and you don't want to be legal fully. You want to be somewhere in the middle. And what I say is, don't go risk yourself, but have gray area. You know, I always been in gray area: music, bodybuilding, coaching. Always been like event. It's always, there's always flux. And I'm not saying that you don't do anything illegal. You just go right in the middle, and that allow you lots of opportunity and growth of income and stuff. And of course, doing this in Africa, you need security, or you have to be sure of what you're doing, because especially as a foreigner. But in some ways, you have to be expert in the gray area, to me, because I choose to be rebel. I'm submissive to my wife, I'm submissive to God, but I'm not submissive to the government. I'm not submissive to income tax and legislation and stuff. I want to be like free. Canada will not know I loan hands, I buy a house cash, I have family. They will not know anything. You know?
No, this is actually a really, really great point. I think some people don't seem to understand. Uber, for example, is a company that, the heavy laws around taxis and all of those sort of regulations. Uber said, we will release the app. I will deal with the consequences later. You take a risk that you can manage, and Uber became one of the richest taxi companies. Right? They dealt with some of the sues and all those things once they understood that in business you do need to take a risk. Don't take too much risk you can't handle, but at the same time, when you do everything through a certain trail that can be followed exactly, you start opening up too many channels for people to start coming for you. So it makes sense. So in this case you mentioned, so Sierra Leone allows you to take up to $10,000 through the airport. Is this correct?
In Sierra Leone, you can cross as much money as you want, but in Canada, you can leave and go through Europe with this.
Okay. I see.
But if you come with a large amount in Sierra Leone, you have to declare it. So you don't have to declare under 10,000 worldwide.
Interesting. So people are wondering, of course, the advent of religion, because you mentioned you had a first marriage where it didn't work out, and you said the woman was secular. And I think this is actually a really great point to it, because when you're looking at marriage, and correct me when your opinions are slightly different, but when you look at marriage from a secular perspective, you're looking at this Disney style feeling and infatuation style marriages, when in reality, when it comes to a marriage, there's a duty element to it. I'm not saying it has to be boring, but there is a duty element. You as a man, for example, in a traditional relationship like you have right now, you are expected to do certain things. She's expected to do certain things as well. And it's really about having some standards for both of you. Then you kind of marry each other, and then you discover what you both, this uniqueness, or the areas where it's exactly the same to go. But secular marriages, I do agree with you. It's not really the kind of marriages that have that concept of sacrifice, the concept of, as you mentioned before, you're not just looking at for the now, you're looking for the children. That is a concept of sacrifice. It's not just simply about you and how you feel only, but what those who relate to you, for example, your progenies, will feel and want to experience in the future. What's your thoughts around that?
Well said. Well, I find that the scriptural biblical structure of marriage give clarity and insight, and in some ways, instead of using this prism of conflict, you have the Bible for inspiration. You choose whatever religion you want, but at least there's a structure. And in some ways, it's very easily to get lost and get confused. We're very autonomic, we're very automatic, instinctive, reactive entities as human animal. Yes, we're social, organic, visually intuitive, and chaotic and unpredictable. But in some ways, if you have a mapping of marriage, which is rule, which is authority, their divine authority, and in some ways it's not like in Canada, it's the government that decide your marriage. What's the divorce, what she's taking, what does she want, what do you say? There's barely no there's such conflict, high conflict between men and so this government decide where the kid goes, where the kid lives, when, how, and for me that's very painful reality. It's like even for men, the thing is in Canada, a woman can decide to be pregnant or not, to tell you or not, to write any name, on the father. If the father agree, she can put the name on the birth certificate. It doesn't have to be the father. She can decide that she said she's taking contraceptive, but she's not. She can get pregnant for you, never call you back, keep the baby for herself. It's when you, as a man, you have to value the sacredness of your body. And I think it's very important to choose, you choose, or you let church choose you a wife, because they go through a very serious protocol. It took serious month for the church to find a great wife. They really did. They really take that mission very seriously. Really. And sometimes, when I was young, I was saying, oh, my parents could not choose my boyfriend or my girlfriend or whatever, blah 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 blah. It didn't make sense, because in some ways your parents know so much you, they will know exactly who you will fit. Of course, if they just think through money and safety and they have parameter, but if they take out the wealth out of the criteria and they just look at behavioral compatibility, your parents might be better for you to find a mating choice. So yeah.
Yeah, this makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Aribo says he looks good for 50, no homo. It says white men with black wives age gracefully. Okay. Shout out to you, rude boy. Over there. Someone else asked, flexed up. He's from that region, Sierra Leone, Senegal region. He says, ask him to compare African countries he's been to. So, yeah, what would you compare in terms of culture, experience?
I've been to the South Africa. I was in the wealthy South Africa. I was in Johannesburg, Michelangelo. It's like a 6-star hotel. It's very, very fancy. But in Africa, in South Africa, I could not move around without security that has a gun. It was you needed that much safety in that area. Maybe it's a misinterpretation, but for me it felt right. And it's always great to have that kind of relationship, security bound. Of course, when I left, he sent me a phone, send me a cell phone. He arrested me for months to get a phone. But regardless, it was very pristine. But I saw the poorest part of South Africa too, which very intimidating for me as a foreigner. I've been to Senegal, and Senegal is Muslim French, and it's a beautiful French. Us Quebecois, our French is very slang, it's very street, it's very like a hip hop music, it's very raw. And they have the very magnificent, elegant, eloquent, very polite, very chirurgical French, very magnificent, very beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I would like to visit Maroc. If ever Sierra Leone doesn't work in this sphere for dramatic tribal war, whatever, Morocco Berber village is my plan B for sure. Because in Morocco you can buy a land and not even have citizenship and everything. Anyone, anywhere in the world can buy a land in Morocco just by contract. It has this openness. In Sierra Leone, it's only possible through maybe a business settings with a local citizen or through marriage. Yeah.
Interesting. Yes.
Sierra Leone for me is magical. Of course, I have a bias, but I find people, even if they're poor, they're so happy. There's a joy in Sierra Leone that even myself having everything, I'm complaining. I'm like, this kind of spoiled brat Westerner. They're happy, and it comes from a place of everything is funny. Sometimes it's almost insulting. There's things that I find so provoking, and they laugh about it. They laugh about anything. So there's a joy, and because I'm so kind of rigid, and life is serious, life is purpose, it's meaning and symbolism, it's important, it's essential. they go with such a flux of, they're so, and it's magnificent for me. It's inspired me to be more like them. It has to be a train of thought that's very compelling in terms of my developmental journey.
Yeah, this is actually really interesting. So shout out. Let me just shout out to the sponsors of the show quickly. Flexed Up. He's from that region. He's from I believe Senegal. Then there's another brother called Al from Sierra Leone. Later on, we'll open up if they have some questions. Compare the African countries he's been to: West, East, and South. So he's done a little bit. I'll ask him a couple more questions. Shout out to again, one man went to Mo with the Bantu band battery powered toys for single girls. Okay, with the £2, and also shout out to Benoit as well for $50. Buy me a coffee. I do appreciate all the support we get on these streams so that we can do a regular streaming over there. So yeah, a shout out to that. So you mentioned that in South Africa you needed security to move around, and this is one reason why I chose Kenya instead of South Africa to try to set up shop. Why is the security so bad? Is it theft, or what sort of security issues did you feel in South Africa?
This is a dimension of perception. I maybe my felt was wrong. I don't want to hurt, or maybe it's the World Wide Web, whatever. But even in the territory, it wasn't menacing. It wasn't like someone will like kind of steal me out of a sudden. But I don't know. It's in Sierra Leone. I can walk around. With $60, you have 1 million, and they only have 10 and 20 bills. So 1 million is stick like this. So if you change $400, you have 10 million, and 10 million doesn't fit in your pocket or in a bag. So they give you black bag, but they give you black bag in each place that you pick money. So when you walk with a bag,
Right.
they know it's $10 million. Of course, sometimes I have military, I have a driver, I have my wife, I have people around me. I'm rarely alone, but I never had someone like, try to steal or something. And the exposition of money there, it's very like outgoing. I went to the bank, I saw like $1 million USD pass by me inside. I couldn't believe it. I was like, my God, we're a Western rich country. We never see money, it's just digitization. I'm in the bank in Sierra Leone, supposedly poor. I see $1 million cash pass by my face. I couldn't believe it. I was like, holy shit, Wow.
Right.
And for me, the comparative of East-West, I'm not an expert, but I find that the East will collide more than ECOWAS. I find for me, ECOWAS sounds like banking, colonist, white, whatever, Israel, American bullshit. East will associate, and East will go more China and Africa. And me, I'm pro-Russian. Yes, I'm Canadian. Yes, I'm French. Yes, I live in America, but I'm pro-Russian. I'm pro-Chinese. I will not live there, but to do business with Chinese, they're amazing. They're amazing people to do business with. Trust me, the person can be at the end of the world and they will do everything to be impeccable. It's the Chinese, you do great business with Chinese. So I would say East Africa, get out of the US hegemony. It's bad people. It might change. It could change, the militarization, the dollarization, the sanction, whatever. But for now, just cut them off. And that comes from someone that lives in America.
Okay, yeah. Shout out. That makes a lot of sense. I think you've answered this question quite well. Al, he's from Sierra Leone, I believe. He says he seems to know his stuff. Flexed Up is from Senegal. He says he really likes Sierra Leone. Yeah, so this is kind of interesting. Yeah, I agree with you that the East has taken on the Kool-Aid of the American hegemony, and I like the polarity that's happening on African continent right now, because it means they have more space for leverage. The more, because if you notice, this is something interesting, and I'll share it just in a second to the people during the stream. But the president of Kenya, Ruto, he made a speech about basically a bill that was proposed in the United Nations for a more fair representation of economics for the lower, basically the poorer countries. And everybody gave him a standing ovation, right? Everybody was like, whoa, President Ruto gave a really great speech. But when it actually came to the voting now was very different. So I'll share that video in a second. But it was an interesting sort of, China, of course, voted in the way that you've just stated right now, right? They're far more perhaps allowing for a greater diversity happening within these spaces. But in terms of the other countries who are very hypocritical, they all gave him a standing ovation, but they voted against him. But yeah, go ahead.
If there's young people that listen right now and you're African, learn Russian, learn Chinese, learn Arabic, learn language. It's cheap and it's going to put you in such a great place of opportunity, because most of the Chinese business and Chinese African or business African don't speak those language. And instead of translating book or translating document, no. You coefficient, business asset, military asset, embassy, custom, whatever. You do crew custom from a Chinese worshipper and you learn the language. So learn language. If you're poor, you don't have assets, the wealth, learn the language. Learn. You know, there's new dialect between Chinese and Nigerian now, and they kind of have their own kind of. We have a Creole and Français. We have the Creole and Sierra Leone. They did a Creole version of Chinese and Nigerian. So that's where it's very, very appealing. Very appealing, because there will be such a change of the American hegemony as we know is about to fall. You know?
Yeah, 100%. Marie Antoinette, a shout out to you again, another sponsor of this stream. Thank you very much for your E1B1B Patreon membership. I do appreciate that, sister, over there, right? So yeah, 100%. Everybody says learn Chinese and Arabic. And yeah, so in light of what you just said, Benoit, I wanted to share this to the people, right? About the hypocrisy of some of the Western hegemonies who will give you the rounds of applause after, what you say. But when it comes to the voting, unfortunately, it was only the countries such as China that voted towards a fairer economic loaning from these world banks, etc. So let me just share this clip quickly for everyone.
So this is Kenya's president making a presentation in front of the European Parliament. Pay attention, I'll show you something.
Instances where collective action has achieved what no single nation could accomplish alone. We are acutely aware that our decisions and actions will significantly shape the 21st century.
Very eloquent guy. He even does the thing of finishing on a strong dropping mic and getting a standing ovation. Watch.
For those who will follow our footsteps, I thank you.
There's a bit of a delay, but check this out. They stand and clap with such glee. Oh my gosh. Yay. Wait for it. He's even walked to his seat. Yes, there you are. Yes, oh, sure, you sit next to me. Please sit next to me. This is so good. I loved it. This is so nice. So what was he doing there? Among other things, he was campaigning for a fair global financial regime. That was like 2 days ago. You wouldn't believe what these Europeans did. Actually, you might. The very next day, nearly all European countries voted against Africa's proposition for a fair tax regime. Check this out so you actually see it yourself. So this is the promotion of inclusive and effective international tax cooperation at the United Nations, item 16, It was the day after he had this conversation, right? So here's their voting, just so you know. So Albania, Andorra, Australia, Austria, Belgium, Bosnia, Bulgaria, then you come over here, Canada, Croatia, Cyprus, Chechnya, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Georgia, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Japan, Latvia, Liechtenstein, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, Monaco, Montenegro, Netherlands, New Zealand, North Macedonia, Poland, Portugal, Korea, Moldova, Romania, San Marino, Serbia, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Ukraine, United Kingdom, and obviously the United States.
So as you see, Russia and China, Russia is not mentioned there, right, for obvious reasons, but China voted towards it. So yeah, it's interesting how your intuition is actually playing out in real time when we're looking at geopolitics. That's what kind of it interested me a little bit there about some of that things. Go ahead.
China has a very old population. African has a very young population, and China lack of population also to a critical dangerous degree, like Canada. And we have 500,000 immigrants coming in Canada a year. Nowadays, they don't stay. Most of them, maybe a third of them, don't stay. Canada became a temporarily country in terms of life direction and business orientation, which I think is a good thing. You could come in Canada for 5 years and then extrapolate to somewhere else, or you come in Canada for a few years, you buy a house and you send money to a family that's reliable, because I see your video where it was failing. But for me, that video, I don't look at the rational fact of what you're doing. You have to look at the background of who's your friend, who's willing to cooperate with you. So it doesn't matter if only one country say yes. You made a friend, you work with them, you call them, you reach them, you build business, And what I will do for Africa is to make sure that there's no international fraud, like Nigerian calling US citizen to do like draft paper bank and do fraud and stuff. I will do everything to interfere with that kind of illegality, because those illegality has very major hurt in trust. And then once you have that, you like me, if I send an envelope to Sierra Leone, it costs $70. If I send an envelope from Sierra Leone DHL in 4 days here, an envelope of document, it's $140. That's too expensive. The export permit has to kind of low down in cost, and you have to produce and export and import. And once things get developmental in a sequence to invite foreigner investment, both Russian or Chinese, or I became anti-American not because I'm anti-American. I'm anti-military industrial complex, which kind of stressify the American Senate. The country itself doesn't belong to the American, and the Canadian government don't take care of the citizen. They take care of the elite. And it's not a good thing or it's not a bad thing. It doesn't matter. I live here. We have to live with that reality. But in some ways, when the Africana, the Pan-American dimension correlate extensions of trust business with Chinese and Russia, Russia within the African summit, they send like million and tons of rice and food and stuff. Maybe that could create a dependency on resources. It can be dangerous somehow, but in some ways it shows how much willing they are for economical expansion. And the thing is, American empire will not actually fall. It will transform to more of a self-sufficiency. They will close the border, and they have such a wide population that they will re-industrial themselves. They will not hire elsewhere, because that creates economical problem, especially that the AI technology is coming that will really transform the employment thing. So, we already too much of a service scenario economy. So there will be a reindustrialization of America, which will lead to an American independence and probably a world peace. That's my utopian view. But that allow African Pan-American to collide and connect and create organization and reliability, And the thing is, I can send my wife, I go on Ding, I send her phone data. I can send money, Rio, MoneyGram, whatever, and in 2 minutes is there. So there's flux. It starts to be easier and easier and easier and easier, you know, because in some ways, Sierra Leone, even you go restaurant, you have QR code, you see the menu, you buy events, you have QR code. It's getting technological even there. And you know, Sierra Leone, there's 5-star hotel now. You have the lead hotel, you have the boutique hotel, you have nice fancy restaurant, very fancy, like you feel you're in Dubai. So there's not that many, but that means it's coming. If someone with money establish so much high risk investments because they know it's the place, of course you will have different type of we're not going through racism and race, we're going to go through class. There might be a class war of who struggle and stuff. I think it's good to not turn like a millionaire, but somewhat in the middle family. There's some kind of entrepreneurial freedom for me that's very tempting. That's where I want to focus at. That's where I'm at, and I want to stay there forever. Because in some ways, once you reach your entrepreneurial stability, now you have to keep it and keep the same, not the seek of expansion at any cost. That's a drug addictive properties, but at least to have entrepreneurial stability for 10, 20, 30 years. And that's the hardest part because you can succeed, but you have to maintain it, you know, and it has to be upon your own capacities as a person in terms of behavior, temperament. You have to do what you're capable of. You don't do an enterprise that you're losing your sanity, you're crazy, you scream to people. That's too much for you. And it doesn't matter what you're capable of. It doesn't make you less of a man. You do what you're capable of handling in a stable matters, you know?
Yeah, that actually does. That makes a lot of sense. Actually, what you just mentioned there, guys. Okay, so yeah, we'll open up the chat for a couple people who want to ask some questions. Make sure, guys, you're respectful to the panelists, etc. Right? So no jungle stuff going on over there, right? Alexis says Leonaire, right? Is he saying you're a millionaire, but you know,
Millionaire. It's very easy to be millionaire. It's $60,000. You have a million. So, you know,
okay, $60,000. You're a millionaire
in Sierra Leone.
um, Sierra Leone. Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, that's actually kind of interesting. Over there, right? So, does Sierra Leone does it have has it integrated mobile money? So in Kenya, you know, Tanzania, places you can send money around with your mobile phone. What's the fintech situation in Sierra Leone?
Yes, that's exactly it. Mobile orange. I didn't use it. You know me, I'm a foreigner. I prefer walking around with money. You need to get a local number to get it. That's the next part I'm gonna do. The next time I go, I will pay to build my house. I will pay someone to look at the house, 2, 3 people weekly, getting report and stuff of what's going on. See if it's the trouble, the honesty, how it goes, the pace, and everything and stuff. And next time I get my local phone number and send money, and more to live like them. And that's very important. So yet it does. That's the next challenge because in some ways that would be me more living to their habits and adapt to it too.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think generally with this mobile money, I trust M-Pesa. It's a Safaricom. I think it's in partnership with Vodafone. But yes, in your case, you need to figure out how much money you can put. Is it safe? You have to do that mechanics for yourself to figure out if it's the best way to handle money. As you've said, because there's hackings and things like that can happen. So 100%. Al says, Kaizo, give me 2 minutes. Okay. Shout out to you, Al, over there. We'll give you 2 minutes to get ready to ask some questions over here. And the rest of you, Dusties, make sure you click the like, share, and super chat button so that we support more streams, especially if you do want to see more interview style content. Support the stream over there. But yeah, Kim Kale, you are a detractor, but so make sure you are respectful to the brother as you ask the questions. But yeah, go ahead, Kim Kale. What's your thoughts so far? Is your microphone working, or is the UK's internet not working, Kim Kale? This might be a UK problem.
He can write his question. Tell him just to write his question.
Yeah, if your microphone isn't working yet, write your question down on the private chat so that it can, it can actually help you over there. So you said you love Sierra Leone the most, and I think I see why. The opportunities, the pioneering, the amount of change you can make. As you mentioned, if you could just set up the groceries, like a convenience store, that is not going to fail because there's so much places where they don't have as much of it. So yeah, this does actually make sense a lot for me.
The business plan we're building up is a water machine. So it's a water machine. You 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 detox the water and you plastic wrap and you brand and you sell in street water.
Interesting. Okay, so
Water business, yeah. Water business because it's very cheap. Anyone can afford. Everyone need water. Of course, the conservation is weight are the challenges, but for the demand and the thing is, you buy a large portion, you construct it, you let it go for cheap, so it's still 100% turnover over the cost and sell. There's still 100. It's not that much. It can be penny and money, but it's still double. So the question by Marie Antoinette is: do you think that the Bitcoin trading is still viable? Absolutely, absolutely. Especially that we're in the friction of war, with will lead to. I think we're gonna always gonna have proxy war drama and stuff, but in some ways, this kind of fake mainstream media proxy microaggression worldwide through political under lineage of backtrack will always feed Bitcoin for good and bad trading. Doesn't mean all Bitcoin has good intention. I use Bitcoin myself.
Okay.
I would not use Bitcoin for investment, but yes, it's reliable. I'm not sure about Bitcoin in Africa. It's really far of my expertise. Maybe you can ask.
Yeah, actually, Ike, you invest in Bitcoin, right? One of the things, perhaps you could say something about that. But yeah, we have a new panelist. We have Al Kinkale. I think your technology is not working at the moment. Al, what's your thoughts so far? Remember, be respectful to the guest. And yeah, go ahead, Al.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me clear?
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. Yeah, Benoît, bonsoir, monsieur. Comment tu vas bien?
Merci, mon ami. Bah oui, ça va très bien.
Ça va, ça va. How the body good?
Yes.
Ça va bien, merci, Al. Comment tu?
Pas mal du tout. J'ai fini mon boulot. Je suis à la maison avec ma famille, monsieur. I just finished work.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
I just finished
Hopefully,
work.
you're spending time with your family.
I don't kind of my house. Nice to hear. Nice to see. My brother Benoît. The love that you got for my country. Shout out to you, G. But yeah. So where's your wife from? You said your wife is from Kenema, yeah?
Yeah, Mende.
Okay, Mende. Hey, you know how to greet you, Mende? Boy.
Not much, not many.
Boy,
I know Bele is pregnant. Wef is wife. So I want.
No. I'm talking Mende. I'm not talking Creole yet. I'm talking Mende. Mende, they say boa. Boa is like hello in Mende.
I like the fact of easily brotherhood. It's Mende.
Yeah. Do you know what the most common thing in Sierra Leone? It's because we have the Creole. Like that's the reason why you probably haven't even got to speak in the Mende language yet, because people communicate with Creole everywhere. Even when you go to the village, we all speak Creole. So you go sabi Creole anytime you go saloon. Now small you go land. You understand?
Yes, I understand. I did very good speaking English. Most of the regiment I encounter.
Yes.
In my network, both in the village,
yes,
everyone has very beautiful, fluent.
Yes. In the village, this what we call upline Creole. That's the Creole I'm just speaking, and in Freetown we speak a slightly different Creole. So if you come from outside, we in Freetown we can tell the way you speak your Creole from out of the city. Yeah, out of the city is what we call upline. Yes. So it's you're based in Kenema. Yeah? Kenema is what we call upline also. Kenema district.
Yeah, Kenema district.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually was raised in Kono. I don't know if you know Kono. I was, when I was young.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kono. That's not far from Kenema. You got Pujehun, Kono, Kailahun. Then it's, in fact, it's not far from Bo. You got Bo. You have to drive through Bo to go to Kenema from Freetown, which is the second city. Yeah, I got families in Kenema actually. But yeah, nice to see. Nice to see that you got love for the country. And so it's not, to be honest, it's not a surprise, Benoit. Being from Sierra Leone, you're not the first, non like a European or American that that came there and actually loved the country, loved the culture, loved the landscape, loved the people, the food. It's just natural. And also, it's unfortunate.
I've seen many British retirement, but all
Yes.
foreigner I see, they were a certain age, like
Yes.
60 plus. I've saw
Yes.
many of them, but young one, 20, 30, it's still a
Yes.
new phenomenon. And
Yes.
I think it
Yes.
would be an upcoming trend. With volume, the cost of flight will down. Now, especially that Sierra Leone built this very new high-tech airport, it's
Yes.
unbelievable. So if the
Yes.
government puts such a magnificent over the top, the airport is almost as beautiful as Toronto, and it's Sierra
Wow.
Leone. So it's a very impressive start. Of course, you have to cross through quite a challenge with the water and stuff. But I
Yes.
think if the Qatari government or something, they happen to build a bridge, and within, boom,
Yes.
they built
Yes.
the bridge, they
Yes.
lower the cost of flight, they lower the cost of import export, and it's ready. It's gonna
Yes.
happen. It has no choice.
Yes, it will happen. I mean, what I was saying is, it's unfortunate. Before the war, Sierra Leone was a very popular tourist destination for the cruiser ships, and the French model. That's their number one place for model tourism. Because of the beaches that we have in the Western area, and the pictures, the quality of the pictures that you get, and the quality of the hotels, and the restaurants. It's Sierra Leone. The sea is a blessing to us, but also due to transportation, in a way, is also a trouble, right? So like, for example, coming from the airport from Lunge to Freetown, you have to get a ferry or you have to fly.
Now you
So
have
helicopter.
you can go a Sierra Leone driver. You can pay PayPal. It's so
Yes.
often it's like a Sierra Leone that live in UK, and he
Yes.
handling the transportation with
That's right.
You can get a driver, can get anything. Of course, I have maybe a bit more wealth to accomplish those things, but
Yes.
it exists and it's very, very reliable. I've been welcome and seat by a company like that. Now I go and I have my own private driver that I
Right.
put up front. I book my driver ahead, and he
Yes.
show up.
He's there waiting for you before you arrive.
I buy for a week. I give him 1 million a day. I give him I pay a week. That's a lot of money for him. And he's there. And he comes and he show up. And I pay 1 month up front. And I do it because I want to test him.
Right. See?
If it costs me $300 to know if you're a good or a bad person, it doesn't matter for me. Because if I find the right person, I'm building a business. I'm building my own little family life little business. I don't want to be a millionaire. I don't want a legacy. I just want safety. So if someone is reliable to me, then we have a team. And
yes, you are right. I mean,
5, 7, 8 driver. I look at them, like he said, the right word, Kezorian said, discernment. It's not my strength. I have to recapitulate maybe 20 times to be sure, because I see only the good in people, but in some ways people show their card pretty quickly, especially greedy people, they just make it right fair. Why I hire the driver is when I hire him, he undervalue him. And I said, if you undervalue him to have me, I will however value you because you don't know me yet.
That's right. You know, absolutely,
The
absolutely
guy
right.
didn't pay a fucking crazy price. Like, oh, this guy's disgusting. It's so unaffordable that I'm in once and never gonna call him. I put him down, but I know he was not. He put him down out of respect. Maybe he
Yeah.
wanted to trust me, but that was a very good plan. That was because it worked.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, most people you will find a part of those beach, what we call beach boys. You know, those guys that hang around the beach, you know, the tourist area. You know, they're the one that tend to be more like kind of scamish. You know, they're the one that tend to trick people more. But normally, in general, you know, the people in Sierra Leone are quite honest and genuine people, and also they're upfront. You know, they will you will see their intention also, right? And it's very secure country, you know, for a white person. I can see why you feel comfortable also, because they, you know, they used to, over the years, due to our, you know, before the war, and even, you know, like the older generation, they used to seeing different white people coming over, because we had different sectors, you know. For example, living in Connaught, we had the British there because it was a mining area, right? You know, that's where the NDMC used to be, the National Diamond Mining Company. So we had, you know, some of my family members actually born in one of the hospital, right? So, you know, and also, you know, they probably been treated by a white person in the hospital, you know, and stuff like that. So it's all to do with exposure sometimes, right? If people are a bit more exposed and they're a bit more educated and they have that sort of nature, you know, it's easy for them to accommodate. And I think that's one quality that we have, you know, in Sierra Leone that other countries do not have. And I can see why you find the place quite unique. And we're very acceptant people. We accept people. We're very, as you said about the religion, you know, we are very religiously tolerant people. You know, we have Muslim members in the same family, Christian in the same family, whatever religion, traditional beliefs. Because you know, people in the regions outside Freetown, most of them they're either Muslim or traditional believers anyway. You know,
Exactly.
yeah. So
Thank you.
yeah, you're welcome. But yeah, so
Yeah,
what kind of
so
business you looking? Sorry, what kind of business you looking to do in Sierra Leone? Because it is a very business place. Because you know that's what my people do over there.
Well, I already glimpsed a word. It will be a water business. So the
Wow.
water machine detox the water, wrap the water in plastic bag, and you
Oh,
know, I want to. I don't want a fortune. I want to be able to make maybe 15 millions a week forever.
okay.
You know,
Yeah.
stable.
Yes.
You know, because
Yes.
I want, like, let's say a similar standard of living that I have in America in
Yes.
village of. Because right
Yes.
now what I do is I make money here. My
Yeah.
Canadian government take all my money. There's nothing left, and now I spend money to take care of my wife in Africa, but I'm not
Okay.
building anything. I'm not going anywhere. So the only way to build something is to build a business elsewhere. Yes, I
That's
have,
really good.
but like I said, I'm in coach with soldier and professional bodybuilder and MMA. No one coach rarely in their when they're 55. I'm in the performance field. So eventually I'll be old. I'll be grandpa in the industry. The kids will build their own network. So I'm almost and has been or close to, even though I have you know, quite a phenomenal, impressive success. The young kids, they don't know who I am. So they don't know my name.
Yeah.
Of course,
Yeah.
maybe I lack of hustling and I have to restart from scratch. But I don't want to restart from scratch for Canada because for me it's unworthy. I'll start from
Yeah.
scratch in a legal business in Canada,
Yes.
in a village, because in
Yes.
some ways I think I can succeed to have moderate, humble ambition without
Yes.
not a lot of stress. You know, as I get older, this
Yeah.
kind of obsession of more, more, more. It's very hard to be, even though I label myself anti-American. I've been brainwashed for consumerism. You know, I have the latest phone. I have high bandwidth phone access. You know, you're kind of always in the, and it's very, for me, I just can't. I just need to leave to be elsewhere. And that's why I want to go in the village, because in some ways there's no cinema, there's no culture, there's culture, but there's no theater, there's no There's no entertainment per se. You have to create it yourself in the family matrix through emotion, through exchange. Here we're exposed to consumerism, whatever it is, you know. Oh, we're gonna go through that event, to this event, to this show, to this music, and nonstop, and every week, you know. And for me, it's a bit of a, I'm just so brainwashed that it's an indoctrination, and I know
Yeah.
I see the damage of it on my own nervous system. So to
Yeah.
live somewhere where it's calm, where stability will be very proficient. And
Yeah, I mean, I can see where the spiritualness is also coming from, for your move, because that says a lot. Is actually one of the main reason. How can I object you coming to Sierra Leone? How can I actually have any other thing negative to say about that? You love the culture. You have exploded. You have
remember,
basically you have given enough reason for me to actually welcome you to Sierra Leone. So
remember what I said to Khazarian Empire. I said you have to be an expert in gray area. I go to a
yes,
bank
yeah,
in Sierra Leone. The
yeah,
person goes like, "Oh, to open a bank, you need a passport. You need a passport picture." And I said, "I don't have it." And she goes like, "Oh, I know someone can take the picture of you in street, and you'll bring back the picture." I said,
yeah,
"What?" So I go in street, I take my passport picture, and I come back. And then she goes like, "You have to open a bank account for my wife and me, but for that we need reference." I don't have reference. I said, "Well, you can pay someone for reference, and we'll find it for you. No problem. We'll
yeah,
hire the
yeah,
reference." And
yeah,
then she goes like, "It's for open a USD account, you need $100 USD." And I said, "I
yeah,
only have $3. Oh,
yeah,
I see. I'll call someone to trade your money in the bank." Okay. So each time there's a challenge, but there's a solution, and it's governmental structure, but they have outside street development that they work in team. So in some ways it's gray area, but I'm gray area too. Me, I'm happy to grow in that kind of. You won't see that in Canada ever. It's not gonna happen, you know. But this kind of
yeah,
freedom, yes, freedom leads to chaos, but the fact that there's lack of administrative costs make it more affordable and make it for me more appealing, because here it's legislation through legislation. There's so much law that if you want to build a business, it's going to take you 10 years to get the paperwork for it, which is ridiculous, you know. So there's kind of an entrepreneurial sentiment in Canada, because you compete against monopolization. But in Africa, it's not like that yet. It will sadly come. You know, Africa will go through a growth, and then it will be like New York and Canada.
yeah.
Sadly enough, it might take 30 years, 40 years, but I'll be dead by then. So it's a right time in synchronization.
Absolutely, absolutely brilliant way to put it. I mean, you remind me of one of my late dad's friend, who was a Dutch guy that came to Sierra Leone, and he read about Sierra Leone. He was a military guy in the Dutch. He was a military captain. He resigned. He owned a deconstruction company in Amsterdam, and then one time he divorced his wife in Holland. What he did, he decided to sell all his company, and he bought, those 190 Mercedes, right? He bought one of them, and he put enough tires and all his stuff in that 190. He drove from Amsterdam all the way to Sierra Leone. Yeah, yeah. So he drove, and basically because of what he read about the country, he said, "I have traveled to so many places, but I actually have missed out. If I realized this, obviously this when I was that young, I wouldn't actually even own this company. I would have been there." So anyway, he got to Sierra Leone, and then he got scammed loads of times by different guys, where they're telling him, we got business opportunities, we can hook you up with the government and stuff like that. But he made his mistakes, but eventually, he met the right people. He met basically he got the right connections. he actually invested, he actually lost a lot of money, but eventually he was making loads of money, and he actually have so many connections between Holland and Sierra Leone, and he got kids, mixed race kids. He actually, it's amazing. His story was quite good, and he's a one guy. He basically he will not need someone to walk him around Freetown, right? He will go anywhere. He would travel all over the country without anyone with him. He feels secure. And in fact, one time I was walking down Circus Stephen Street, in Freetown. Someone was, trying to kick a dog, and he went and chased the guy. He's like, "What you doing?" Right? He's that sort of guy. So he felt home, right? And it's that spirit that he carries also. When you're a free person inside, anywhere you are also supposed to be free, right? And it's kind of, you remind me of that kind of person, Mr. Bet. He's great, So it's like that in general, But you when you see the right thing, the right opportunity, you just snatch it. Otherwise, you're gonna be sitting there guessing. By the time you realize it's too late.
Thank you, my friend. I will have to go soon. We can take one more question. I gotta go work, go back to my reality. But my name is Benoit Lapierre. That's my real name. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram with my real name. I have nothing to hide. So whoever is in Sierra Leone wants to establish contact, you heard all my story. I probably said too much honesty, but I believe in the secret.
Sorry, can I just say one thing?
Yes.
I also notice you're a very honest guy, and I like that about you. I can read people. Remember, we got a very good IQ. So yeah, I give you that also. You're a real honest guy.
Truth is important. It might be a weakness, to open up too much. I decide that path is a difficult path to always be true to yourself and to everyone. But in some ways, discernment will lead the right path to it. That's all. Very important. No. I could not lie. I'm not a good liar. If I was that good at it, maybe I would consider it. But it's not in my talent. It's not my. I can only do raw truth, because it feels real. Feels real. Yeah.
Great stuff. I mean, Kaiser got your contacts. So we're always on this platform. We'll keep in touch. We'll keep in touch. Yeah, definitely, man. It's nice to hear from you, bro. Make sure you come back again. Anyway.
Of course.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Benoit. It was actually a great stream. Hopefully, we'll do it again soon. And thank you for giving us your time and also wisdom. As you're someone who's done a lot of stuff, and I'm sure the information here will definitely help some people that are going to watch this.
Even if it's only one, for me, I don't need fame. I just want to inspire youth. And what I would say is the only weakness of some African country is the scarcity mindset. And the scarcity mindset is something that can be very destructive for the self, for communion, for cooperation, for entrepreneurial. I'm not saying you have to be delusional of reality and think you're a millionaire, but the scarcity mindset is extremely limiting. And like I said, you don't really matters much. Your presence match, your language match, your ethics, behavior, talents of interpersonal skill and stuff. But in some ways, if you're in a scarcity situation, your intelligence can use existential stable asset and you correlate with them. And it has to be done with, like I said, playfulness, trustworthy, loyalty, and it takes time, it takes devotion. But like I said, we live human 70 to 100 years old, even older in Africa. So it doesn't need to happen overnight. You don't need this obsession like American were really instantaneous. It's quite terrible. It's quite terrible. So a scarcity mindset, if it's a core wound you carry, it has to be transformed. It has to be extrapolated. And us in Canada, it's more like the victimization process. And I find that the scarcity mindset, because in some ways if you have a scarcity mindset, it's like telling the world that you're not worthy of. And that's not true to any being. Whatever, even if you have disability, you can still coexist and thriving. I really believe it. Of course, maybe I'm a hopeless romantic, but in some ways, if you don't have hope, you kind of die, you know. So
Yeah.
man,
Benoit,
for
I
me,
will Kaizo, I would like to bring him on Dynasty program, Dynasty Amir. The reason why that is, I don't. Do you follow Dynasty, Benoit? Search for Uhuru channel.
pass by, but I'm not sure. I think I saw it. Yes.
Yeah, it'll be great for you to come over there because he bring African Americans to Sierra Leone, to connect them back to the ancestral land. But then you got loads of people there, that probably will learn a lot from what you're saying. Yeah, definitely,
Learning too.
100%.
Both ways. I reach Kezo Empire to learn from him.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. So yeah, that's something I think
What
that'd be
what
great.
do you think, Kezo, in your feedback of myself, which part of myself to introduce fully in the Kinema tribal life? I know that our friend here mentioned learning Creole. I said to people learn language, and I barely did it myself, so it's not like
Yes,
do what I say, not what I did. It's hard for me to negotiate language. The thing is, like what I said is, if I cannot do it, I hire someone. Technically,
yeah,
my wife is amazing in Mende, and I have a very diplomatic, sexy, very voluptuous wife. So she always kind of fumbled the social set where I cannot. She become my translator, but in some ways, sometimes I go at place that they prefer cater to men, and they kind of ignore my wife. And in other settings, they prioritize my wife. Like in bank, if I go bank, they trust me like nobody. But they talk to my wife like she was a queen, even though I'm the one paying, which is okay for me. I don't care. Whatever it works, as long as it works, I don't need to be in control. How long as it works.
Yeah,
absolutely. And all, yeah. I mean, Mende
yeah.
people also are very welcoming people, and you are the right part of Sierra Leone in the south. They're very welcoming people.
Yeah, people are
Yeah.
asking, do you have your own channel on YouTube, Benoit?
No, I have many interview, but it's more related to hormone performance. They're more athletic. They're more. I could say neurology, coordination, peptide. They're more like my professional sphere in Canada, which I'm about to retire anyway. So, for what it's worth. My specialty
Yeah.
is actually baby development. Baby development.
Ah. I can see you working for the government in the future in Sierra Leone because, they probably need people like you also. So you can have your business going at the same time working with the, it's a shame because because you could be connected to the right places where you can actually not only earning, but you're actually contributing to the nation also because I can see you got the knowledge,
Thank you.
and
I never
yeah.
thought that way, but that's a good thing. I know
Yeah.
that I want to propose military coaching sphere to military because that's what I'm doing here. But what I'm doing here doesn't exist in Africa yet, not in the military spectrum. Because now I have friends in military. It's important to have. It's important for me to have friends in military because they cater to protection. When someone says, "Oh, this bill was not paid, but it was paid," I send soldier, and then everything is fixed. It takes
Yeah.
5. Yeah, I
Yeah.
go to government. Okay, I go for my business permit. I enter at the door. I tip the guy for the door, and when I tip him, he bring me where I need to go, and have the military with me. And then I sit down. The person is there, and I tip the person up front. It's not a bribe; it's just generosity. I say, "How
Yeah.
much is the permit business? I need your passport." I say, "How much is it?" 3.5 million. I give 4.5 million. Can I come tomorrow? That's it. Sadly, some people wait 6 months to get their business permit. Me, I got it in
Yeah.
24 hours, but it doesn't make me a better person. It's just I was generous at the right chess game with the right commitment. If I went there by myself alone, I will not have succeed, or I will have succeed with a lot of chaos.
Yes.
The fact that they did it that right, I was prepared to, you know.
Yeah, it's the know-how, right? It's
Phone number of the person
mm,
who has my passport. They have their phone number. You know, I have to count on the teamwork that they made me adapt to the. You know, when me I go to the government, I never take the phone number of the government. When I go to the government, they send me email for approval. We did this meeting, blah blah blah. There
yeah.
they write paper phone number. You know,
Okay.
you don't have the government will not write paper here and give you his phone number like that. You know, and me since I'm not used to it, I lost it. But the
Right.
military keep it because he knows I'm a Westerner.
Right. Right. Right.
You need teamwork. I'm not like a
Exactly.
genius, you know. I'm convoluted and I'm learning. So I want to
Okay.
say my question, Kezar, what do you think I should work to adapt more to a tribal life? What I'm doing wrong? Is it elitism? Is it arrogance? Or just go
No,
feedback? Feedback.
you are doing what you're doing what people that know how the system work doing. It's basically it's about know-how. You should know what you're doing. When you go to another country, you should know how the system works. If
I
I
had
come to
to
the
travel the entire world though. If it was my
yeah,
first travel, I
yeah,
would have completely failed. The only
exactly.
reason I had this access, it's because I went through every country in the world and I travel a lot. So
Okay.
without that experience, I don't think it would have been possible. If it was
Yes.
my first travel, it would have been way more chaotic. And especially age too. Age help, Age help. Age help. I
Very
was
true.
25, I was completely who knows what.
Yeah, it is. It is. Do you know it's cheaper to fly to Guinea Conakry than flying to Freetown?
I know. I know.
Yeah, but that's a different whole kettle of fish.
Right down in from Canada in December, it's you cannot even go. It's four,
Yeah,
five, 6,000.
yeah,
Probably
yeah.
just delegate and government that goes there.
Yeah. A lot of people fly to Conakry, then they drive by road, from Conakry to Freetown. I think it's about 2 hours. It's about 2 hours or something, or no, longer than that possibly, because the roads from Freetown to Guinea to the border, the Sierra Leone roads is beautiful. It's nice, but it's when you go into Guinea that's when the problem is.
Wow.
But it's
See,
cheap.
thank
Yeah,
you. I have to do it. I have to do it.
yeah,
I
yeah.
love challenges. That's
It's you like it. Just travel. If you probably will be like 300-400 cheaper to
that's
to
good.
get to get.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not about saving money. It's about experience.
No.
I
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
just I lay over. I didn't see.
But in Guinea, you just got to be careful because they're quite more authoritarian. Sierra Leone is a bit more, civil and stuff like that. But in Guinea, there are a lot of
I always have military and private driver respect.
yeah, exactly.
Like
That's right.
I can
That's
afford
right.
it. They don't. They're not
Yes.
expensive. They're very.
No, and no, even in Guinea, if you got the paper, you got the ID and stuff, everything is fine. They'll just it is the same. It's similar, but it's just slightly bit more, tougher place for non-Africans than Sierra Leone.
Yeah, of
That's
course.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I can be dangerous too. I play the soft teddy bear. I'm your lover. I would
Yes.
do everything, but once
Yes.
this stuff, That's why I hire the military soldier because
Yes.
if I want a protection that's impartial to me,
Yes.
I don't want someone that you protect myself and not others. No, no, you protect everyone and everyone.
Everybody. Yes.
And if I do something stupid, you told me I'm
Yes.
stupid. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
And because
Yeah.
I can be impulsive. So in some ways,
Yes.
I protect myself, but I
Yes.
protect others from myself too, because
Yes.
I can be, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it works both ways.
Yes. 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 No, it's cheaper to try to fly to
Thank you.
Conakry,
I love
but
that.
yeah, it's a good experience. It sounds like you had a good experience in Sierra Leone. You should come to the other program, to Dynasty, and basically share your experience. You get a big audience, and also, you never know, because the more you expose yourself out there, the more opportunities, right? Because there are people in Sierra Leone that so watching it. You know what I mean?
Let's go. Thank you. I gotta go soon now.
Okay.
Ezo, is something you want to finish? What's your wrapping conclusion? Are you there? You're still here?
Yeah, I'm here. So, thank you very much. Everyone enjoyed the stream, so it'll be great to have you over again. And if you want to go on Dentist or any other platform, let me know. We can coordinate that. And
Yes.
I think it's interesting the way that you've moved. This last sort of comments I want to make. The way you're moving is actually the way to move in Africa. And this is actually a comment which we didn't get into today, but I will want to talk about it. I'm doing another stream after this, actually, on economics. But one thing you mentioned is the rigidity of the Western structure versus the flexibility of the African structure. If you understand the African structure, you can get things done the correct way. Meaning, Africans talk about corruption being an issue, but corruption is only an issue because there is too much corruption under a certain extent. But when it comes to the accessibility of ease of doing business, starting companies and paying a small amount to actually get things expedited very fast, Africa is actually ahead of the West, right? Africa just needs to find a way to create a system around that so that perhaps some more money can go into the government money and do something with it. But actually, Africa, we do not want a rigid system like the West. We do want to maintain the flexibility. So that was actually a very interesting point you brought up. We'll get into it in another discussion. But generally, I enjoyed it. I think you've definitely added a lot of value to the discussion. So I appreciate your time.
Yeah, and also quick one, Kaiser. It actually reinforced what I was saying in terms of, in West Africa, how we, when a lot of people scream Pan-Africanism and so on, but if you look at how the West managed to keep, its tradition, its ways, and actually make it function, for the people and for that at that time, it's quite amazing, compared to if you go to East Africa or North Africa or South Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you, everyone. Like I said, Benoit Lapierre, Instagram, Facebook. I'm reachable. I'm here to make friends and to a great future. I love Sierra Leone. I will visit one day Morocco too, and I'll stop at the Guinea for the airport. It's a very intriguing direction and stuff. I love it. Thank you so much, Kezo. We're friends. We're we're all brothers. And I feel home, and I'm glad you welcome. I know that I push my presence, but I really want to reach Kezo. And what I learned today is even more confidence in what I'm doing, because I didn't know what I'm doing. I sound like it. I sound like maybe I'm an expert. I wasn't. I'm just living through. Because what happened is when I called the Senate. And my boss here in Canada, they told me not go there. And I thought, why are you telling me not go there? Oh, it's just chaos. People will steal you. Everyone say no. Why? Why you all say no to me? And I couldn't get it. And then I listened to an immigration guy, and he goes like, to have your wife, she needs a birth certificate, an identity, a bank account together, travel together, buy a land together. Have her an apartment, nice apartment, furnished apartment, and she's okay. She has cable, she has satellite for a year. Then you do your sponsorship. And then I listened to him. I said, wow, those are many steps. So I went to see the embassy, and I said, the embassy, I will do this. He said, ever in my life, in 30 years of my existence, I never see someone willing to do all this. This is the right thing. And it was just an advice. But I just did it. I did them all.
Yeah, no, that's that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, thank you very much for your time, and also the other guys.
2 hours fly very fast with you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
So I go down to your intelligence, awareness, your cognition is your the way you you speech, you talk, your precision, your concision, your contextual thinking, processing. You're really made for debate. I will not debate you. I will just be your friend. But it's magnificent. Congrats to your parents and your surrounding that give you this gift, because it's why I reach you. Of course, you're the kind of person I'm seeking for, but on top of it, you have the gentleman and the diplomatic touch on it. So congrats to your magnificent podcast. I'm deeply impressed about your quality, and I mean it. I really mean it.
Okay, I mean, I really
Great
appreciate
stuff.
it, and it's actually good to find another polymath as well. All the stuff you've done, and that's coalesced into the decisions that you've made. This definitely shows that you are, yeah, you're him. So I appreciate that, and yeah, it will be great to have you once again. And thank you very much for your time. And the rest of you Dusties out there,
Yeah,
we are,
Dusties,
yeah,
Benoit,
the rest of the Dusties, we're
bonsoir,
starting the
monsieur.
stream.
So, Nami, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yo,
Okay,
Kaiser love, yeah?
Amen, amen. Holy presence.
Yeah.
okay, peace, peace.
I love family.
Yeah, I'm still doing a stream, Al, but
Nazarene on the track.
shout out. What's good, Dusties? This show is called Don't Trust Expats on saying Africa is easy. It's not. It's hard. And I want to leave now. So we're going to be analyzing this, and we'll talk about the economics, a little bit about Africa, how to survive, and a little bit of euro dollars and all of the good stuff. Shout out to the sponsor of this stream. It's flexed up with the Fulani dollars. So do appreciate it. Always appreciate it. So shout out to you. If the rest of you does want to support, make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Click the notification bell thing, because I think only 5% of you actually click on the notification bell icon so that you get over there. But yeah, we'll start again. We'll start talking about our sister over here. Shout out to the sister. Let's get it.
I want you guys to keep that in mind. If you're coming from abroad, stop listening to these YouTubers. They're lying. They're telling you can get it to.
She said she went in heavy. She's like, don't listen to these people online. Don't listen to these YouTubers. They're lying. Generally, I agree with her, right? Most of the YouTubers are lying. They're not telling you the real stuff, right? Benoit came through. Benoit told us the truth of how easy or how hard it is for him to make it in Sierra Leone. I tell you the truth about how easy or hard it is to make it in Africa. But most of these people are just out here promoting their own propaganda. So I 100% agree with her. Don't listen to these people. Most of them are just lying for whatever it is instead of telling you the truth so you can prepare yourself. 100%. Sister came in hot. 100% agree with her.
Place for like $20 a week, stuff like that. If you probably getting a place for that cheap, it's gonna be very far out. And I know those people that are coming from the south, they're like, oh, you know.
Now. Here's where I have to correct her. You can get a place for $20 a week in Nairobi area. That is okay. You got modern amenities, you got your modern toilets, modern bath, and everything, right? That's like $80 a month. Yes, you can find a place for that. It's not going to be the greatest place, but yes, you can find a studio apartment. What I mean by that is a bed sitter. Yes, you can find somewhere to live with an internet connection, water, an apartment, right? A modern apartment, right? For $80 a week is possible. However, I don't recommend getting an apartment like that. I recommend an apartment that's going to cost you minimum $150 a month in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda area. So yes, she's not necessarily saying the 100% truth. You can get it, but I recommend spending a minimum of $150 a month. Okay.
Oh, I'm used to that, whatever. Yo, it's different. This is not the South. This is not America.
More attention to it. So generally, it's about this woman. She's an African American. She comes to Tanzania, and she stays for a couple of time, and then something happens, something which is both not interesting, but it's worth learning from you as a person who is here to come to Africa. Remember yesterday I also did a video which is similarly related to this. So these are the some of the challenges that visitors face, or generally African Americans who come to Africa for the first time face, and they have to cope up with this. So guys, I want us to watch this video. It's worth watching because you learn a lot from it. And most of people who are coming to, you are coming to Africa and later on going back to the United States because of financial reasons, basically, is because of such kind of things. So let's watch the video and learn from each other.
So good morning, guys. So I have a little message that I wanted to talk about because it's something that you guys should know, like, before you're coming to Tanzania. If you're not here already, please stop listening to these YouTubers that keep on telling you that this place is dirt cheap and you could get a place for like $300 a month. You guys gotta realize something. The economy here in the past year, houses are going up like crazy. You cannot get houses so easily for like $200 a month, $300 a month. That you're not gonna find that, especially close to the center and close to where everything is. Like, I'm a realist. I'm always gonna tell you guys the truth. Stop listening to these YouTubers that are.
Okay. So let's correct the sister. Okay. She's misinformed. Okay. She's dusty but misinformed. You can find a place for $200 a month very easily. You can find a place for $300 a month. Again, we talk about East Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, even Ethiopia, actually, right? You can find them, right? I've shown these houses before several times. You just need to pay a consultant your money, right, $50, to help you do it. You're not gonna do it yourself because they're gonna add on, foreigner money. You're going there, right? You niggas come to Africa with your accents, right? You're, hey man, what's good, man? What's good, man? Right? People are gonna scam you, right? You can't be out here talking like you're Mzungu and expect African prices. No, that's not gonna happen. When I was out with Brandon in Kenya, half the niggas didn't understand what Brandon was saying because he's out here talking some next English that even I change my English when I talk to Africans, right? My English starts becoming hello, I am Kezo, and they understand me. But when I start talking like this, like I'm from some alien from the UK, that's when prices start going up. So sis, yes, guys, I'm not lying to you, right? You can find a decent place for $200. I even said $150. So no, she just simply doesn't have the connections, and that's what you need in Africa. Unfortunately, if you don't have it, so she's a little bit dusty.
I'm telling you, you could get a place for like $20 a month. Like they are dragging it. Like it's crazy.
Yeah. You're not gonna find somewhere safe for $20 a month unless you want to live in Kibera, right? Unless you want to be smelling feces, right, every morning, for morning tea. No, $20 a month. You're gonna be living in a slum, right? I'm talking about the slummiest slum. So yeah, that one is untrue. So if any YouTuber tells you lies like that, don't listen to him. $150 a month is a good starting price for rent.
Crazy. People are coming here, like they're staying here for like a couple days. They're calling me, contacting me, and they're like, "Oh, where can I get a place for like $300?" I'm like, I don't know where you could get a place for $300 a month. Stuff here is getting expensive now, and it's only gonna rise up. Like I understand people want to leave the States. Trust me, I did not want to stay in the States at all. I don't see myself living there ever again. But you gotta know that you can't come here and like expect to pay nothing for rent. Like, especially if you don't have money. Like, you gotta come here with a good amount of money to sustain you and your family if you have family.
Yeah, I don't recommend moving to Africa, right? Nah. Don't do that. Don't move to Africa. Come, do your research, right? By yourself. Don't bring your dusty ass family unless you can afford it, right? But since we're having this discussion, you clearly can't afford to bring your family, right? So don't come to Africa with $2,000, right, with your family. That's not going to happen, obviously, right? There's so many costs that you're going to incur. So no, that's not a good idea. I agree with her on that point. But as a single guy, right, with your girlfriend, if you have an extra human being, fine. Not a wife, not kids, right? You can come. You can spend here 2 months, right? Rent is $150 a month each month, right? That's 300. And you're talking about another 200 for deposit. $2,000, you can survive a month in Africa as a normal person, right? Again, you wouldn't be watching this video if you got mad money, right?
So yeah, I want you guys to keep that in mind. If you're coming from abroad, stop listening to these YouTubers. They're lying. They're telling you can get a place for like $20 a week, stuff like that. If you probably getting a place for that cheap, it's gonna be very far out. And I know those people that are coming from the south, they're like, oh, I'm used to that, whatever. Yo, it's different. This is not.
You're not gonna get a place for $20 a month. Let's just remove that. You're not, unless you want to live in Kibera, living in a shack, right? You corrugated metal sheets. I'm not even steel, iron sheets, right, with rust, and thieves and everything. You're not gonna get $20 a month. That let's just remove that and dispel that. You will get something, as I mentioned, for $150 a month onwards. Yes.
The South. This is not America. If you're out in a remote area amongst locals, you're going to be a target. Like you can.
100%, sis. 100%. Again, you know what? She's giving good. Shout out to Ike says she's cute-ish. Shout out to you. 100%. Don't go near locals, man. Niggas think that locals live with the poor people. No. Do not live near your average local. They're gonna keep asking you for money, and if you don't, they will plan some kind of heist against you. That's the fact.
You can't just live in the middle of nowhere, especially if you don't speak the language. So you guys have to keep that in mind. and stop listening to these YouTubers that are straight up lying to you about what's going on here. I'm gonna tell you the truth, and I always tell people the truth. The thing that people be lying about as well is that people be lying over here saying that it's easy to set up a business. It's very hard to set up a business here. I know one guy who tried to open up a car dealership here. He ended up spending well over 100,000 USD, and he realized like his profit was like $40, and they gave him hell going through all these loops trying to, you know, open up a business and all that stuff. Like,
Yeah. No. Opening up a business is very easy in Africa, right? You're not talking about profit. That's a very separate discussion, right? Opening a business versus running a successful business are two separate things, right? One is logistics, and the other one is just following rules, right? So, no, sis, when you open up a business, right, it's not the same as your business succeeding, right? And you mentioned a car dealership. Yeah, you should have done the research, know how much tax the government's going to put on your car over there, right? Because sis, for you probably assume, if I bring in a $2,000 car from America, I can sell that car here for $4,000. Yeah, it's true. You can. Actually, you can sell it for $6,000, right? A $2,000 car from America will sell for $6,000 in Tanzania. You're not wrong, but here's an issue. The moment you put that car through the import fees, you know what we'll do? They'll evaluate you on taxes based on how much they think the car is worth. So if they think the car is worth $6,000, they'll probably give you a $4,000 tax on your cars you imported. So that's why they had only $40 of profit after selling each car, right? Considering rent and everything else, that's a separate issue. That's now running a business. That's got nothing to do with Africa. That's just got to do with market research. But yeah, opening up a business is very straightforward.
It's not easy. It's not easy. So stop listening to people that tell you, oh, you could just come here, set up a business, It's not easy. It's best to go to countries where you can get residency easy, that you can work and have a business easy, instead of going through all these loops and turns and don't even put yourself through that, especially if you got a family. Like, make sure you have a constant income before you come here. That is the smartest thing to do. These YouTubers that be out here straight lying to people on.
So here's the thing. Nobody lied to her, right? You don't move to Africa. I keep telling people this. You go explore your opportunities. Once it's good enough for you, then you make more semi-permanent, things happening. Shout out to another sponsor of this show, Brian, with the $10. He says, she said had moved to Caribbean, and she should have moved to the Caribbean and Latin America. Why Africa? Since she could aspects of it in the America, plus it's closer. That's a good point. But I think she's probably part of the whole Pan-African movement, whereby people want to go around and start, feeling as if they're part of the African family, right? This is one of the family sisters, unfortunately.
YouTube and, sending people down here and not helping them. That happened to my family. Y'all are wicked as hell. It's like, I feel like you guys have a separate hell just for you guys, because how do you send people here with your good conscience and you're scamming people? Like, I've heard so many stories where people are out here scamming people, and they're expats. It's not even locals. Like, it's expats. Expats scamming expats and sending them, telling them to come over here, showing them.
Well, I just don't trust Black Americans, man. Black Americans seem to be scamming everywhere.
One house, that happens to my family. Showing them one house and be like, yo, if you don't like it, that's not our problem. But we showed you a house and give us money, like, give us like $100 for showing you that house. Like, people are really sick. Like, y'all can't just...
That is not a scam, sis. They showed you the house, right? You didn't like it. You need to pay for the service, right? That's how the world works with. Now I get it, right? If I run a business, I'll try to, show people the nicest house. And, if they didn't like it, I'll find them multiple houses. But sis, come on, man. You can't be out here saying that's a scam. That is not even a scam, right? That's just, oh my goodness. Shout out to you, Dr. Thunder. What's good? over there. Now the sister definitely got it confused. That is not a scam. That's called business. If you ain't got no money, take your broke at home, right?
Do people wrong and expect it not to come back to you. I always say that. Like, you don't know, like, you could be doing somebody wrong today, and then the next day, you could get into a car accident. Like, stuff like that happens. Like, you cannot just treat people any way. Like,
Wait. What's his sister saying? You can do people wrong today and tomorrow get in a car accident. So if you did them right, your business partner, business, just a random person you got a house from, what are they gonna do? They're gonna pay your medical bills. Sis is definitely unsynchronized, right? Does Tisha exactly? This is an unsynchronized sister talking right now. What your car dealership person, your house real estate person, right? Brian is a real estate guy. Is he gonna pay for your medical bills tomorrow? What?
stop trying to do people wrong. If you do good, good will come back to you. And I'm a firm believer on that. Stop trying to scam people. It's not cute. Especially these expats. These expats, that's a whole different conversation. But stop listening to these YouTubers that are out here lying. Do not listen to them because they just want to set you guys up for failure, literally, and for their own gain, because they're probably broke out here, they don't got no money in their pocket, and they just want to take advantage of you. And if it doesn't...
Hey, guys, I'm broke out here in Africa. I just want some money in my pocket. So send me some super chats so that I'm not so broke anymore, right? She's not lying. Africa ain't cheap. Yeah, you niggas think Africa is cheap? No. I'm living on $2 a day thanks to the super chats that I'm getting, right? So yeah, if you want to help me out, right? Yeah, we YouTubers can't be trusted. We're all liars. Africa ain't cheap. Please send us super chats so that we don't live in Kibera anymore.
Apply. I don't need people commenting on my video saying if it doesn't apply, let it fly. I'm talking to the people that you guys know what you're doing. To these people, these innocent people out here that are coming from so far just to find a better life, and you guys are taking advantage of them. It's not right. It's not right at all, and that needs to be stopped. That needs to be stopped, and people need to stop just sweeping it under the rug and not saying nothing. Like, stop. $20 a month housing, $200 a month. Where? That's my scarf, y'all. I just need to brush up my hair. I'm drinking rum on Red Bull. Just kidding. This is just diatomaceous earth and water. Yummy. We love it.
So one thing that I'll tell you as a matter of fact is that do not trust YouTubers, not even me. That's true. What I'll tell you, just listen to what we are telling you, but don't trust everything that we tell you, including to me, because these are human beings, people with biases. For example, I want to sell you a country, so I might want to, overlook the negative sides of that country and tell you the positive sides of it. So when you come to Africa, you expect the same things that I told you on my videos. When you come, you find something opposite. You can't trace me, you don't have my contacts, you can't find me. So you see, you find this so difficult to attain.
What's good, Zulia?
Yo, what's good, man? How's life?
Not too bad. What about you?
Yeah, it's good, man. I got a bit of a cold actually, but yeah, I'm just doing some reading, man. These African Americans, man, I don't know why they just go without doing any sort of research, without trying to have any sort of social links. I mean, do they expect that they're just going to walk into Africa and say, I know I've been gone for 400 or 200, potentially 200, 150, 300 years, and then suddenly everyone goes, welcome home, we've missed you. Like, what did they expect? A job lined up for them, a 401k, an apartment, a car? Like, it's some sort of job that they get with all expenses paid? I mean, what's wrong with them?
Yeah, I think that's the issue, right? A lot of them actually. Okay, here's the issue though. I'm not coming forward in my or anything, but some people create such an image of Africa that is like the most easy place. It's great. It's all rich everywhere, and that they're gonna survive it on $20.
Why would you even think $20 a month is enough rent money, Zulia? In the UK, the cheapest you can find rent is £300, and that's like in Wales. So how are you going to expect in Africa $20 a month? I mean, that's crazy.
I mean, I just don't understand. But this is what I'm trying to say is I think there's a problem with I think it's a problem with parenting, man, and or lack of parenting that I think is endemic within Western Africans people in the developed West, where I don't know what you're supposed to have children and impart knowledge so that they don't replicate the mistakes or the challenges that you made or have seen in your life, right? And for whatever reason, it feels like these children are just starting from scratch. There's no leadership, there's no mentorship, there's nothing. And it just saddens me that people can go through an education system for allegedly 10 years in a supposedly high IQ country, and they come out of the education, which is free, by the way, and they don't know a damn thing. Not only don't they have a damn thing, they don't even have the ability to critically analyze, research, or to deduce things. Like it's crazy, it's sad, you know, and there we go. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, my cousins in Kenya, every day I'm getting messages, them telling me how bad it is, poverty, expensive, currency weak, everything's rising, taxes coming out of the arse everywhere, you know, and they want to get up out there. They want to go Germany, they want to go Canada, they just want to leave, man. And if these African Americans want to go the other way, you know, how could they not go without having sizable income? How could they not go without thinking about a way to generate income? Even rental property in the West would be a way of generating income because at least the Western money would still come every month into your bank account, right? But these guys don't even do that, you know? So what did they expect? I mean, Africa is not an industrialized place, is it?
Yep. Exactly. I couldn't agree more about that point. Let's let on. Al, what do you think? What's going on? Who's at fault here? Is it the YouTubers or is it the Black Americans?
Zulia is so on point, you know. Yeah, Zulia, stop killing me, man. But the reality is when you yeah, these people are so dumb. I mean, look at the brother, yeah, that just been on the other stream, right? You know, he's a white Canadian brother, yeah, that came to West Africa using his IQ, his intelligence and stuff like that to get around. He just actually explained to us, which I actually think loads of Black Americans will struggle to do. The trouble is, to be honest with you, is Wademaya. Now listen, Wademaya is playing the Ghanaians coming in them. Wademaya is going, you're right, also, Kaiser. He's going around telling, showing all this fancy Africa and all that, and really not giving them the real picture of, you know, how the situation is in Africa, you know, how to go around and how to deal with things. And if you're going to be sitting on YouTube and learning stuff from YouTube, you know, and just take a whole heap of chance just on what you see on YouTube, then obviously that must say something about your, you know, your low expectation, isn't it? You know, you can't do that. I think African Americans coming to Africa, they should do their research. Any human being, if you're going to be traveling to a country, you should do your research before you go there.
Yep. I agree. Let's see what this guy says.
So as a result, it's important not to trust all YouTubers, but listen to them and listen to their perspectives, and at the end of the day, make your decisions not to fall into these problems.
I thought that the American school system should have been better than the African one. How come the African is the one here telling us how to do things the right way? Yeah, listen to people, listen to the information, cross-reference information, and then do your own research, find out from multiple sources, then you make a decision. That's like basics of critical thinking. This lady probably just heard someone, yeah, man, over here in Africa, it's so cheap, man. Like you can get a house for $20 a month, man. Like imagine in Atlanta, I'm out here paying $1,700 for one bedroom. Then Africa, I'm living in $20 a month. What's going on, man?
No, but I'm gonna yes, I'm a YouTuber, but what you don't know, I'm a human being, because I might want to sell you something according to how I feel it, but it might be different when you come to, when you come to Africa. Uh, One thing which is also important, you see a video on YouTube, try to understand the exact date and time in which these things are happening. For example, if the prices of land, for example, is 3,000 USD, it's November 21st today. Do you know the same price? It won't be the same when it comes to next year, maybe April. The prices will change. So when you budget yourself, knowing that you're told that the price of land is, this price, and then when you reach there, you find that it's higher, you might see if it's different, So these are the mistakes that I'm talking about. So don't make these mistakes. That's why I'll always advise you, if you listen for a price of a product before going to Africa, at least spare one and a half price, which is more than the one which is quoted to you by a person, or the one that it has been listed somewhere, or the one that you've heard from somebody. Because these things are subject to change. Prices are subject to change. And one thing that I'll tell you as a matter of fact, this is painful, but it's true. The moment you step on Africa and those people listen to your accent, that's the moment the prices will spike up. That's the truth. I'm not lying to you. Whether it's in Tanzania, whether it's in Kenya.
Bro, as I mentioned, when I was at Brandon, man, prices used to go up for us because he's got a heavy American accent, right? I'm out here trying to sound like a Dusty. I'm like, ooga booga. This nigga's out here is like, hey, man, hey, Kaz, man, what's good, man? Let's have some chapatis and some meat. You're not going to get away with that weird accent, man. Listen, there's an accent tax in Africa. Forget skin color. Skin color makes it easy for them to always obviously overcharge white people. But when you got a funny accent from a different place, if you come here with a Nigerian accent, you're going to get scammed. You can't be like, waiting day. Do not talk your dusty Nigerian Creole language, right? Don't do it. Don't talk in English from your American accent or the UK accent. You got to go play it down, man. Learn some Ugandan accent or something. No one's going to overcharge you if you're coming in Ugandan shillings, right? You have to play it cool. Bro, I do not speak this accent when I'm talking to the average Kenyan. I promise you, prices will go up.
Whether it's in Ghana, whether it's in Nigeria, any part of Africa. Remember, human beings are human beings, and perception is something which is so difficult to change. When a black person believes that, when a person comes from the United States, have a lot of money, that's what they believe. The prices might be different that they are selling to the locals. That's why they are able to survive. But you're wondering why you're coming in the United States, USDs in Tanzania or in Kenya, but you realize that the money still can't suffice everything you want. This is because of that problem. So normally it's not generally about, YouTubers lying to you, but there are some things which comes into place that you need to look so keenly. You need to look so keenly. Because most of the things YouTubers don't say, including me, but when you go there, you find them. But at least there is change. We are working hard to tell you everything that's happening on the ground so that you don't, fantasize Africa. So that's what we do.
You know what? I think this is my favorite Kenyan or any sort of African YouTuber. He's telling you the truth, man. This whole fantasy stuff that a lot of people put in is not good. Interesting. It seems like a high IQ guy.
But as I told you, don't trust everything I told you. But listen, take what you think it's important. And what's not important, just leave it at that point. I think we are together. I think we understand each other until this point. Another thing that you need to know, it's always advantageous if you get someone in the United States that has been to that country. See, the importance of this, getting a person, like a physical person that you're talking to, not even me as a YouTuber or a person. The importance of this is that they will tell you the truth and they will tell you everything because they have been to that place, and coincidentally, maybe you are also going to that place. So it's easier for them to tell you, it's easier for them to tell you everything which is happening there. So always use that to your advantage when you find someone who has been to that place, because they'll give you insights, the secrets, how to survive on those places.
Yeah, man. Tyrone, I don't know how much you've heard of this, right? But do you think YouTubers are lying to Africans, telling them that's easy, or is it Black Americans' fault? Can you hear us, Tyrone? I think your microphone is misbehaving. Facts. I have a strong Akata accent. The prices, yeah. You guys, man, just learn. Okay, let me show you my Kenyan accent, right? I just sound like a rich kid from Kenya, right? This is my actual Kenyan accent. Hey, actually, I don't even speak English. I speak Kiswahili. So the other thing is you got to learn the native language. Because let's say you have a weird accent, but you speak the native language. What that means is you could be a rich kid, but a rich kid of that nation, meaning they won't overprice you too much. But when you come with a directly different foreign accent, that's when there's no hope for you. So my Kenyan accent is like this, right? Hello. Uh, can you help me with the onion? I want to buy the onion right now. I know it sounds a bit Nigerian, but yeah, give me the onion. I would like to eat the onion over there. That's it. There's no hello. Can you pass me the onion? Yeah, over there. Yeah, in it, mate. No, you can't go around sounding like that, bro. That's not gonna work. You're literally inviting them to scam you, right? Unless you are rich enough and you don't care about small scams, right? That's the point. Um, or you sound humble. Who has more of a white voice, Igwe or Zilli? To be honest, you have a very white voice. I'm a stronger white accent than me. Yeah, you have a very white voice. You even have that nasally sound. It sounds like you're speaking through your nose, Zulia. Like in Kenya, they'll call you shwang shwang. They'll say that you speak through your nose, you're twanging, etc. Right? Jamaican accent reminds me of Nigerians with the Irish twang. For me, my accent isn't that strong, and I also put on a fake African accent, right? Can you pass me the banana? The banana over there, the one that is ripe. I would like to buy it. You said it is only 20 shillings. Also, when you're buying stuff, you don't start asking what's the price. You say, hey, this one it's for 20 shillings, eh? Right? You go for them negative. Then they were like, no, it is 80 shillings, right? But you come here with a Black American accent, be like, hey man, can you pass me that banana over there? Right? How much is the banana? Yeah, how many shillings do I gotta give you, man? Like, I got here like 200 shillings. Have you got a change for that? No, that you're not gonna go anywhere. Like, I guarantee you, you're not gonna go anywhere sounding like that.
And it won't be that difficult to you. One thing that I always tell you, coming to Africa is not easy. But again, it doesn't mean that it's impossible. It's not easy, but it is possible. So coming to Africa, it's possible. And you are all welcome to come to Africa, but you must check.
We don't want no criminals in Africa. If the white man says that you out here, you got like some violent crime or some crimes messing up with children, don't come to Africa. If you're a thief, that's fine. But if you out here messing with the children, right? You got some all that shit. Not don't come to Africa. White power. No. We don't want all of them, right? They're not all welcome, bro. Stop the cap, right? We don't want no violent criminals in here. Yeah, the criminals is fine. Just make sure they're not violent criminals, right? No violent criminals, guys. If you're a violent criminal, right? And by criminal, I don't mean what the government says is a criminal, right? I mean you've been violent many times, right? You beat your wife, right? You beat your left toe every night, right? You beat your meat. If you're violent, don't come to Africa, right? You ain't got to be caught for it. Just don't come to Africa if you're violent, right? Alexis says, Kaiser's American accent gets me every time. Kai's American accent sounds confusing as hell. Right, that's the situation, man. Let's watch one more section and we'll let the panelists see what they say.
Precaution, so that you might not fall into traps. Please, this video will be so important if you also watch the video that I posted yesterday. Kindly go do a follow-up and watch that video. This video will make sense to you. What this lady is saying if you watched my yesterday's video. So kindly go and watch that video. And the advantage of this is that they can also connect you to somebody. So there's this one thing which is strong in Africa. this thing called connection. Connection moves mountain. Some people also believe in connection rather than hard work. So connection is important. So when you find a person who has been to Africa and they add in, especially a person who has ever been a local in Africa, and you find them in the United States and coincidentally,
Bro, these Dusties are too poor to pay Kaiser $50 so that he can get them everything that they need. Case closed. But yeah, what's good, panelists, man? We'll start with the proud Horner character. What's good, brother, man? Is you good, Andre? Is you there, Andre? Or should I call you Hombre? Andre the Hombre, right? It looks like all you niggas don't know how to use your computers. What about you, Tyrone? Is your
What up, bro? What up? Yeah, I'm listening in.
Wolf in sheepskin? Interesting. So that's a black sheep with the white fur. Interesting.
No, it's a greyhound in white fur.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah. Oh, let me get Marvel menthol ice.
My microphone works. I feel like what's up, white sheep? You know, I feel like you wouldn't be so white so bad, bro. You just give that vibe, you know. You're a black American who says he's a red Indian. You still believe in that delusion?
It's not a delusion, it's reality.
I feel like you're
like, why would you say it is a delusion? For one, we wouldn't even be considered African if we're cut off from there for like 400 to 500 years, right? So our recent relatives would be American Indians if you are to go by that sex farm myth, because majority of those chattel slaves, domestic chattel slaves, mind you, were indigenous Americans used to breed new slaves. So why do you think it's fake?
I think it's retarded. I think it's just a low IQ coin. It's like
so if it's retarded, can you present some evidence?
Evidence is you look like a Negro.
I don't want to hear any emotions. I want to deal with facts and facts alone.
You look like a Negro, and
so what is a Negro look?
A Negro look is not native to the Americas. And
a Negro look is universal, is it not? We have Melanesians. Hold on. We got Melanesians, Polynesians, Southeast Asians. We have early Europeans, all with so-called Negroid features. So can you say, can we come to the conclusion that America also had these features as well?
You stated a scientific fact, you know, like I wish you
could that's scientific fact.
I wish that you could accept it, your Africanness, you know, like instead of like claiming.
Have you ever traveled outside of your hut, bro? Have you ever been to Pacific Islands?
You know, your hero.
Have you ever been to Southeast Asia?
Wait, look, your hero, the Black American Michael X, he claims to be an African descendant, you know. Your hero, you know.
You said who?
Malcolm X, you know that guy? Malcolm X.
You do know Malcolm X was trained by the Nation of Islam, right? The Nation of Islam get their information from the Moorish Science Temple. Without Garveyites or Nation of Islam, Malcolm X would have just been a common thug.
I feel like you believe in conspiracy theory, you know.
That's not a conspiracy theory. That's a fact. It is. That's a fact.
You being a red
Malcolm X. Malcolm X. It was a Caribbean. He was not a Black American.
No.
His mother is from the West Indies.
No.
You are what your mother is, right?
Why are you wasting time with this guy who want to be anything else?
Oh, it's not time wasting at all. You just said that your opinion
You just
on
want to be
Black
anything
Americans
else
being
other than
Indian
that.
is full of
Listen,
crap,
listen,
right?
listen.
So
You just
let's
want to be
see
anything
your
else other
research,
than being
bro.
black. Good for you. Don't waste your time.
Yeah, but look,
You go and be
why
let him be. Listen, let him go and be Red Indian. That's fine. Go ahead.
So do you
but
know
like,
any other Black American in history?
Good for you. And those Morris
Hold
people
on,
like
because
those
we can
Morris,
go down. I
those
can
Morris
name
people that you
names
talk about.
about.
We
We
bred
names
those
of Black
Morris that you
Americans who
talk
made
about.
up an African
That you
identity.
proud to be.
Have you ever heard of Ira Aldridge? He was a famous theater actor, a thespian, and he went to Europe and made up a Fulani identity for himself, not having any history of coming from an African slave ship. Did you not know that?
You're telling me my history, but that doesn't divert the fact that African
Did you know
Americans
there was another
genetic.
Black American by the name of Aloda Equiano? His real name was Gustavus Vassa, and they went into his records and found out he
Yo,
fabricated being a prince in
yeah, one
Senegal.
second, Tyrone. 1 second, Tyrone. Let me just
Let
shout out
Kaiser have
to,
the mic.
yeah, let me acknowledge this massive super chat here, man. Shout out, man. Dwight Man over there. Shout out to the French colonizing Dwight Man. Shout out to Benoit Lapierre for $100 Canadian. Thank you. A great time, family. I do appreciate it, brother. Trust me. That is no small feat. Literally, you have a big feet. Anyways,
He's my Salon brother. He is my Sierra Leone brother. You know, I like that guy. Yeah, not a lot of time I say that about people, but that guy is cool, man. That guy is cool. You know, these are the sort of people that we want in our space. Someone that love our people, our culture, and our ways. Not coming to change things. Love the things as they are, Kaiser. You know, Pan-Africanism is not about color. It's about building alliance.
Actually, it is about color. It's about a black crayon ethno state.
Well,
it has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with uniting Africa at all.
That's what people turn it to. If you want to build the
no,
continent,
it isn't, bro. Because Pan-Africanism. Hold on.
You have to build alliance. Without you can't build.
Because without white supremacy, you would not have Pan-Africanism.
White. That's true. That's true.
African.
I will not deny that. But the reality is, you know, you need alliance. You need to build bridges. You know, you can't.
Actually, we do not. We don't. Because anybody that's talking this unity stuff, they're not on the same page.
You are not, because you come in here not to build bridge right now. Because what you come in here to do, you're trying to come here to show us that you're different to us because you got red Indian blood. That's what you're trying to do.
No, it doesn't, because we don't have any such lineage or connection or cultural ties to Africa. That does not make us African. So get this. Africans, such as people in the North and the Horn, are allowed to delineate from your Pan-African black ethno state. But when it comes to Black Americans, we are supposed to hold on to this Pan-Black, Pan-African nationalist ideology when we're not even related by means of 500 years or so.
If you look at the continent,
Africans in the North have always been in the continent of Africa, but Eurocentrics can separate you from Greater Africa and call you a sub-Saharan.
That's the Europeans did that, but the Africans from the North.
But you're calling yourself that.
No.
Hey,
are you listening?
Can I interrupt real quick?
Yeah, let me just respond to him. Sorry, I apologize.
No, Al,
let me just.
It's Al, my brother.
Yes.
Hey.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go on.
Al, it's flexed up, right? Al,
yeah. Sorry. Go on.
I don't know if you've been to America, but let me just tell you, it's a waste of time. Let people identify as what they want to identify. I sponsored the show. I want to talk about African affairs, African economics. I don't want to talk about anybody else right now. So that's all I came up to say. You know, respect everybody.
My God, where are you from? The guy that just entered the chat. Where are you from? Are you living in Africa or are you living in America?
I'm a Fulani, and I live in America.
Fulani, got you. Okay, yes. So do you have any proof of that?
Proof? What do you mean proof of that? Man,
yeah. Do you have any lineage proof to a Fulani tribe?
Okay. All right. All right, Tyrone. I'm Indian too. I'm gonna head out. I'll see
No,
y'all.
I want to know. I want to know
Let's just
where
keep
is
the
your
topic.
Fulani evidence?
My
Did you
Fulani
find this
evidence.
out off a DNA kit?
No, I left.
Did
I
somebody
left my.
bestow this upon you? Is this in your
I,
genealogical records? I want to know this.
I left my Fulani card in my other pants, so I can show it to you. So like I left my Herders Association card.
I don't know.
So
Maybe Africans should adopt the blood quantum from Native Americans and start pushing Black Americans who appropriate their culture out. I think they should.
Tyrone,
Because all it is just cultural
you have the
appropriation on Black Americans' part.
Tyrone, you have the freedom to do whatever you like. I don't care what you do. I don't care if you identify as a man, a woman, a dog. I don't care. I really don't care
All
what you
right, so
identify as. I don't care about your
living your
lineage.
identity in
I don't
Africa,
care about your
Fulani man?
lineage. I don't care about anything
You
outside
do
of
know a
African
Fulani
economics
isn't
right
really
now.
a tribe or ethnic group, right? That's just
Okay, you're
a
not going to argue.
conglomerate of
We're not going
nomadic
to argue that.
people
It's
with
whatever.
Muslim
It's
culture.
no, it's not.
Yeah, it
But it's
is.
whatever.
Yeah,
That's
it
a different
is.
topic for another day.
Yeah,
It's
it
not.
is.
But that's a
Yeah,
different
it is.
topic for
They're
another
not
day.
actually indigenous. They're just a bunch
Oh,
of mixed
okay.
breed
False,
nomads.
but whatever. Hey, let's just keep it on African economics.
This guy is
All of this
completely
other stuff is
delusional.
distraction. Like, I don't know. If you're not African, don't come on the channel. It is what it is.
Are
Bye.
you African? I want to know this. Are you? Were you born there? See, that's why he fled, because he couldn't provide any evidence on that.
You ask the guy if it's Fulani. The guy is more. Listen, you're speaking to two Fulani. I'm a Fulani also, but you see him. He's more Fulani
you're
than
a
me.
Fulani. Got you.
Yes.
Got you. Are you a slaver?
I am. Okay, I'll tell you exactly why. I'm half Fulani and half Madinka. Yeah, he's full Fulani blood, right? He can trace his ancestral lineage back to his ancestral land. So
what was his ancestral kings? What was his kings and queens?
Now you're asking questions. You can trace it all the way back from the Northwest Nile Valley in Egypt to West Africa, in where you call Senegal today, and to the
they descend from Senegal. Egypt? They descend from Egypt. I didn't know Fulani's descend from Egyptians.
From Sudan to Senegal.
But wait a minute, didn't the white man say Sudan is white Africa?
Bilal al-Sudan. Do you know what that means? The land of the black.
Fulani didn't come from Sudan.
All West Africans came from Sudan. All black.
Oh, they did? They did? Which one? What bones do you have to prove that?
Majority is not. I don't need to prove anything for you, to you. As far as I'm concerned, you're red Indian.
No, for real. I want to learn your oral history on how West Africans fled from Sudan and became a so-called sub-Saharan.
It's not oral. It's genetic, linguistic, and historical facts.
There's no genetics behind culture and race. There's no dynastic nucleotide for it. I want to know. I want to know oral history. See, Eurocentrics got y'all away from oral history and artifacts and getting into DNA pseudoscience.
It's all packed in one box, neat and tidy, untouched, and this is a fact. It's like the fact been wrapped up, in a. I don't know how you wanna shape this, right? And give it to you. So unfortunately for you, you do not know who you are. You don't know what I do. Are. You're a lost person in a lost world. You're in America, in the land of immigrants, where identities are mixed up, right? And unfortunately,
wait a minute, isn't Africans mixed up, bro?
Yes, we are mixed
up. Those ancient clans, those countries like Oyo Empire, all these places, they were all destroyed, and all of those Africans were mixed up. What are you talking about?
All Africans are mixed up, but they
have biracial populations in Africa. So what are you talking about? You got the Cape Verde Fogo. You got all those Portuguese mulattoes. You got bastards. What are you talking about? Y'all niggas is mixed up.
Yes, we do have
Africans in West Africa don't even know their own history. They don't even know anything about the transatlantic slave trade. Most Africans, when we talk
No,
to Africans about the transatlantic slave trade, they don't have no clue that
they
that
don't
shit
know
ever
about it
happened.
because it's not been taught in schools. It's not because they don't
Actually, it
want to know
is.
about it.
It is. They teach
No, it's
y'all
not.
roots.
It's not
They
all
show y'all the
country.
movie Roots and
It's not
Amistad.
all.
They show
You're not
you
listening.
movies
Let's
like
have a
12 Years a Slave.
what's your name? What's your name again? I can't see
They
your name.
they
What's your
give
name?
y'all the homie warrior,
Hello.
woman
Hello.
king,
What's your name again? What's your name again? And is
wolf
it
in
what's your name?
sheep's clothing.
Okay, sheep's clothing. Let's have a conversation and
Wolf
let's make
in
it two-way.
sheep's clothing.
Okay, let's have a two-way conversation, right? I do not disagree that West Africans have different genetics and different admixture. Yeah, I do not deny that. I did not deny the Moorish, didn't exist. I did not deny some African Americans have, mix of Moorish ancestry because of obviously they came from
I
West
didn't say
Africa.
anything about the
Yeah.
Moors.
No, okay. Well, you mentioned about the Nation of Islam, and I did not
Yeah,
say.
sorry, 1 second. Sorry, unfortunately, Tyrone, someone did send $5 to get rid of you from this stream, but I will do a special stream for you, Tyrone, on Native American Indians later on, probably tomorrow. But shout out to you over there, and then again, shout out to the sponsor of this stream. We got Flexed Up for $5. He's the one who recommended this show. We got Brian for $10. Shout out to you. We got Benoit for $100, and then Flexed Up for $5. Yeah. So Tyrone, we will do a show on Indians, right?
No, Lord, Kaiser, sometimes Kaiser, you need to check on who's is coming on live sometime. You need to, man. You need to filter this shit, bro.
No, it's good. Everyone should have a space, but obviously on their own
Yeah.
show, right? This one is for economics, so and Black Americans and whether they bring value to African economy. So, Judy, I got a question for you, man. What sort of businesses, right, would you invest in Africa? And which country would you invest in?
What sole businesses or what kind of business?
Yeah. So, what sort
What
of business, right, do you
Okay.
think that foreign should invest in?
Man, that's a tough question, man. For me, I'm thinking that it's actually risky doing business on the continent because most businesses are not protected. Um, there are not a lot of things in place. Insurance, most businesses in the West is covered by insurance. And based on that, the banking system also allowed loans that flows into businesses. Now in Africa, we don't have that. Banks are tight to give out loans to businesses. Insurance doesn't really protect businesses at all. It's really hard to do business on the continent. But if I was to invest in Africa doing business, one of the major things that I'll get into is agriculture. Agriculture is what people should invest in when it comes to animal rearing, poultry, getting this bird. I mean, yeah, just agriculture. It comes to the bird rearing, that's chicken, fowl, ducks, if you want to. And then also invest in certain kind of agricultural crops like uh, corn, major things that Africans eat, rice, um, you know, bananas, plantains, and all of these things. So my major investment that I'm looking on, even in Cameroon, I was talking to Kifao, is majorly agriculture. And but if you want to invest in certain things like buying product from China and selling it in Africa, that might work. Doing oil middleman. Hold on, doing a middle, because most people invest doing middleman work. They buy stuff from overseas and they do drop shipping in Africa, right? You like the Amazon of those countries. You open a little warehouse where you get this stuff, it comes over to your place, and then now you ship it to other locations. So that's kind of another kind of business that people are getting into. And um um based can you mute Alex? Can you mute or whatever? It's not Alex or this guy that just got on the panel. Um, but investing in Africa, like I said, is risky. So For people that are a little bit have a tight finances, the thing they could do is agriculture. But if you want to get into a versatile, a bigger investment, real estate is another kind of investment that you can get into, especially if you have reliable presence on the ground, people that can actually have lands that are already bought and registered where you could do your real estate. That is another business for most people, because the major thing I talk about agriculture, because most businesses go with population. You check out the land, you check out places, you check the population growth, you invest in real estate. Those are return on investment, high return on investment profit that you can get at the end of every sale or purchase that you make. Agriculture is also a good thing. Drop shipping, is also a good thing. So Kaizo, those are like the low kind of businesses that people could actually make. Another thing that is making the street of Africa so chaotic is you have rampant people walking on the street selling things around, or they call them hawkers. If I was the president of Africa, all these hawkers will be gathered and build a place where these guys come and station their good, and every month or every day they pay you a certain amount of money. If somebody is wise, they can do this. You meet with the government and say, okay, you have all these people roaming around with things on their heads, selling stuff, doing things. I want to gather them and put them in a location so that people can instead be coming over there if they want to buy things, so they can sell it from them. Now, the government passed a rule. Any person that is caught selling stuff on their head, roaming around selling things, put in jail. Now you clear the street out. Now people are forced now to go into that location and buy stuff from these people. Now you are also getting paid. You have made a deal with the government. Come on, man. That's why sometimes we don't have clue of doing business. And this is how you take people off the street. So I'm gonna cut it out. And most of the time too, tourist tour people, you want to invest, you can also invest in tourism, right? Like I talk of real estate. Tourism is another thing that most people, you can also make money or investment that you could make. When it comes to tourism, you want to go into places where it has not been developed. Like in Cameroon, we have certain rainforests that have not even been developed, right? Certain tourism place. Now you want to go over there, sell them an idea where you could actually bring people over there, build something. And you know how that works. You bring them in, you build something, hotel and all these places, go to every tourism place, you develop those areas, build a hotel where people can come and sit down, relax, eat good food, and that's how you start bringing. That's another kind of money. You do tourist tour and install all of that. So I'm gonna cut it right there, but those are like the kind of ideas that I have in mind, Kaiser.
Okay, now shout out to you, and I'm gonna just give shout outs to the super chats quickly, and then we'll come back to this discussion. Man, the super chats is definitely coming through. It must have been Thanksgiving. You see, instead of giving your money to the American hegemony and buying the turkeys from America, you should be giving euro dollars back to me, because when you send me super chats, this money goes to the Kenyan Central Bank and helps the Kenyan economy from not being in debt. So 100%. Shout out to you. So let me go through again the super chats from this stream. We got Flexed Up for sponsoring the stream. We got Brian over there for $10. Masha, Creole Man and Mexicans. Right. We got Benoit again, massive $100. Shout out. Dwight Man is winning. Right. We got Flexed Up for $5 again to get rid of Tyrone. But Tyrone, Tyrone is not as dusty as we think. He bought his freedom. Right. Tyrone said, I ain't no slave no more. Shout out to him. Then Mobutu, first time super chat. I do appreciate from he's a dusty, but he did give us $1. So thank you very much, Mobutu over there. Color Genesis says, invest in super chat dusties, 100%. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. And Ike, $20. Judah ain't dusty today. Judah, man, have you graduated? What's going on, Judah? You're definitely coming through today with some good ideas. What's happening, Judah? Are you okay? Are you all right?
The Kaiser show shaping him. The Kaiser show shaping Judah.
Oh, come on, Al. Me and you have been on this YouTube stream for a long time, man. I remember in that channel, even with Kaiser as well, man.
No, we started with Bijou, bro. Remember I met you at Bijou, man. Remember that time?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Ago, bro. Yeah, trust me. Man. But you see, Cameroon is a very, 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 Cameroon got the potential. I think it's one country in West Africa that actually really got the potential, Cameroon, because it's actually fertile Greenland.
Right.
And
Yeah.
Cameroon should be the food basket of the whole region, the entire Sahel, the entire West Coast.
Yeah, you're right, man. I'm telling you for a fact. I mean, even the location as well, right? West Central, like it's a connection, going west Nigeria, coming down south, Gabon, Congo, and all of that, And but we don't have, the thing about Africa is there's no visionary leaders, right? You have leaders, but you don't have visionary leaders. Those are the things, people that can actually see something and turn it, you can actually turn soil into currency. We don't have those kind of people. You see what happened in Liberia, where you have a president that left, his vision died down. You see, he did his 6th term and left. Now they have this new guy. It's always going to be same old thing, right? You have people that are coming into power. You believe that they are going to do changes, going to come as soon as they come in, but give them 2-3 months. For 1 year down the line, people will start complaining, and out of a sudden, this guy that is coming in power will not be a problem in the society. It's always like that in African countries. When Ruto came in power, people were rejoicing, but now things are changing. In Cameroon, is the same thing. We have a leader there 41 years. Nothing has happened. Changes are not forthcoming. Roads are not done. Some of the things that were constructed during the time of the former president is still, is still the things that we are using till today. So it makes no sense, to have these kind of people in power. And like I said, we lack vision, and we go overseas and see what the Europeans have done in constructing their countries. Yet when we come to Africa, we don't implement the same changes. If Cameroon was well, we have a country like Nigeria and Cameroon that could actually develop one of the biggest economy in Africa, right? Nigeria, West Africa, Cameroon on the other side, Central and West, all of that. Cameroon has an English side, French side. So this could actually unite even most of the African countries all together and make it a bigger economy. Go ahead, Al.
No, I mean, absolutely, it's spot on. Cameroon is located in a perfect place, and is very rich in all aspects. But unfortunately, we don't have the leadership. But one thing that we're blessed with in Africa is that resilience, is to do without the government, right? Is to put the government aside and say, you know what, they're not going to do. I mean, we know, for example, most of the countries in, where I came from, like in the Guinea Coast, to Senegambia, if it wasn't for the people, a lot of these beautiful houses and a lot of this stuff that you see there wouldn't exist, because the government do nothing. In fact, all the government do is actually take money from you, and that money that they take, as you said, they're not investing it back on the people. So they're just harassing us. In terms of the business opportunities in the region, I think, especially in Sierra Leone, I think at the moment it's machinery. But anyone that want to do business in Africa, I advise them to go in there. It's research. Go and do your research first and find out what is actually selling. Who you're going to be selling to, how much. I mean, you need to go in depth in it, and the foreign exchange. When you buy, your stuff, and how much it's going to cost. The custom. It's also having the contact, like someone just illustrated earlier. Because contact is very important if you want to establish a business. However, different countries, they got different things that sell. And I think if you look at some countries, they will actually show you the list of the things that is actually more needed by the population, what is coming in and what is not. They got that kind of index or the graph where you can, basically you can have a look and see what is right. But for example, in Sierra Leone, I'll go back to it, it's mainly, if you want to export, I don't think we have a lot of export at the moment, but a lot of people do bring machinery, which I think is actually good. Yeah. So if you bring in machines, like Caterpillar, because it's mining, or like building machines to do construction and stuff like that, you'll be laughing because people are gonna
Oh,
be
oh, oh,
either
all
buying
right.
it or carrying it.
That's fine. I'm sure
Who
that's
is that? Who is that?
riveting.
Who is that coming to cut me off? Who is that? Who
You
is
know who it is. You know who it is. I'm
that?
sure that's riveting stuff and all that. Machine, whatever it is, Sierra Leone.
Oh
I'm just
yes.
passing through, and it's really. I want to publicly applaud Kaizo for that interaction that he had with that Frenchie from Canada. That was actually riveting stuff. You know, I hope you're listening, Kaizo. When I was, because I did listen to that, and I'm going to drop out after I said this, it really reaffirmed what I spotted when I first spotted you. The potential for elegant debate at a high functioning level, and I thoroughly enjoyed that. I have to say, I'm not going to applaud you often. You know, I don't applaud people, but I thoroughly enjoyed that. And I think it's testament to qualities that I spotted, and a reaffirmation of those qualities. So well done. Maybe one of these days we'll have to bring Ike on board, and you and I will have to have a off-screen three-way to try and amplify this talent that you patently have. That has to be amplified so we can mine you as a resource and profit off you and all that. No, I was so impressed that I wasn't actually intending to come on, but I have come on. So well done. The guy wasn't even. I enjoyed the guy, but I enjoyed the interaction even more because the questioning was pitch perfect, both in tonality and in texture, and the guest was as giving as the question. So this then tells you the interaction between the presenter and the guest. So, and I think you may well not, you may well have a skill that you're not even. Is this guy even here? I'm talking, and it's not Kaizo.
Yeah, I'm alive. I'm here.
Yeah,
I,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
hearing.
So you may well have a talent that you might not be aware of, but I think I am aware of it because I saw a snippet of it when I first spotted you, and you reaffirmed it in the interaction wasn't even the beauty of it was your hosting, and then the guest giving, and then that tells you then how that thing should work seamlessly in an automated fashion. So the guest should, with respect, yield to the host rather should, with respect, yield to the guest, but then push them a little bit to draw as much as they can out of them. And I think you drew quite a bit out of that fella. Maybe you caught me off guard. I'm not going to applaud you. You are still Kenyan, so that's still a missing gene. You are not Nigerian. But no, well done. I just wanted to come up and say that. So let me just bounce off and you carry.
No, I very much appreciate the support, and yeah, I hope to actually keep working hard and exploiting all the talents that we have over here. Right, 100%. I appreciate the support.
It's rather unfortunate that we have a high IQ Kenyan that is have a higher IQ than a Nigerian, right? I mean, come on, they have to give their they have to acknowledge and give their flowers, guys. Come on, I mean, it's normal, Nigerians, it's hard for Nigerians to actually acknowledge that other Africans have higher IQ, right? But at least, we should give it to you, man. You know how to play your word, and I mean, it's rather. I mean, because take for instance, I live in the state, right, in the United States, and we actually don't see a lot of Kenyans like that, like around here, like most Africans that you actually see them in high places, Nigerians, Ghanaians, Cameroonians, and maybe in the east, like we hardly. I mean, when you see the east, like South Sudanese, Kenyans, you actually don't see them that in so many places, right? So, and then when it comes to like, I mean, it's only in Africa that you could actually see the stripes of East Africans, but in the diaspora, you hardly actually, see them like in those places. It's mostly the West Africans that are really, striving in all these places, building most tough businesses. And then when it comes to like building a small business, you see like Somalians and all of that. So at least on this panel, we should at least give you your flowers for actually know how to juxtapose and do your interviews, man. At least you're actually doing great, Kaiser.
No,
Come on,
I
stop,
appreciate.
stop swelling off his head today, man. The guy's
No,
a
no,
jokester.
even Jude, I gave Jude $20 support there because he says Jude honestly, Jude changed since yesterday's show. We've seen a different kind of Jude. Jude was cooking. Who were you cooking yesterday, Jude? Who was that guy? Jude, who did you cook yesterday? Right, you're cooking yesterday.
I think it was Big Black and
exactly.
some other
You're cooking Big Black yesterday, man.
Oh, no.
I don't know what Big Black it was, but you're definitely cooking something Big Black.
Yeah, but yeah, when it comes to like you were saying, man, Africa, you need people, because this is the thing. If this is what is really happening.
Yeah, go ahead. I think lost connection.
Yeah. I mean,
problem. That's why most people are moving from one part to South Africa and stuff like that. So they have to be a simultaneous, development that is happening from east to west, north to south. If not, there is going to be overload from one part of Africa to another, and that's going to cause a lot of, migration, rural, urban, migration, and all of that, which is not good, because now you are pressurizing a countries like South Africa, maybe Kenya, and all of that. There's a lot of burden now because they cannot take care of the excess population that is flowing in to this part of the continent. So at least countries have to build that kind of economy where, as this part is going up, this other part in the east, south, north, everybody is going up. That's why people were saying, oh, people are coming to South Africa, go. But this is the thing, you claim your country is developing, but there's always going to be problem because the other continent is not doing well. So you have to fight for the development of all African countries simultaneously, going ahead forward. So, and another thing is security, right? What is happening in Cameroon now is security. There's a security issue, a security problem. And
do you know what? Yeah, do you know what's uniquely happening? Do you have an idea what unique circumstances are leading to the security issues in Cameroon? Is it because of the French versus English? Because again, we're talking about business. So if we're talking about business, then is Cameroon a place where someone can invest, or is Cameroon not the ideal right now?
Cameroon was the ideal, but not anymore. We have to have a new president has to come in. This is a thing because of so many things. This is a thing, right? If an economy is not going forward, if people are not living a certain kind of lifestyle level, right, and then security is going to be issue, because most people, instead of working, they are now getting involved in certain kind of criminalities on the street. There are now people, because of certain things that is not, people are not benefiting from the government now. The English side, coming out and portraying their other side, taking arms against the current government and stuff like that. So, but if the economy was at its, that's why you see countries that have a better economy, most of the time their security tends to drop. Even if they don't have a better security, their security problems tend to drop. Why? Because people are busy working. Everybody have a job. I live in Utah. Why they secure? I mean, you don't see a lot of securities or police around, but there's no problem in security because everybody have something doing. But if you go to other states where there's high crime rate, like Chicago, they have so many population, and not everybody is working, so there's high crime rate. In countries that have less people working, there's always going to be high crime rate. You see it in Nigeria, you see maybe in South Africa, most of the blacks they are not in work, they are not a working population. Crime tends to increase. So in Cameroon, it's not that's something that is
English side of Cameroon is horrible. Cameroon is because of you Amazonians is why Cameroon isn't developing right now. You guys need to put down your arms and become French. Flip six.
Yeah. Oh, you have to fix your mic, man, and then come out, and then you can talk so I can understand you. You are right. But I kind of draw what you are saying. Yeah, fix your mic
Like
and
the
then
English
come back.
side.
You have a
Can you hear
good
me now?
point.
Can you hear me now?
No, your mic is
English
still not
side.
good.
the English holding back Cameroon. You know, if the English side stop fighting, you guys can do something.
Yes, yes, you're right.
Guys,
Even when they hosted, yeah, you're right. I mean, you could actually see from the Nations Cup that Cameroon hosted, right? Cameroon has potential. It's not only that, we have countries that are neighboring countries to Cameroon that are landlocked. Chad, Republic of Chad, Central African Republic, and all these guys. Their main seaport is in Cameroon, so Cameroon is actually where they get there. If they want to ship cars to their countries, it has to go through the seaport of Douala. And you also have smaller countries like Equatorial Guinea, Congo, Gabon, and all of that. These countries also depend on the agricultural substance of Cameroon to actually feed their population, because most of their territory is forest. So it's hard to actually cultivate crops inside forests. So most of the time, most of their food crops comes from Cameroon as well. This is the thing. The English Cameroonians, let me say the English Cameroonians, did not just pick arms and start fighting the government, right? There have been a lot of things that have transcended or have led to what is happening today. And if a government is not able to solve these problems, right? I don't say the Ambazonians have right to, but because there have been a lot of things that the government have not been able to take care. So the main thing that the Ambazonian, when they started, they told the government to start solving these problems that the Anglophones, English Cameroonians were facing. Now you wouldn't understand what they are facing, because take for instance, these are predominantly two countries colonized by two colonial powers. So it tells you that if you go to Kenya, the system of education in Kenya is in English. The kind of education that they do is like British system of education. You go to Sierra Leone, it's probably the same kind of education. Now in Cameroon, that is basically the same thing. The English or Cameroonians, because they were colonized, have that system of education based on some kind of GCE or the British system. Why the French have that kind of system? Now this is the problem. Because of one country, they are sending a French person, a French professor who have studied all his years as a French professor, went to a French school, into a university that is predominantly English, to teach a course in French, because they understood that as an English person, you have to understand another colonial language called French, in the French language to English people, because they don't want the English people to have more professors. So they are doing that. So that is where the problem is. Those are not even they have so many problems. You have a judge that has done his whole years as a French judge, coming to an English side to be a judge in an English, judging people in French, instead of having an English person supposed to be a judge to judge these people in English. So these are bigger problems that they told the government to solve it, but the government is adamant to solve these problems. So when this problem will be solved, then maybe the Ambazonian problem might at least, if not end, at least drop or slow down, and then development can proceed. But no, the government is not doing that. And that is one thing that I hate African countries, because we don't solve problems. We only want to use military to stop issues. In most African countries, it's the same thing. This one complained that, my resources is being taken. The government doesn't understand it. They send military to kill people. Sit down with your people and say, okay, how can we solve this? What problems do you have? How can we? No, we don't do that. And that is a big issue. I'm going to leave it right there. And maybe he left. But Al, if you have something, then go ahead and
Yeah, I mean, you have narrated, the cultural and the structural breakdown. How Cameroon, is actually disintegrated into this. The sad fact is, I think Cameroon, that the English side of Cameroon should have been part of Nigeria. You should have connected to Nigeria. In fact, after, like the state of Adamawa in northeastern Nigeria was inside Cameroon.
Exactly.
It was the Fulani that live in that part of that part of Cameroon that said, okay, because this part is possibly English, so we might as well join into Nigeria.
Join Nigeria. And now they have really integrated, because Nigeria speaks English, they have university, it's the same kind of system of government, so there's no problem. But when we join now, we have two different colonial systems. That's where the problem is. That's the main problem that we are facing. And now
Yes,
because they call it a unitary country, so because it used to be federal, two systems.
right.
Now they force it into one unitary system, and that is another problem that we were facing. We say, okay, why not go back to the federal system that we have? The English Cameroonians should stay on their own side and run their own government. Why the French do the same thing on their own side? But the government doesn't want to go back to a federal system.
This is crazy. This is exactly what happened with partition. And I mean, we are the biggest victim. Yeah, we are the biggest victim of partition. And I think, Jude, I know a lot of people don't like to hear about Danfodio or the Sokoto Caliphate, but I think I know, but it was a great blessing for that region, because before the partition, that region was entire in one state or one empire, right? It's
You're right.
Exactly. So can you imagine if the partition
did not happen? Of Africa, it did not happen. Yeah, you're right.
So the Sokoto went all the way to near Central Africa. So Nigeria would have been still kept as all the way to Cameroon, because Cameroonians and Nigerians are the same people anyway.
Osman Danfodio, exactly. The Adamawa part of Nigeria is the same Adamawa in Cameroon. All of is the same.
All that. But, and also south of Nigeria, you got the Igbo people in that region,
and you got
like Calabar people, and the
same
culture. Thank you very much. So I can't see. That's the best way forward for you guys to join Nigeria.
Yeah, but the problem, like you say, is partition. Because if you go like to your country, Sierra Leone, right, the people on the other side of the border, Guineans, are the same people. But now, because of colonial languages, you feel like this person is not my brother, and that is the bigger problem in Africa. I was talking to Afidemos from the Gambia. Now he's telling me that he's not a brother to Senegal, but because of colonial languages. But these people are basically the same people. That is a bigger issue in Africa.
Senegal is Gambia. You're right. Gambia is Senegal. Senegal is Gambia. And also in Sierra Leone, I would say 99.9% of Sierra Leoneans. Actually, I would say 98% of Sierra Leoneans are actually from Guinea, right? It's only one tribe called the Limba tribe that's native to the Sierra Leone.
What am I listening to here? Am I listening to a conversation where you're coming to the conclusion that you have to subordinate yourself to Nigerians?
One man. Hey, we're talking
No. Who is this guy? Who's this guy? Who is this guy, man? Somebody has to tell me who this one man went to the mortuary is. This one man went to the mortuary.
He want to go more in Cameroon.
Who is this guy, man? You see. One man went to mortuary. Don't let me, start talking about the problems that Nigerians and Cameroonians are facing, but it's okay.
Cameroonians, is Cameroon even a country?
No, it's not a country now.
It's a very big country.
Hold on. It's not a country. No, it's a French outpost that is in prayer, in a prayerful mode to be rescued by Nigeria, and that help is coming. So it's not a real country. What are we? You eat baguette? Do you eat baguette? What do you eat there? Do you eat a baguette? What do you eat in your country?
See this guy, man. That's why, Kaizo, you remember me and you were talking. Let me answer your question. But Kaizo, you remember when me and you were talking, right? I mean, maybe I was talking to Niger, and he was telling me how his people are so myopic in such a way where they actually do not know geopolitics in Africa and actually understood what geopolitics is, right? And that is a bigger issue, especially in the Nigerian sphere.
Look,
this is the thing. A guy that me and him, this guy.
I'm going to live in a moment, so let me just insert this, and then you can.
He's joking with you, Jude.
Hold on. I know, but through what's spoken in jest and all that. What I'm actually saying is, nobody cares about your satellite little whatever skirmish it is that is going on within your localized space, Cameroon, Liberia, whichever. These tiny little African countries, nobody cares about that. The Nigerian narrative is the is the West African, then by extension to the global space, Black narrative. So that is what we are trying to perfect. And once we perfect that, therein lies the rescue of all of you. So don't worry about.
I think you're far from that.
Nobody
You're
cares.
far.
Who
I
cares
think
about
we.
Cameroon?
Exactly.
One man.
Cameroon.
One man. Don't forget us. That little country called Sierra Leone. We already colonized you. You know, we've
Oh,
already
look at
colonized
this
Nigeria.
guy.
All right. So you can't say
Kaizo,
that to me. You understand?
Kaizo, I
One
have
man,
a
you know that
video
anyway.
where
Man, check your history.
Kaizo, I have a video where if I send it to you, you might not play it because I mean maybe your show is being sponsored by Nigerians. But I'll give you one. I will
No,
send you how their
send it.
military, almost
Send it.
300 of Nigerian militaries fleeing Nigeria into Cameroon because Boko Haram is torturing them. Kaizo, I mean,
Junior,
come on, man.
did he give him some water to drink? Did he?
Come on, telling me. I mean, come on. Very disgraceful. How is if it's not Cameroonian and Chad that have to dive into Nigeria to help them with Boko Haram? Boko Haram will have colonized the whole Nigeria as we speak. Come on, man. You have some nincompoops coming on the panel and just assuming that Nigeria is a stronger country. Oh man, come on, Kaizo. If you were not like sponsored by Nigerians, I wish you would have played the video. But it's all good, man. And this is another thing that Nigerians fail to understand, right? They believe that it is population that builds an economy. It's population, but we have come to realize that Nigeria is not the bigger country in Africa, the biggest in terms of landmass. It's one of I mean, it's not even probably among the biggest countries in terms of the top 5. If you ask me, or if you go check, the biggest countries like Algeria with landmass, Mali, even Niger Republic have a bigger landmass than Nigeria. So Nigeria is a really smaller country in terms of landmass. Now, this is a bigger issue. You have a bigger population and your landmass is not large. So at one point in time, majority of your population will be on hunger strike or in hunger because the amount of land cannot feed your population, and now you are being dependable on countries. You are dependable on countries, smaller countries like Cameroon, because if not of Cameroon, the whole country will be starving, because majority of your food, Cameroon pepper. Cameroon send a lot of pepper, agricultural crops to Nigeria. We feed them in their numbers. Last year when the whole Nigeria flooded, did you know what happened? Because Cameroon had to open their dam and it flooded the whole Nigeria. So this guy is talking about Nigeria doing this, Nigeria. How can you have a country where the dam of Cameroon is the one that is flooding your whole country? Come on, man. So when people come here and make excessive statement or statement that doesn't hold any water, right? You should at least know that even though you are a bigger country in terms of population, smaller countries can still turn on your button and turn it off anytime they want. And that's going to be a big impact in your own country. So we have no problem with Nigerians. They are brothers, but at the same time we are trying to make these. If you go through the border, you kind of see how Nigerians are running their countries. Most of them are fleeing. They are being chased by Fulani herdsmen. They are being. Most of them do not have food. The electricity problem is a big issue in Nigeria. So they run into Cameroon to charge their cell phones and take it back into Nigeria and run social networks. These are realities on the ground that we see it. I'm telling you for a fact, they come in and charge their phones and run back into their country. We see it on the ground. I'm not telling you, it's not like I'm not Kenyan. I'm telling you about the problem that is happening between Somalia and Kenya. I'm telling you where I'm from, the people that we live close by. You know, I'm even more closer to a Nigerian than a French Cameroonian on the other side. So these people are brothers, you know, we speak the same. So he was asking me about baguette. As an English Cameroonian, I don't even eat baguette. I mean, the same time, I don't speak French. I speak French a little bit. I'm so clueless when it comes to what the French people actually eat, you know. And because where I'm from is like we have our own thing. You might have a celebrity in the French side. We in the English side do not even know him, because it's like that. We are separated. We do our own things different from these people. We actually have police, while they have gendarmes on the other side. So it's actually like a whole different country that you live in. So when he talks of baguette, it makes me confused, because this is another mentality that most English Africans have. They think that most Francophone countries or French countries only eat baguette, or baguette is some kind of bread, right? But they say is a bread that is long, so they call it baguette in French. The same time you have English or colonized by British, you might say they eat certain kind of British food. You know, all these what do British eat? Or is it what is it, chicken? Or they eat what, chips, chicken and chips and all of that. That's the same
Yeah,
kind of things that
fish,
the British eat, right?
fish
So
and chips.
fish and chips. So you might say,
Yeah,
do Nigerians eat fish and chips? So it's like some kind of statement that it really tells me that we Africans are really divided, and it's not unity is not gonna happen anytime soon, because we all have we are all mentally deranged. We feel that, oh, we are better off because we're colonized by the British. We are far better off than the French African countries. These are all mental problems. These are not realities on the ground. If you go deep on the ground, you kind of see that we are all kind of like actually in bondage, in chains, and that is a bigger issue that we should be talking about. Go
yeah,
ahead,
but
Al.
you see, yeah, but this is where it's important to be free within yourself, and also trying to be free from government bondage, right? Because that's how you navigate in Africa. If that's the only way we can actually survive. And I think we're naturally a capitalist people, to be honest, where most of us tend to do for ourselves, like entrepreneurship, without relying on government providing opportunities for you and stuff like that. It's very important for us to repost that mindset no matter where we are. It's very important. But yeah, you're right, Cameroon is a troublesome place, and I can see why it is. There's a lot of outside interest also, but you the locals have to get together and forget about all this, the barriers that been put there 100 years ago, that you should actually take down,
How,
and
how
be
will
one.
you solve the problem in Cameroon, Al, if you were the president? Having two countries, like say two countries, actually English, they have an English settings, the French. How will you solve that and unite everybody?
But it's a language. Language is a very important thing. You see, when you all speak the same language, you have that's one step. You see, it's a one leap.
You're
So
right.
this is one of the reason why you're having this cultural issue, and that's what I was going to ask you. Is it most of the time when you see country fall into issues like this, it starts from within. It's not from the outside. It's actually when the culture start breaking down. When culture start breaking down in communities, that's where all the morals and stuff like that go away. And that's why I am glad to the part of the Guinea coast, Senegambia coast, where I came from. That's what one thing we always try and maintain, to have those structures in ground, to make sure things like that do not escalate to a second level. Yeah, basically where it's going to be people fighting each other, or one village going after one another, or one tribe going after one another. It's all cultural breakdown, and I think that's what's happening in some part of Nigeria and Cameroon, for that matter. To the
When it comes to but when it comes to our culture, we don't have that problem of before I start, let me tell you, Cameroon is one of the Africa most diverse countries in the world in terms of languages. We have over 256 languages. I think Nigeria is like over 500. After Nigeria, you have Cameroon, then maybe Chad. We have over 256. So even me as an English Cameroonian, if I meet a Cameroonian like Kifaro, we are even from the same area, like the same you can call it county or division or state,
Okay.
but we don't even speak the same language. The only language me
Okay,
and Kifao
I see
can
what you
speak
mean.
is English and Pidgin. It's English and Pidgin. But when it comes to local language, me and him cannot, he doesn't understand my local language. I does not understand his. So it's only English. So we have over 256. If you go into Cameroon as we speak, you wouldn't hear no local language on the street. Like nobody will welcome you in a local language because they assume that you have your own language. So it's only English or French, even on TVs and televisions. No traditional language or language is being spoken on televisions. It's only French and English. If you go in schools, there is no language that is being taught in schools.
Yeah.
It's only English or French. So that is another
What I'm
thing
saying
that
is, yeah, what I'm saying is it when we about cultural breakdown, where communities that used to live alongside don't get on, for whatever reason, because there's no, like a structure there to fix the problem before it get worse, or like as you said, the differences between the language barriers,
Yeah, the difference
and
is
stuff
between
like
the
that.
language bar. We don't have problems
Yeah,
between cultures, but we all smaller villages. But we have problem between the system, the English system, with all these laws that was the police, the English system, the rules and the schools, and between the French. That is the major problem that we have in Cameroon. Not
exactly.
languages. Yeah. So
Exactly, because if you're English speaking Cameroonian, go to the French speaking side, you probably get treated differently or probably harshly towards the authorities,
exactly, because
and that makes
most passport offices is in French. Most ministry offices is in French. So if I was supposed to do a passport, I have to speak in French, and I don't understand French. So we say, okay, why not build other system in the English side, so we could actually have passport offices where we could actually have English representatives that can also do passport in English and stuff like that. Those are the kind of problems that needs to be solved. But
yes, and basically that will make you resent the other side, because obviously the harsh treatment that you
exactly.
receive, and then by the time you know it, there is lack of I can see where it's breaking down, but the thing is, if you have the two locals, or like the two groups have that common understanding, beyond that, I can see things working between you guys, the English and the French speaking. But I doubt it, because obviously if there's so many killings been going on for so long, for that to
They just had 20 people killed, I think, last 2 weeks in an English town called Manfi, close to Nigerian border. And that's crazy.
From the French speaking.
Yes, no, it's assumed that because most of the military is run by the French system, right? So they are the ones that are being sent to the English, because most of the English Cameroonians have refused that their children will join the military, right? So now the military, most of the guys that are joining the military are mostly the French Cameroonians. So they are the ones being sent to these English towns to fight against the Ambazonians that have taken weapons against the regime. So, and that's what is going on right now. Like, I mean, there's a big problem that this guy is adamant to solve the issue. The current president, who has been in power for 41 years. So we are just hoping that the next guy that is coming, because elections is in what, 2025.
Yeah. Was it a Fuller guy or a Hausa guy that was the president before him?
The first guy in power was a Fulani guy, Amadou Aijo. He was from the north.
Yeah, that's a fuller name. Yeah.
Yeah. So
he handed over power to the wrong person then.
Yeah, he was also. If he was he was in power for 22 years. And that if they didn't force him to hand power to a Southerner like this guy Paul Biya, he probably will have handed to one of his Fulani guy. But
yeah.
But when Cameroon was under his regime, there was a lot of good things that happened. A lot of airports were constructed. The economy was diverse. He respected the English Cameroonians because he was doing his reign that the federal system was in control. But when he left, when he gained power, that was when this guy now called Paul Biya forced a unitary system where instead of a federal system, is now a unite.
That's killing you people right now then. So
exactly, there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
So now he has to appoint people. He has to appoint. We used to elect our own governors, like Nigeria. We have our own governors that we elect. Now this guy now has to appoint governors, from your own region, appoints people. So the people that he appoints are people that are benefiting from his regime. So you might have an English Cameroonian. You think, oh, this guy is from this part of Cameroon. He's representing you. No, but he's working for the government because he was appointed by that guy. So
now you paint a clear picture, Judah. I mean, for the first now, because I spoke to Kifarodi last time for a little bit. He actually shine a bright light on it. But you actually put a spotlight on it. Definitely, I can see Paul Biya is single-handedly kind of responsible for doing that, because when she changed that, then you obviously, I can see that. But that's crazy. Right. So now, he's living abroad.
He's living abroad. He's living in his home village. He's living. We don't even know where he lives because he doesn't even make no speech. He only makes speech at the end of the year. Maybe someone reads the speech and they say it's him. We never see him in public. And yeah, people are just so fed up in such a way where they have all these military regimes on the street. You know, it's like living in North Korea, where in case of anything, you are just being picked up, and they don't see you anymore. We have journalists that have gone missing, you know, because on certain televisions they make certain statement, and out of a sudden they came out in body part. So it's crazy how things, you know, things are not really functioning the way. Even when
Yeah,
Cameroon hosted the Nations Cup, it was all crazy and stuff, you
yeah.
know.
I mean, going back to the
So,
to the economics, does Cameroon export, food, like, in vast scale
oh
to
yeah, I
to
mean,
the West?
when it comes to the economy, right? Despite the fact that we still have this problem going on, the economy, we are still the biggest economy in Central Africa. I mean, not as big like say maybe Kenya or stuff like that, or Nigeria, but we actually we have a bigger economy when it comes to these countries like Gabon, Congo, Chad. You know, maybe second to Angola as well. So, when it comes to food, we have excessive food. It means from north to south, east to west. The north have rice, is being sent to Chad, Central African Republic. The south cultivate a lot of food that can actually feed the population. And yeah, we have excess. Like, I mean, everybody that's in Cameroon eats like a lot of food. I think that's one of the good thing that we have. You know, the population is like 30 million, and we have a good land mass that can actually feed this population. And yeah, I think that the problem of food is solved, but the problem that the country is going through is solve the problem that when it comes to the both side. That is the major issue that we have. That is the major issue. They came up with a solution and forced bilingualism on Cameroonians. So say if you are from the French side, you have to speak English. You have to take English. They have to make English like one of the most compulsory subjects that you have to take if you are from the French side. And then if you are from the English side, they make French some kind of a mandatory or a compulsory subject for you to take. So it means that if you travel on both sides, you should be at least have a clue of both languages and stuff. And they are making they also make ministers or public workers to at least, make things speak in both of these languages, or when the certain documents are being printed, even on our passport, you have the English version and the English and the French on it. On public documents, you have English and French. On public offices, you have things written in both French and English. On billboard, French and English. So
Who control the military in Cameroon as we speak right now? Is it the Muslim guys in the north, right?
No, it's not a Muslim guy. When Paul Biya came in power, man, all of those Muslim guys were being put underneath. So the guy that
Okay.
controlled the military now is all most guys from the south.
Okay.
The band, what is it? The Fangs, the Beti Fang tribe, the Bulu. You know, these are the people.
Okay, from the south, the southerners
From the
control the
south,
military.
yeah, the south. That's where Paul Biya is from. So.
Okay, so the South that control the military are more engaged in killing its own people also.
Oh yeah, I mean they are the one in the military. You know, they hire people that are more fluent in their language and stuff like that. So they send them to the north. You know, and they send them in other places where they
because most of
now.
the problem you have is from the insecurities in the south, isn't it?
There's insecurities everywhere in Cameroon as we speak.
Wow.
In the border between Central African Republic and Cameroon, there's a big insecurity issue over there, where the Central African, the Balenka, the Fulani, and the Central Africa, there's still issues that are still going on in these countries. It's not really stable at all. So
Central
most
African
of them,
Republic is a joke.
Central
That
African,
country is a joke.
exactly. So the border between Cameroon and Central African Republic is not safe at all. And then you go up north, where the Boko Haram between Maduguri in Nigeria, Borno State, and the part of that shares border with Cameroon is all insecurity at that place of Cameroon. You come down south where the English Cameroonians is at, is also a bigger issue in that part of Cameroon. So like north, east, west. You know, the only place that is safe is like south, where it shares border with Congo, Gabon, and Equatorial Guinea. That's
for the south in
for that south. Yeah, that's like the safest area in Cameroon right now. But the west where the English Cameroonians are at, or north where the Boko Haram, Borno State, Adamawa State in Nigeria and Cameroon, all those places, and then east where the Central African border is, even some part of Chad as we speak, with that shares border between Chad and Cameroon,
That's
it's
what
still not safe.
that's the heartland of the Boko Haram around that region.
Yeah, but that's the Lake Chad. I'm even talking like down on the other side where the Chad capital
Lake
is in
Chad.
Jamena.
Wow.
Yeah, because the guy that took power, he killed, the father died. Idris Deby Jean, the guy that took power, is the son of Idris Deby, is now
That's his
so
son.
other guys, yep. So there is now conflict in that part of Africa as well, So there is tension in every border. So Cameroon military is in alert. So why the Ambazonian war has even stayed this long is because they have military on the other side as well. They are more focused on other part of Cameroon. That's why the Ambazonians have been able to even stood the time of being still attacking and doing things like that. But so the whole borders with Cameroon is like there are problems. Chad, Central African Republic, Nigeria. Yeah, it's all issues.
When you just said the military it would be in alert, you know what? I just had a shiver on my spine. Do you know why?
Why?
Because I grew up in Sierra Leone.
There you go.
I know what the civil war is, bro.
Exactly.
And Sierra Leone, our blessing is, we took security. What happened in Sierra Leone? It's always been a police state, right? We hardly our military. We hardly never had any military. Most of the guys, because when Sheikh Stephen, was in power, and when the British left, they had the Limba and some of these, other tribe, in the military. There wasn't really like warrior of people known to be a fighting people, right? So when the Liberia war happened, the border of Sierra Leone to Liberia was exposed because our military wasn't equipped to actually deal with the amount of rebels that was pouring in from Liberia to Sierra Leone, yeah? And obviously, in those days, man was upline, that's outside Freetown, yeah, in the capital. So not between the borders to Sierra Leone and Liberia, not far. So I know, and I have lots of my family members that was in the army, in different, basically, posts in the army, right? So it is sad that you have a country with so much wealth and and so much opportunity to be in this situation. Because for us, we couldn't actually fight these guys. Luckily, we have Guinea next door, which is our brothers. It's a Guinean that actually starts slowing it down. Then we obviously had the Nigerian that came in. But to be honest with you, it was the Guinean brothers next door that came in and actually started repelling them and started chasing them out and slowing them down. But the reality is, no matter how much money you want to invest, no matter how much we want, how much, we do in Africa, no matter what, if we don't build on security, it's just going to be going to waste. That's exactly that's the reason of the downfall of our empires, because we build empires, we never build security to protect these empires, and we had outsiders that came in and disrupt what we were building.
Yeah, but like you said, right? You talk of security, and I mentioned that before. But this is the thing, right? Security comes in when the economy is not doing well. Like I said, if the economy in Nigeria was doing well, that is where the problem solving is not coming in, right? What is the problem that Boko Haram, when they first started, what is their main issue? Their main issue is that part of Nigeria is not developed. The economy is not moving forward. Most of the time, they have been left to do their own things, and the government has still not solved issues. In Cameroon, is the same thing. The Ambazonians have come out with these problems. It's not solving issues. In Central Africa, is the same thing because the Fulani and the Christians, one person was dominating the country. This one said they want to vote because of some reason they want to take power. It caused conflict. In Chad, so now if you have an economy that is stable, you go to European countries, right? You kind of see, you go to countries like Switzerland, they have a stable economy. You think the crime waves in Switzerland is high? No. Because why? Most people are focusing working. People are doing a lot of things.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
You need internal. Judah, you need
Yeah, I mean,
internal
those are internal
you need
issues.
internal and
Now,
external security for
Exter-
both.
exactly. But that's why I say for external security now, for, between African countries, that is the same thing. If you have a country that has a better economy in Africa, take for instance Namibia, right, and South Africa. Do you think South Africa will actually have military patrolling Namibian border and South Africa? No. I spoke to one South African guy. I mean, me and you, this South African. He told me that they don't have military the way they have it in Zimbabwe, South African border. I say, why? He say, but there's nothing. Namibia has a better economy. Everybody is working over there. Even when they cross the border, they go back to their country. So there's no reason putting military at the Namibian South African border. So they are focused on Zimbabwe because they say there's high crime rate in Zimbabwe because of this. So people might be coming in. So now that is the thing now. So if you have both countries that were actually doing well, you wouldn't actually have external and military put in those places. Now you are instead spending money on things that misplaced priority. That wouldn't
Yeah.
be a priority. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I
So like
understand.
in Cameroon, as we speak, you don't have military at the border between Equatorial Guinea and Cameroon, or Gabon and Cameroon, or maybe Congo, the Republic of Congo, because there is no insecurities over there. Most of the securities are sent up north in Nigeria, in Chad, Central Africa, and the English. Yeah, because those are places where the economy is not doing well. But in Gabon, they have a better economy. One of the biggest GDP per capita income in Africa. You have Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Seychelles, and some other countries per capita, not gross domestic, but per capita. You have this country, so they are actually doing well at all, and you don't see them crossing or coming into Cameroon. It's actually Cameroonians that are even moving into these countries to actually get jobs over there in Gabon and Equatorial Guinea. So
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even the border between Sierra Leone, Liberia, Guinea is not really like that. It's easy. It's like some part in Liberia to Sierra Leone, you can just walk through different villages, walk
exactly.
through some part in Guinea, and in fact, because we have a river that splits us into three. We have what they call the Mano River Union, which is like
Oh, okay.
it's a deep forest, where we got the rivers that actually split us. So people use boats to cross these rivers. I mean, because we don't have security problem, but during the war, they closed the borders.
Right.
Yeah, so so like Sierra Leone is if like during the war, can you imagine if you can't get through Guinea, if Guinea closed the border, you cannot get out. We only got the
Yeah, that's
Atlantic
crazy
Ocean
because the whole
because
Sierra Leone is surrounded by Guinea and Liberia. Yeah, you're right, man.
yeah, we're in a way we're a sea lock country, right? So that's why we always rely on those, especially Guinea. Sierra Leone solely depend on Guinea for years, and Guinea knows that. When it comes
Yeah,
to security and the people and stuff like that, in fact, that's why Guinea actually always kind of involved in Sierra Leone politics also, because if we feel like they big brother, they're bully next to us, but we are more westernized than them. If that makes sense,
and
yeah.
Guinea is big, man, because it's from all the way to the other side, all the way to Ivory Coast border. So it's like actually, and they have a vegetation as well. They have food quite a lot, yeah.
Yes,
So
Guinea, like where Flex Up is from, like the Fouta Jalon region, is
yeah,
actually there's a water table. So the farmers over there, they don't they have a water system. When it rains, the water goes into different streams and different thing where you can irrigate without doing almost anything, right? Does that
you're
make
right.
sense, right? So
Yeah, I
it's
understand.
it's
Yeah,
very it's very unique. It's like because Fouta Jalon is kind of valley. It's like a valley,
yeah,
but you got the
yeah.
water that comes in, and the way the water is programmed, and it's just amazing. And in fact, they're using it as a modern technology of farming. Basically sustainable ways, sustainable farming. And
Right.
we're blessed like that. Yeah, you're right. Guinea is a very big country because you have Guinea. Guinea used to be three regions, and it used to be three parts. It's later on it became what it is today. But even now, they still call it as three regions because you got the Mandinka land, which is like the Kankan region. You got the Middle Guinea,
Yeah,
which is you got the Middle Guinea where it's a fuller region. Then you got the south of Guinea where is the Susu region where the capital is. So where the
yeah.
Conakry is, all that area is belong to the Susu. All the way.
Wow.
That's the region. that borders mainly to Sierra Leone, and also the south of the Fula region, border to the north of Sierra Leone. Then you go to the east, that's more like
Yeah,
towards the
all the way to Liberia and then Ivory Coast. So it's like,
yes,
it's fresh
yeah.
all the way over there.
Yeah,
So
Guinea is a massive country. Yeah, you're right.
yeah.
And it's very green. Just the whole Guinea coast is green and it's fresh. It's not been used, and honestly,
Yep.
it's not been used. And there's so many lands that we have. Like when one man was talking earlier, I was just thinking, God, we need you're gonna become. I thought you're gonna be coming to our region very soon. When your population start expanding, then we'll be waiting for
Exactly,
you.
and that's what most Nigerians do not. They don't even
Yeah,
foresee their population. That's the
because the
bigger
amount
issue.
we don't have population in our we have population, but it's good enough. We have massive land. Land has never been our problem. But I can
Right.
see Nigerians will suffer.
Oh, they will suffer because
one
let
day.
me give you a clue about. Let me give you the whole Nigeria. Not they don't live in all part of Nigeria, so there are certain part of Nigeria that is not even a place to live. But
Not
they are more
habitable.
concentrated in the south and probably part of the north. Like the northwest and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But this is the thing: they don't foresee. I was talking to one Nigerian. I say when China foresaw that their population was fast increasing, and they knew that their economy will not be able to feed on this population, they came up with policies, right? One child policy and stuff like that. And this one, during that period, they were able to build a bigger economy in such a way where the economy became so big, where they say, okay, because of this, let's stop the one child policy and let's go back to normal. And now
Yeah.
they have a country that the population, it goes simultaneously with the economy that they are building. Now it's not the same with Nigeria. The working
And
force of Nigeria is so small, where the unproductive population is far bigger than the workforce.
That's
Now the
right. And
population is increasing, and you don't even have a landmass
no,
to
they don't.
be.
And
So where is your population gonna go? Go ahead.
yeah, but the thing is, if the north of Nigeria is going right, the desert is coming down, and from Niger is coming to the north.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
if you see, if you know, it's lot the problem with the northerners. The problem that you're seeing with this herdsman, and that I think is deeper than herdsman and farmers. I think it's more political, than what you think, because that Benue area is a food basket, and I think there's an interest from the north to actually have that part of, that some of the areas over there for farmland. I just think I'm just using my IQ anyway, but the reality is Nigeria, that's supposed to be leading us out of the darkness, right? When we're talking about building a green wall to stop that desert and stop people moving southwards or actually running away from the land,
And that is
they're not
and
doing
that
it.
is
As much as
yeah, and that
we
is
have rainforests in West, yeah, exactly, yeah. As much as we
and
have
that is I
rainforests in
wanted to
West
say that
Africa,
is one of the
as I mentioned,
issue.
just
That is one of the issue that
yeah.
is causing the Fulani problem, the war. Because if they build a green wall, that will have also helped the Fulani to stay over there and actually graze their cattle, even in Cameroon too.
The
But
Fulani are
because
building
they are not doing that,
the Fulanis in their ancestral homeland in Senegal. They're building the green wall as we speak. They actually
oh wow,
gonna be moved. Yeah, it's already started years ago, and it's actually coming to you. Basically, it's northern Senegal, like some part
like
from the northern
Mauritanian
Senegal.
border, is that close to
Oh,
Mauritania?
yes, from the northern Mauritania, northern Senegal, it's going to be stretching into Mali, all the way into
Mali.
Niger. Yes, into Niger and all the way to northern Nigeria. But the only people that are doing it at the moment is the fuller people doing it in their ancestral home. Yeah, Nigeria are supposed to be leading us and trying to solve this problem, because until you solve these problems, I don't think they will have security.
But
Yeah,
Nigerians do just a lot of talking. You don't see no actions. It just
they,
seems like it's only me and you that are so versatile with the African continent, man. Most of these guys do not even actually know where countries are being placed in on the African continent. It's
yeah,
actually me and you that can actually, we know where things are. And most Nigerians that I talk to, one of my guys to Nigeria that I call him often sometimes. I mean, I mean, even if you fix Nigeria, solving Nigerian issue does not mean the whole Africa is gonna toe the line, and you are not a major power in Africa. It's like saying if Germany succeed, the whole Europe succeed. No, Germany does not fit. Germany does not fit France. France does not feed Germany. Germany does not feed Spain. Spain does not feed Germany. Every country, I mean, if Nigeria succeed, that's on you and your population. The only thing that is going to benefit Africa is going to reduce your population coming to other African countries, and maybe they will stay in your country instead of them flooding into other African countries. That might help other African countries. But saying if Nigeria succeed, other African countries, no, it makes no sense. That is an understatement. It's not a reality. So
I don't think I don't think an average guy from Senegal or Guinea or Liberia will actually ever think about stuff like that. Even wonder about if Nigeria will be actually the reason why they'll be out of poverty, or I don't know. It's crazy
or an Egyptian or a Moroccan,
exactly,
or a South African. Come on, man.
The reality is I think they got a bigger problem, and I think they need to stop talking online and get down to the real issue and solve them. And I think also the tribal differences, because when I spoke to Kifaru, it seemed like the tribes in Cameroon get along more better than the tribes in Nigeria. And Nigeria is supposed to be leading us.
The tribes in Cameroon get far because this is in Nigeria. You have these three. The tribes have been, put together into three: Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausas. But in Cameroon, we don't have that. So like you go into Nigeria, right, and on the street you hear people speaking Yoruba, Igbo. This no, in Cameroon we don't have that. We don't have major tribes put together into blocks. We don't have that stuff. So you are either from the French side. If I meet a Cameroonian, my major question I'm asking him, which side are you from? Or even over here, like I said, I don't even have Cameroonians that are from the French side. All my friends that I have on my cell phone in United States are from the English side, because I did not go to school with these guys. I went to school in my own town where they with English all the way to where it is today. So we don't have problem of tribes, despite the fact that we have over 256. We don't have problem of that. The major problem is this colonial system that the whole Africa is involved in. You see, Al, it's only in Cameroon where you could actually see where partition really happened. Like you go to the border and say, okay, this is Sierra Leone, this is Guinea. You cross the border, you see this person, he is speaking French. But in my own country, you could actually move from one town and say, wow, so this is the line of partition. Me and this person are actually the same tribe, but he is speaking French, I'm speaking English. You could actually, and these are all imaginary lines. It's not like it's an actual border, like in all these African countries.
That's crazy.
The problem we have in Nigeria is not about the just newly came. Look, let me tell you one thing now.
Kidola, a guy
hold on. We have listened to this. Nigeria is not being ruled by one man like Cameroon. They are being ruled by one man.
What you mean ruled by one man? Nigeria is ruled by one man. What the hell are you talking about? What decision can you take?
Hold on. Ubuari, when Ubuari came, that's how I can't say blame Fulani, because Fulani believe in Nigeria for a very long time. I will live peacefully. Only God know where these politicians came with. You understand me? Look, Fulani and us believe for a very long time. They do their cow, they move around. Some of them do gold. We do business with them. Sometimes some of them, those ones that rear their cows move around. So they come, they're very friendly. They say if we have Gary from there, we'll give them Gary and water. They go their own way. They don't carry no guns. You understand? It was when the Buhari came and a set of idiots who was looking for power against Jonathan. They say, oh, how can we take this power? They destabilize this place. It doesn't come with Buhari, they come during Obasanjo time. And it's not even Obasanjo's fault. It was even corrupt politicians. They even use the Fulani. They use a guy called Yusuf who formed Boko Haram. You understand me? Boko Haram at first was not a terrorist organization when they newly formed. They were like looking for where this way I blame Obasanjo too. Obasanjo was so looking for how to retain power for he can go for third term. He now accept Sharia law is a part of northern Nigeria. There's some politicians use that system because these guys that become bad later, they were looking how to stem corruption out of their territory because They said the only way that can stop corruption out of northern part of Nigeria because they are the poorest. No matter the amount of money you bring in there, these guys will take these so-called elite guys will take the money, eat it, and they don't care about them. That's how Boko Haram being formed as we don't trust this Western education. This is what they teach us. The politicians jump on it. They help some politicians to campaign. Then when the politicians win power, rather the politicians to take care of them and their needs, he started building long mansions and painting the gate gold. Gold. In Borno there, then this guy started thinking, we put you in power. We don't see nothing. This is how people live, mansions and everything. That's how the same guy that campaigned for them started organizing another campaign to take them out of power. And this politician, they didn't like it. That's how they persuade Obasanjo that if you don't steam this guy out, this guy will far more popular. This guy will cause chaotic and everything. And some of them, they sit there now. Some of them, they are like senators and every nonsense people. For Nigeria police, according to what you said, settle this problem by calling this guy. They think by hijacking this guy, then execute him secretly, we create the peace. That, this guy will not even carry gun. This guy never go for violence at first. Then what happened? That creates a gateway for a very poor, because he himself is a very educated guy. That creates a way for one that is not even educated, who just believe in violence, who see the other side of life, which is you want to copy the other side. That's what bring that Shakur coming to power. This terrorist something. They're able to do it, but what happened? Other neighboring countries take advantage of that. Countries that already getting scared of Nigeria. You understand? They just take advantage of that. Not even those neighboring countries with some shadow hands from the West also, or even from Arabia territory. Then everywhere get destabilized. Then it now become like, oh, they're killing us. They now turn us, oh, the South is the Christians are killing the Muslim. You have to say in the northern part of Nigeria, Fulani is very tiny in population there compared to the Hausas. The Fulanis are very. Before we didn't know, we were group all of them together. When the Hausas started coming, when they start killing the Hausas, that's when people now understand. The Hausas say, these people will not go on this level. Who are these people? We now, for most of majority of some of these boys that are very, let's say a lot of them are from Nigeria, but some of them also being recruited by politicians outside also who doesn't even know nothing about Nigeria. You understand? That what really happened. And now it's now become a game. You don't know who's Fulani, you don't know who's real, you don't know. Now become bandit. Now they're not changing to bandit. Obuari destroy. Jonathan is even far more better than Obuari. Obuari don't know nothing at all. He was just constructing road to Niger, dancing towards Niger because he have a relative there. You understand me? And that's what he was doing. Obuari is the problem of that. Now check Obuari. Hold on. But I'm not you low. Now Obuari is gone. Slowly, things will come back again to Nigeria. All those Fulani that came from somewhere else, they should understand now. Obuari is gone now. They are master. It will be very, very difficult for them now. It will be very, very difficult. If you come to Nigeria, you see child people doing Okada there. You understand me, Judah? Is child people in your country like that? Is child. If you come to Nigeria, because child speak Hausa, not child, Niger. If you come to Nigeria, you see a lot of Nigerians doing Okada.
I mean, what you mean? Africans are all over the place. Even Nigerians are in Cameroon doing Okada as well in Douala.
Is child in Okada? Is child people? Is Niger people in Cameroon?
I mean, what is wrong if Niger are in Nigeria? Isn't Nigerians also in other African countries? That is my own question.
No, because you people complain about Nigerians in your country. We don't complain that Chad is in our country. If you come to Niger is in our country. If you come to my own village, we don't know that they're looking for what to eat. They're struggling for what to eat.
Even in my own village, there's Nigerian in my country. We don't even know what they are looking for as well. So, I mean, we don't have.
You don't come and say, oh, Nigeria going everywhere. If you come to my own village, you see Chad, you see Niger. They're all looking for what to eat.
They are Chad population. They are Niger population in Cameroon as we speak. Central African Republic.
Do you ever see Nigeria complain that, oh, why is this Ghana is in my country? or why is Chad is in my country. No, we don't complain about it.
Nigerians are the most responsible. Listen,
You know, we don't complain about
Exactly.
it.
Al, tell him. Al, you are too low, man. You are out of your phone.
You know, so
Speak
sometimes
louder.
I hear you say, "Oh, Nigeria running, Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that."
Of course.
I don't think, forget that level. No Nigeria will run to anywhere.
Oh, Kidola, you want me to send a video? You want me to send a video on the back chat so Kaiser should play it?
No, you what you
Come on,
said
man.
it.
You act like I'm not from Cameroon.
No,
I
no, no,
live
no,
by the.
no,
What the
no,
heck are you talking about? You think I'm just like.
because this problem between you people and the French Cameroonians, this is the same problem
No,
that
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about Nigerians fleeing Boko Haram, Fulani herdsmen, all these.
you said those what you would have said is those Nigerians in somewhere bordering Adamawa there,
but they are
where
Nigerians. I don't care if they're born in Adamawa or from Benue
so-
State or wherever. We know they are Nigerians.
So people that are running away from Boko Haram, the way Boko Haram attack somewhere between Adamawa,
But
they
those
run.
are Nigerians. The people in Borno are Nigerians as well.
Yes, what they know Nigerians. So if they escape to your, if they escape to your side, are the Amazonians not running to Calabar?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me, guys?
You are too low. We cannot. Yeah, okay. The Amazonians are in Calabar. Okay, yeah, okay. Let's say they are. Yeah.
Your people not running to Calabar to take refuge for violence.
But how many people? Do you know the population of Amazonian? How many? What is the population in Calabar?
Your leader for Amazonia. Where did he run to when they were looking for him in Cameroon?
He didn't run. He was in Nigeria, but Nigeria captured him and sent him back to Cameroon, and that is why we Amazonians have taken the bull by the horn to say we have nothing to do with Nigeria. You know, we have nothing because
you said Ubuari the one that catch up him. It was Ubuari that catch up him. You said,
yeah.
So you don't have to say, oh, this is yes. Ubuari regime was a total failure regime.
I mean, he did not understand the history of Amazonia and Nigeria. Capturing a leader who was being marginalized to be killed by the French Cameroonians and sending back to Cameroon was a bigger problem. That is why you see most English Cameroonians when they come on panel, because I remember you were talking to Kifaro, how English Cameroonians hate Nigeria. But these are the things, because there are certain things that we believe that Nigeria should actually know, that these people were the same people, we were in the same, doing the same thing. They out of a sudden, they are now the ones that have been, they've been, you know, make the English Cameroon to be marginalized by the French, you know, that is a bigger issue. That's why, you know, we don't like that.
Look, the truth of the matter is the border.
You are too low. Go back out and come back in.
The border that's being created. The border was being created. The English Cameroonians, to talk evil, they try to resemble try to almost be like the French. The English Cameroonian will never be fully integrated into like the French way, because you are forced people with Nigeria when the British didn't take Nigeria and Cameroon. You understand me? Then they break up. Still, the connection and the communication between the south and southern part of Nigeria was still very heavy. They intermarried each other there. Let's just be honest.
No, you are right.
I have a friend who married to a Cameroonian girl. You understand me? They intermarry each other there. So if you have people who already have similar culture to people that are from the southern part of Nigeria, their culture and their way they behave is the same. Then you have some people in the northern part. I think some of them, I don't know if they're outside people or wherever they're from. Then they cannot bridge. It is the southern part of Nigeria that consume Nigerian music. We speak the same, we eat the same. Possibility that's just where it's going to be. So it will always be a problem.
And if you see Cameroonians talking about Nigerian music, it's the English Cameroonians. The French people do not even follow that stuff. I'm telling you for a fact.
So I cannot. No, let's be honest. A Nigerian man cannot go and marry a French Cameroonian because they will never understand each other. They don't.
There you go.
They don't eat the same. They don't speak the same language. You have to understand. Part of all the way from Igbo side to Benue to the south, which is I'm talking about middle belt of Nigeria now, and all this.
Yeah.
You can't really change. You know, somehow, you can't really change the whole thing. You only God know. But I won't let that part of Cameroon have peace, because I think those people have tried. I think the French is totally against them. That's why the whole thing is a mess. The French want them to become French. The people say no,
Yep,
we
that's assimilation. Yep.
assimilation.
Yeah,
You can,
assimilate into the French system, but we do not
yeah,
want it.
yeah, because you cannot assimilate people who already have the British way of system. They already have
So
free
there you go.
mind.
You understand the problem exactly.
Yeah, yeah, no, I understand. I understand. Look, I school with a lot. I school with a lot of Cameroonians way back. I know much about what is going on. You understand? I've never been to Cameroon, but I understand the system. I could see it in TV. I could see it when I come across them. I could see the way they behave. I could see the way they talk, and how they are. Yeah, we all one, but you have to allow people somehow to be. That's what Ubuari government almost brought in. Ubuari almost fulanized Nigeria. You understand me? That was the war. What people face between French and the Agrofo. He almost started in Nigeria by them recruiting Fulani to come from somewhere in Guinea, Mali.
Wow.
You understand me? They Buhari wanted to Fulanize Nigeria. That's an ethnic group have to give their land to Fulani to stay. They were intimidating them by killing them, the thief people. But those who were fighting back in Kaduna, they were fighting back. So now Buhari is gone now. You just wait for the new music. Now what will happen? All those guys that came in that terrorized Nigeria, they will be driven back one way or the other. Because you can never come, you that come from this, and you have to say the former governor of Kaduna State was also involved. That Fulani man. You understand me?
That guy.
Yes,
that guy that wanted to be the minister. They didn't nominate him the minister. He fled to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, because
El-Rufai.
Yeah, because that man is an evil man. That's what they did. That's what they did. Approve him. They know his dirty game. He is among people that brought Fulani from Mali, for Guinea. They are coming to kill Nigerians.
That was in his state where the southern and the northern Kadunas were always fighting Christian, Muslim in Kaduna.
Let me just tell you one thing there. Tinubu is a Satan man. Tinubu might be a Muslim, but it does not have their mind. You get what I'm saying? So they were kind of like disappointed on Tinubu. How can you say Muslim, but Tinubu have family members who are Christians. That's why in Tinubu government, there's a lot of Christians there. His wife is a Christian. You understand? They don't like Tinubu now. They don't like him. Because Tinubu did grow up in such an evil mind. You know what I'm saying? He might have something else, but Tinubu did grow up in such an evil mind like Ubuari. Ubuari nearly finished Nigeria. Let me just be honest. If Ubuari make Nigeria broke. Ubuari make Nigeria broke. These guys were just stealing money and his Fulani gangs that he brought to power. Nigeria was almost being ruled. What the problem people are having as what English are afraid. That's what Ubuari was staging almost. Basi, he create law to create land, create law to give a cattle way. Which cattle way? They're killing people in Benue. They're killing people in Boronu. They're killing people in Chad, in Kaduna. You get what I'm saying? They even went as far even to Enugu area. Only that they could not do, but in Chad they still fighting because the thief people will never give up their land, their indigenous land. You understand? Now because it's gone now, the army will be protecting some terrorists. People will be saying, we see army protecting these people when they came to invade our territory. That's just the truth. It's thank God it's democracy that is gone. Things will change slowly. 8 years of that man was like a banana's headache. Not good at all. Nigeria is broke. If not because there's a certain things Nigeria can still say that has made them still be going on. There's still a lot of money. They didn't know nothing about economics at all. They only just come to be borrowing, picking the money, borrowing, picking the money, borrowing, picking the money. Borrowing, picking the money. The Yoruba guys are now, they are more economical. They know a lot. The Fulani that came, they do know nothing. You understand me? Ian is El-Rufai, that Mijin. You understand?
But that part of Africa, Cameroon and Nigerian border, man, is a big issue. It is one of the biggest issue in Africa, Cameroon-Nigerian border, in terms of insecurity.
Yeah, because of
Maybe they are flying from Niger into Nigeria into Cameroon, or there's a lot of that border. I mean, there has to be something, man. It's crazy. You know, we are losing military there. Nigeria is also losing military. You know, a lot is not being solved.
Did you know I can terrorists go and have refuge in Niger, in Chad, but nobody know who they are. Yes, because Ubuari and those people, they were their family. He brought this. He and his people brought these people from Guinea and Mali to come and be terrorizing Nigeria. Now he's gone. Wait first. Check out the indigenous people. We go after these people. You understand me? Now he's gone. Just wait. He's gone. He does not have all those army secret kind of security that is protecting these terrorists. You imagine terrorists invade a territory, but be protected by unknown people. We don't know who they are and uniform. You understand me? How can you be Nigeria Fulani? They believe in us for a very long time. They don't kill nobody. But this one that came, man, God knows where they came from.
You are right, because the Fulani in Cameroon, we don't have that. We don't hear them killing people. That was before when the Fulani Bantu war. But ever since then, you don't see that killings that is happening. You know, it was now of recent that we have this Boko Haram that started over there in Nigeria, that we started having spill of it in Cameroon and all of that. But we have always been living peaceful. See, also this Amazonian war that we have with the French side. You know. We don't have no problem. Even in the Cameroon fighting military, we have the Fulani people in the military as well, you know. But is there like a friction between this and no? It's not, you know.
No, because Fulani, look, we have some Fulani misleaders, you know. But this Buhari is just exceptional, and his co-host. We have some Fulani. I think Abacha might be missed also like that, you know. But I don't know if Abacha is from
Musa Yaradua was a Fulani as well.
But Musa Yaradua doesn't have this mind.
Yeah, I heard he did good for Nigeria, man, before he died.
You know, the guy was very good. The guy came and said the election that brought him was being corrupted. He never really won the election. So the problem of Nigeria is our leaders that come with these people. What really destabilizes Nigeria is politics. So certain type of people
Kidula, we cannot hear you anymore.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah. What happened? Yeah, we can hear you.
So certain type of people want to come to power. How they want to come to power against Jonathan from the south? They want to come to power by all means. They check it out. If they try to use it Fulani in Nigeria, it might not work too much, because those ones are not used to. Because we live together. What did they do? They went to recruit some Fulani, ask them to move to Nigeria, that they can be Nigeria citizen. You know, come with your cow. They promised the heaven and net. Then when these guys came, they started putting guns on their hand. Out of the blue, Fulani started carrying guns to roam about as cattle railers. They say Fulani, they don't do kidnapping. You understand? Then they corrupt the ones in Nigeria. They just corrupt the ones in Nigeria.
Let me ask you. Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question, man. What is Nigeria doing to solve their population growth problem? I mean, it might not be a problem now, but do they have any? Are they washing their data? Are they? Don't you guys think the population increase might be a big problem in the future or not?
The population problem is going to be a big problem. That's why the correct political policy have to come in. These policies don't have to be corrupt, because if you have a population like Nigeria, right, they follow up with corruption. My brother, it will not be too long. The revolution almost will be like French Revolution. You know what I mean? When they disciplined, they deal with their so-called king at that time. You understand? You see, the problem we have now doesn't come now. It come during Obasanjo time, slowly than to what you're seeing now. You understand? These people. You see, one thing about Tinubu, I say I like him a little bit. He doesn't have the mind of this. He's a pure. He's not an army man. You understand? He's not really an army man. He know how to deal with people to people in a kind of like learned way, but not really using force, but not on his own spirit. But because of what he inherited, the guy came to power. The guy met nothing. because he was so eager to come to power. He thought he didn't meet the whole thing is a flop. The economy is a flop. He came to meet empty cover. Nothing. These guys, they took the money. The guy
But
just
wasn't him in the same party with Buhari? Wasn't him still benefiting from the same coffers that you talking about? How he was empty.
look. It might be with Buhari, but it was not in power. It was just might be a godfather in Lagos. You understand? He didn't know what was going on. The people that was going were just a close circle of Buhari and his clown. You understand me? From Castina, where he's from there. These are the guys. These are the guys he brought in. They were very tribalistic. They took the whole money. Buhari thought maybe if he leave power, he'll go and meet his friend in Niger there. The president they just overthrown. That's why he was creating road. He was creating road to that side.
Bazoum.
He was creating road to that place with 2 billion naira. He was doing everything there. He thought he will go to that as they overthrow that man. I think behind the scene he was maybe telling Tinubu just evade to bring my friend back to power. But
you might be right. Yeah, maybe he was the one
pulling the string. You understand
that guy was his good friend, because that Niger president was always in Nigeria. Even when Dangote was opening his oil refinery, he was there.
He was doing everything to keep that guy in power. That guy has become a puppet to the French. So he was surprised they overthrew that guy as he left power. Immediately they overthrew that guy. He was frustrated. Because he invested a lot of money there. You understand? Now the guy is gone. So he's stuck in Nigeria. Let him, Buhari, welcome to Nigeria for all what you created and your bad rules. Come and enjoy the bread and everything in Nigeria. You understand me? That's just what it is. It was just a bunch of guys who just wanted to overthrow a certain man at that time. They want the power by all means. In Tinubu time now, let George watch out now. They don't see Tinubu as a real Muslim. In their mind and in their face, it's a Sataner. He's not be trusted. He came to power, he got a lot of Christian in. All Tinubu guys are Christian guys. You have to, yes. Most of his appointees, most of them majority are Christians.
So why the Christian Muslim? Is the religion a bigger issue, or why not just consider everybody as the same?
Man, look, certain Muslims have family who are Christians. You understand? If you go to Ogun, go to all this area, my brother, you see maybe grandmother Muslim, papa, grandfather Christian. That's how they live together there.
But what I'm saying is having a religion, does that impact you from doing your work as an elect president or what?
No, it was Buhari who come with this nonsense and his co-host. He's the caliphate. Buhari is your diagram Boko Haram. You know what I mean? Before then, we don't have this kind of Muslim because you're Muslim. But they're all Babangida, they're all Muslim. Abacha is all Muslim. But most of his best friends are all Christians. You know what I mean? You know?
Right. And that's the problem. That's the problem with Africa, because, like I said, in Cameroon we have our problem of English side, French side. In other countries they have their own problem of this tribe and this other tribe. In another country is religion. So it's like every African there is some kind of something that divide us. Yeah, there's always something that divides us, and that's a bigger problem. And what I said is we have.
Can you guys hear me now? Yeah.
Oh yes, I'll go ahead.
Oh God, Ola Kidola, the fake news. Ola,
what happened, man? You live in the UK. How comes you don't have better network and you live in the UK?
No, what happened is my my internet is I don't know what happened. My internet is fucked up today. But yeah, Kidola, can you stop? God, what are you spewing? You're spewing so many rubbish and so many lies. Where do you get your news from? Kidola.
Yeah, go ahead and talk, man. He's on the panel, man. Just
Judah, honestly, Did you believe? Did you actually believe everything that just came out of that guy's mouth?
No, I did not believe, because him saying that everybody is coming from Niger and Chad. I'm like, man, even Africans move around. You have Nigerians going into other countries. You know, Sierra Leone travels as well. People move around, man.
Nigerians are the biggest.
You know?
Listen, I love
Exactly.
Nigerians. Yeah, I love Nigeria.
Exactly.
Nigerians.
What is the
Yeah, no
population of
doubt.
Niger?
Yeah, but the reality is, yeah, the problem with Nigerians, right? What I know is about them, I think the confidence level with some Nigerians that they're trying to project is actually fake and false. You know, basically it's by trying to put other people down to make themselves feel better, right? And you know, me and
Exactly.
you both know anyone that plays these tactics, they have inferiority in them, right? Which is a sad fact.
See. Now he's a
From
Buhari.
everything about Buhari that he just said, everything about the killings that he don't even know about in Nigeria. He probably don't even, you know, he never been to this region where this stuff are happening. He probably just in one part of Nigeria and he hear all this kind of. It's online. These guys go online. They just spew nonsense and they just come here and just start spitting rubbish that they had from somewhere else. And it doesn't help. It doesn't help a panel like a panel or a channel like this. He's been doing it for a long time. He keep repeating himself. When he goes to another channel,
exactly. You see,
Judah, is the one in Nigeria or we know Nigeria. You understand me? Judah, when Abacha was in power, when Abacha was in power, who was his second in command? Was a Christian guy. They were not.
Why religion?
Hold on.
There
was nothing like Fulani attack this, Fulani attack that. You understand me? But what happened?
Now, because he's a Christian, then he got Fulani attacking.
Are you so stupid? That was sitting behind the scene with Boko Haram.
Are you so stupid? You forgot about the war in Libya.
Hold on.
You forgot about Boko Haram in the northeastern Nigeria.
Judah, the problem now is that the problem now in Nigeria now to even trust a Fulani man now is very difficult in Nigeria. You know, really. If a Fulani man if a Fulani man come up and said he wants to be a president, say, oh, he's a Fulani, even the Hausas should not even vote for him. Because
what you mean they will not vote for him? I thought they said the next president of Nigeria will be from the north.
You know what? This Fulani deal with Hausa people a lot also. You understand me? A lot. They wanted the Fulani people land also.
Oh my God, what is he talking about?
When you say when Abacha was in power, everything was good, right? You are just making a false statement, because I've gotten on my panels that said I've gotten on panels that Nigeria have criticized all their president, even Goodluck Jonathan was being removed by Nigerians themselves. They're still doing it.
Look, Nigeria let me have the mic now. I've been off the mic for a little while, yeah, and I heard.
Hold on, because I know you want to talk because we are attacking Fulani now. We're attacking Fulani now. You want to jump in?
No, me just mute for a minute, yeah. Let's start. Let me just counter everything that you came up on, and from the beginning. He came on and he said the killings of the hardest killing. Then he went on Buhari. Then he went on Fulani, and that straight away that just tells me that you're not gonna come here and say anything good about Fulanis, because your whole perception is coming here on tribalism. Exactly what me and Judah was talking about. Yeah, why your country is so poor. In terms of a lot of level, yeah, why people look down on you guys. This is not just one of the aspects, yeah, and why, I actually, struggle to understand, the educational level that you have, that, and also where did you actually have the claim that you actually that developed or educated as a group of people?
Okay, look.
I don't even see
that
that
because you have. I cannot say because
right now.
Because you have Fulani where your people are killing our people. Forget that level. Forget that level.
Illiterate individual who just scroll around YouTube and
is outside man coming to your country to kill people. or is Igbo man coming to Sierra Leone to come and kill Fulani there?
Right.
The
Okay.
Fulani they import from Guinea and Mali. These are Fulani that are very, they are wearing wig. They're speaking French. You understand me? When you watch some of them, they don't even speak English, they speak French. You understand me? We caught a lot of them. You understand me? They are very ruthless. You understand? Now is now their master are gone. We will see what will happen to them in the long run.
When is the last time they took a wife? It seemed like a Fulani guy was banging a wife, bro. He's not happy about it. But anyway, let me finish. Listen,
I need to finish. Banging your wife, man.
No. Listen, right? Okay, all right. Never, not even in my graveyard. But the reality is, yeah, you have you just came here and claimed to now I got you Olakidola. Now you finally came out. I never knew your tribe, but now I know you're Igbo guys. Brilliant, no problem. So Igbo guy coming on the Biafra again, and just unlashing all kind of garbage, yeah, just because you don't like Fulani people. And that's going to be clear to everyone on this panel today. But I'm going to move on to it because you know what, all you just said just now is just beneath my feet. I'll just brush it off. But what I'm trying to say is the reason why you're not developing as a country. Yeah, this is one of the problems. And until you fix this, right, you're not going to get nowhere. And by the way, Buhari had nothing to do with the guy in Niger. If you understand the geography of northern Nigeria, you know for a fact the Kanuri guy that got overthrown, yeah, was, remember the Kanuris in northern Nigeria are connected to the Kanuris in Niger. So for him to come to Dangote or come to Nigeria and be close to Nigerian president is nothing new. Every single Nigerian president from the north always had this sort of relationship with the president from Niger. So just to put your lies aside, all right, and your propaganda. Number one. Number two, Buhari is the guy that equipped Niger military, yeah, during all that rampage killing that was going on in Niger. And you guys was the first people on the media, screwing Buhari for sending military, equipment to Niger to help fight against Boko Haram / Fulani in your little head, because Boko Harams are not Fulani, right? When
Forget that level. Don't twist talk. You play tribalism.
Boko Haram are not Fulani.
You don't live in Nigeria.
Boko Haram are not Fulani.
Are you the Omotaku that is arrested them? Are you the Omotaku that is arrested them? Are you the Omotaku that is arrested them in Yoruba land? Are you the Omotaku that is arrested them in Yoruba land? Are you the
don't want me to
Omotaku?
tell you the truth because
You live in Sierra Leone. What do you know much about Nigeria? You live in Sierra
is
Leone.
not
How do you know much
Fulani.
about Nigeria?
Yeah.
You want to school a Nigerian person that lives in Nigeria that you know something about Nigeria.
Do you know why Boko Haram expanded? Do you know why Boko Haram expanded today?
Of course, I mean there are so many reasons why
I read a book for a guy called Bulama Bukati. He's a Hausa brother from northern Nigeria. He came from that region. He said when Boko Haram started, he said it was under Goodluck Jonathan. That's when it was in the height of Boko Haram. We all know Boko Haram is an organization that's funded by outsiders. It's known. It's funded by outsiders. There's a lot of people know that the French were behind Boko Haram. And obviously, we know for a fact, certain sect of Islam came to that region, from the east. So it was like a bad cocktail. And also, we had the war in Libya that just finished. Most of the guys that was fighting for Gaddafi by the end of the war in Libya was the Tuaregs, these guys from Niger. Remember that, Jude? Yeah. So they're the one that brought the weapon to that region, yeah, and obviously made the whole situation worse. And because Jonathan was a weak leader, he had no connection to the outside world, right? He was a puppet, right? And he couldn't, secure Nigeria. He let this violence went on, and it was killing Northerners. And who was the president at that time? It was a Southerner. Can you understand where I'm coming from, right? So the
don't twist talk. You lie.
Can I finish? Why you forgive the power. So Boko Haram expanded, and they keep doing, because if you remember, Boko Haram was actually so bad before, during Jonathan, they was actually unleashing bombs in the churches in southern Nigeria. Bombs were let off everywhere, right? So basically, Buhari trying to get equipment when they kicked that Jonathan out. If Fulani are so bad, who actually brought Jonathan to where he is? Is Yaradua that brought Jonathan to where he is, to where actually claiming to be? Yaradua was a Fulani guy also, right? So let me just finish.
It's Obasanjo. Don't say
who was the vice president? Was Yaradua.
Who was the one that bought what's his name? The president, Goodluck Jonathan, right?
No. Judah, see what happened?
This
See what
guy is so
happened, eh?
dishonest.
Judah, see what happened?
Can I finish? Oh, Judah, let me finish here. If you don't
Hold on a little bit. Let him. It's a dialogue.
Look, Judah. Yaradua will be brought by Obasanjo. Yaradua's senior brother, Shehu Yaradua, a lieutenant general in the army at that time. He and Obasanjo ruled Nigeria in 1976. He was the second in command when Obasanjo was the head of state. Obasanjo still have second of likeness towards, they're like family now. Then when Obasanjo was about to leave, he now brought the junior brother of Shehu Yaradua, who was a chemistry teacher at that time. Nice guy. The Obasanjo also brought a guy from South who has never been, because South had never been to power. And so, you come and be the vice president. And that guy was the deputy governor of I think Bayelsa, somewhere like that.
Bayelsa State.
That's how Jonathan become
what's your point? Who brought Jonathan as a vice president?
Yaradua come as a puppet to Obasanjo. Yaradua came as a puppet.
There you go. Exactly, Judah. Exactly what I was trying to say to you, right, from the beginning again. To a man, a very inferior, insecure man.
You see what this guy
is trying to put someone else down to make himself or whatever he's trying to promote.
Obasanjo put support from Jonathan. If Obasanjo was still supporting Jonathan, look, Jonathan is not an army man at that time. Obasanjo is an army man. They still have their cliques at that time who was still very, very in power. So what happened? There are societies I think Jonathan did agree to do, or whatever it is. Obasanjo put support away from him. Then what happened?
Oh, that's why he lost the next the election to
that's why Obasanjo. Why?
That's why he lost. That's why he lost. His Obasanjo
came for him and kicked him out.
Look, it was the Obasanjo who even went to brought to Buhari. Through
now you're stupid.
You can live, but you live in Saudi. How do you know much about Nigeria? It was
Obasanjo was instead supporting Peter Obi.
Peter Obi, you
Judah. See, when Nigeria was saying there's corruption in Nigeria, they don't want a person like Jonathan. They were looking for who they think in house was a ruby not corrupt at that time. That's how they went to approach Buhari. Buhari was like a problem at that time. There are some people who say, no, this guy is an Islamist. You cannot trust him. Buhari said, no, I'm a Democrat. I'm sorry for what happened during the military time. You understand me? I'm a Democrat. Continuously, I'm a Democrat. I'll follow the democratic law. That's how it was even Tinubu and Obasanjo say, let's give him a trial. I swear to God, Nigeria regret bringing that man in. That guy was
Obasanjo is the one that is speaking presidents in Nigeria, or what?
No, see, at that time, he's far more powerful. You know, he just finished his turn. Obasanjo was very, very powerful.
No disrespect,
Obasanjo was a very, very powerful man.
Nigerian politics and the history of it.
Check what happened. Who will they blame me later? Even when he was supporting Peter Obi, even people see him at that time like, you went to bring this man that caused all this problem. You understand me? Oh, Buhari, nobody know Buhari. And what happened? Most of them who wanted power started reporting Fulani to destabilize Jonathan government. Even Jonathan vice president was in a way working against him. You understand me?
My question is Obasanjo supported Peter Obi. How comes Peter Obi did not win? That is the question that I ask.
Because he's nobody.
Hold on. Obasanjo was already weak. Obasanjo political interest already been dismantled by Buhari people.
All right, okay, enough for this garbage. Okay, all right.
You that live in Sierra Leone, how do you know about my own politics? You see how you want to prove they're very intelligent. You don't even know nothing. You don't even know nothing.
Olakido, like, you need to go and eat some monkey soup.
No, because you in Sierra Leone. If not Abacha, you would have been wasted. You would be wasted in Sierra Leone.
Right now, you know.
Come on, be talking nonsense to me that live
next
time, not in Nigerian politics.
Next time you come talk to me, make sure
Judah is very weird. You that come from Sierra Leone, you want to tell me about Nigeria politics.
No, I talk about West African politics in general.
Judah didn't happen.
It's people like you. It's people like you that actually made me come to this space.
Membership, Obasanjo tear his party membership in the TV live.
Judah, Obasanjo does not belong to any political. How they call it? You have no weight. This guy
is a weak president. You know, we have very weak president, very weak. And look, Obasanjo.
Ola, go ahead and finish your point so I can go ahead and counter. Go ahead.
Look. Obasanjo is a very powerful military man, right?
Hold on.
The people that hold power in Nigeria that even brought Obasanjo in, the Abu Salam, the Dajuma, them other
Babangida. What about Babangida?
Yes, Babangida. Do you know why they brought Obasanjo in? Because they were looking for a certain person now to rule, right? And Obasanjo was already in the prison at that time. So then I said, okay, who is more respected than to bring from the south? That's that some of these Dajuma guys. And the man brought Obasanjo out of the prison. Obasanjo was a broke man at that time. So it's okay, come, you become president. Obasanjo didn't even win election self. They just ring him into power.
What you mean he didn't win election? I thought it was a coup d'etat. After the coup d'etat, you know.
No. After that coup d'etat, right? The army want to hand over power to civilians. Them Abu Salam at that time. That was the Abu Salam didn't want to stay in power more than 1 year because he know before the other people will come and overthrow him. You know, other guys. So he said he will hand over, promise to the Americans, he will hand over power to a civilian government. They were fishing for who to use at that time. And guess what? This guy that just run for president now, what is his name? Atiku, right? Abubakar, they from PDP. They will look, okay, let's give power to the south now. They then point in Obasanjo out. It's Atiku that give Obasanjo the first 500 million to even run as a president. The PDP.
So how come Obasanjo have not backed Atiku ever since he has been running for president?
They have problem. They have problem when they were in power. Something happened between them and Obasanjo. You saw me. So that's what I tell you that the military power at that time. Now because these men now they become more older and older. Buhari was the last one. You understand? Guess why they could not deal with Buhari? Because he was a military man, and he just came in. He deceived and came in, and that 8 years was like a terrible 8 years. Obasanjo doesn't have political power like that anymore. He have no that strength. The next election you'll be seeing in Nigeria will be far more complicated because all these military men, they all getting older, and all these so-called, we call them the mafias at that time. You know, these are guys before other Shehu Yaradua at that time. You understand me? So it'll be far more difficult, far more complicated than you see for the next election because now it's more civilian now, not military people. You understand me? More civilian now. So the battle.
But this military people that be in power, they're not gonna. It doesn't matter.
You want to tell me something about Nigeria when I know what is going on?
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not talking. I'm just listening to your comment.
They didn't even want Jonathan to even rule after Yaradua. People, when Yaradua died, they were still keeping it secret. People like the Aerofire and other guys, they didn't want to give him power. Even some of the Northerners at that time, it was Obasanjo who said this man must be the president of Nigeria. That's what they even allowed the guy to rule for 2 years before the election.
No, but when you die as president, your vice president automatically takes power, right? In Nigerian politics.
Did not said no that there must be another man.
No, they go by the constitution. Don't go by the law. You go by the constitution. What does the constitution say?
You just have problem with the North and Fulani.
Judah. Let me tell you the truth. When Yaradua died, they hid it for about 2 months. They didn't want Jonathan to come into power. When Obasanjo leaked the secret, they said no. is now tongue of the Northerners. That on that Northerners will come in and come and finish the 8 years
I know. Listen, I know enough. I know enough.
Of Yaradua. You understand me? Then what happened? Obasanjo now stood by. Obasanjo look. The Northern people respect Obasanjo a lot. Then the same people, then the Abu Salam and the Dajuma, who owns the North at that time, said let him rule. Then when the guy ruled for 2 years in that stage election, he defeated Ubuari at that time. Real genuine defeat, no ring. You understand me? Through the help of them, all these guys. Then after that 4 years, because he was so weak, and Obasanjo, I don't know what happened between him and Obasanjo. Obasanjo came to national TV and tear his membership ID card. Then the some of these guys who was against him then during when Yaradua was there to rule, they now secretly say how to destabilize him if he try to ring this election. The first of all, they say disturb his government. They start importing Fulanis from Guinea, Mali, to be attacking people, placing bombs in churches and everywhere. You understand me? Then some of them were being caught. I swear to God, this guy.
So Boko Haram came from Guinea.
I swear to God, this Fulani. I swear to God, this Fulani. They were, they were speaking French. You understand me? Even the Hausas in the north say these are not Nigerian Fulanis. These are very ruthless Fulanis from Mali, from Guinea. You understand me? Very ruthless ones. Nigerian Fulanis are very peaceful people, but some of them are very deadly also. They import this one. That's the people like from Air Rufai.
Have you landed? You landed now?
Go ahead, Al.
Very, very interesting guys in there, Judah. These guys,
Go ahead, Al.
You see what I love about people. You see people that mix lies and the truth. They're very.
You don't know nothing about Nigeria. Don't come and tell me Nigeria.
Hold on now. Go ahead.
I did not interrupt this guy, yeah. But what I find dangerous.
You interrupting me. How can I? Do you ever see me come and explain Serelu politics for you? I don't even know nothing about Serelu. Even Cameroon that's even bothered me. I don't even know nothing about Cameroon politics. You that live far away, you know much about Nigerian politics. That me that live in Nigeria. I breathe in, I eat Nigeria. My friend, where you coming from? So right, you people are the part of the clique that coming to destabilize Nigeria.
Right. I'm glad that you brought that up. Can I respond to you now, Ola?
No, you want to have this kind of British way of and want to, in a way that what do you know about Nigeria?
Right. Can I respond?
Do you know that you and Kidola go way back when in Wakanda? I was on that panel with you that he said, man, so we were the one that helped you guys to find. How do you, Kidola? You remember that?
I've always, today I've been really kind to you.
Serelu was disintegrated. Nothing there.
But we have gone a long way, man. I remember those days.
I've been nice to him today. I've been nice to him.
No, Nigerian people just went to die for that place for nothing.
Right. You finished?
The soldiers they said they went to die for nothing there. There's nothing Serelu.
Right. Good. Okay. Finish. Well done. I'll give a clap. Right.
Oh man.
Right. I don't know what's that. People that mix the lie and the truth, they're very dangerous people. When you listen to them, it's best you don't believe anything that they say. Right? Because what happens is you end up, riddling up your brain. You'll be tangled up with lots of crap you don't need in there. First of all, Ola, the reason why I became interested in Nigerian politics is because, first of all, it's not to do with the politics of it. It's to do with my people that live in Nigeria. As a proud, tall and proud Fulani guy, I'm sure you're proud of the tribe or whatever you belong to. When you hear people on the internet, that have nothing to do in their lives, sat there talking wrong about your people, or your tribe, no matter where they are, and it obviously raised the eyebrow. So then I started, following some of the stream, but mainly Judah know that very well. I've always been a Pan-African capitalist, right? That's how I met Judah and some other guys, right? So I hope that's good enough for you, Ola, to understand why I became interested in Nigerian media space a little bit. It's not because of the politics only. I got families that live in Nigeria. My family own a school in Nigeria, right? I don't know any Nigerian that own a school in Sierra Leone. But so the reality is, we do care for our people a lot. And anywhere there's a problem, with our people, we will, it's in our nature to be concerned. So I noticed there's a lot of, because what I noticed about you, you always had this agenda, but you always hid your tribe. But today you came out, you said the Igbo. I can understand the anger. I can understand the frustration why you have so much hatred towards Fulani and, the North in some kind of aspect because of the political whatever you go going on in your country and the religious differences. But however, if you're gonna tell stuff about a tribe, yeah, you got to remember each group there's good and bad people in every group, and I'm sure you're old enough as an adult, you probably got children to know that. And when you say Fulani, yeah, and you said Boko Haram, it's just like me saying KKK, and I said Black Power or you know what I mean? It's like they're totally different things. For example, Borno, where Boko Haram is from, you don't have that's not Fulani area of Nigeria. I don't have to live in Nigeria to tell you that one. Borno is a Kanuri zone, right? Borno area of Nigeria. Boko Haram wasn't formed by Fulanis. They wasn't part of Fulanis. In fact, Boko Haram killed more Fulanis and Hausa than they killed other Nigerians, right? So I understand there's Fulani banditry. There has always been banditry in Nigeria from all tribe, but it's funny how ironic he never came here and mentioned Biafra or IPOB, yeah, that's killing your people in your region. He never have mentioned that, but you always focus on the Fulani, right, mister? And the reality is, you trying to taint my tribe to be, killers and terrorists. Of course, we have problems, in the Sahel with Islamics or whatever we talked about loads of time. These are not only Fulanis in there. That's why you probably people that are hearing this from you, they get confused. In the Sahel, there's Fulani, Kanuri, Hausa, Bambara, Songhai. I will name you so many tribes in the Sahel that if you see them, sometimes you cannot tell the difference. And also they speak French and most of them speak French, yes. Right? But as far as people like you are concerned and the propaganda that you put in the media, they're Fulani. So, this is danger, babe, right? You said herders used to carry sticks. Yeah, during Jonathan, herders used to carry sticks, yeah. But the hungry people in the villages that have no money, no food, can't be bothered, not all of them, because the reality is the Fulani herders and the farmers used to be allies. They used to work to hand in hand because the Fulani bring the milk and the cheese, and the farmers give them other stuff that they need, like an exchange kind of thing. And sometimes the farmers can't cut all the grass. They get the herders to come in, the cows eat the grass, and they go. But then when Yaradua died, yeah, this is what I heard from my person that live in Nigeria that explained to me. I know he's not going to lie to me like you, so I rather believe him than believe in you, Allah. Yeah, what he said was that the people in the south became hostile towards the Fulanis and the herders that live in the south because they thought, oh, we got our guys in the power now. A Fulani guy died and he passed on to us, so it's our turn to, instead of living together and carry on living the way he was living, and start switching against my people. And you should know by history, you cannot touch certain people, because when you do, by the time you end that conflict, it's going to be in a lot of loss. You should know that if you go back to history. So that was a big error. So because of that bad relationship between people that are hungry in the village, that are struggling with finances and, with the cattle rustling, because cattle rustling, the people are trying to lick cow. Cow is a very expensive thing. They spend a lot of money. And a lot of these guys that follow the cattle, they pay them to actually follow these cattle. In fact, a lot of these cattle are owned by by most of these rich, Hausa and Fulani guys in Abuja, in Senegal, in Dakar. Like they could be living anywhere. Yeah, this average man that's carrying the cattle is just an innocent guy. But if you're gonna be attacking him all the time when he's carrying his cattle, he's probably gonna find a way to defend himself and his cattle, right? Because no one is otherwise a low IQ. Yeah, so that's the reason why. Obviously, maybe the guns flow came before the South, and they managed to get access to material to defend themselves. Maybe that's why. It's common sense. The average man in the street will tell you that's exactly how it would have played out. But unfortunately, Boko Haram. Yeah, basically, let me come back to Northeast, because the big majority of the killing in Nigeria is Boko Haram. The one that doing bankruptcy, it's only now and again you hear about it, and it's only now and again it happens, which is a local conflict. But Boko Haram is a major problem. Boko Haram was founded, and majority of Boko Haram are Kanuris people. They're not Fulani, they're not Hausas. But obviously, you're gonna find maybe tiny bit of Fulani or Hausa in them, right? But when Boko Haram started, yeah, Buhari couldn't get the air power to pound them. Because what happened is when they was getting chased, Jude was explaining that rightly, exactly what my cousin said. That's what I was listening to Jude. When they chased them to the Cameroon, by the Cameroon border, they run into Cameroon. And and when they chase them to Chad border, they run into Chad. So they got a leeway to get in and come back in and do their hitting. But when Buhari managed to get his air power that the West refused to give him, there is a Muslim country that you hate that actually gave Buhari the air power that you have in the country today, yeah, that you're boasting of, yeah, that you're using today to fight against Boko Haram from Pakistan, this air force, these planes that you got. But the reality is, according to Bulama Bukati, the Hausa writer, he lives in the UK. Right, he's a very known guy. He's the one that actually documented the killing in Zamfara between some of the Hausa and the Fulani that Ola is rambling about, which I know, the inside of that also. But he said 90% of the recruitment, the reason why Boko Haram got larger and expanded, is said it's because of the way how the Buhari regime was pounding the Boko Haram. Right? Because the way the military also was going into the Kanuri villages and their town and treating our Kanuri brothers and sisters and killing them and maltreating them, treating them all as Boko Haram, that made them angry. And they feel like, hang on a minute, you're supposed to be coming here protecting us against Boko Haram. And now you, the guys that are flying in the air, bombing us and killing us. So that's why a lot of these guys expanded. So, you can see the problem. So Buhari was getting blamed from one side for not doing that, but at the same time, he's getting problem from his own community, for killing, letting his military pounding people down there. All that things are very complicated as you want them to sound, bro. You got to be careful. You're right. I'm not Nigerian, but you got to understand things are more complex in life than you trying to make them to be. And coming up, and being a total tribal bigot, like a totally literate, on a show like this, is actually disgusting. You need to stop it.
Okay, Al, are you done?
Yeah.
Kidola, do you want to respond or you want me to go ahead? I think Kidola is probably taking care of his wife and kids.
No, he ain't got no response because you know what? He know I'm goddamn fucking right, Judah.
Judah, see, look, this thing you're saying, what you just explained, you can say when this problem started in Nigeria, it started during Obasanjo time. I gave you the history already. What brought these people on? It was
So
an
you telling me Obasanjo went to Guinea and brought Fulanis into Nigeria?
No. I said Boko Haram problem came during Obasanjo time. It was not even Jonathan time.
No, the system of it came in like where
what happened?
The
become
Salafism,
become more violent during Jonathan time.
Exactly. So that's
but Obasanjo make a very big mistake. And that mistake also be cahooted also by the people that came from Borno at that time also. But during Jonathan time, they become more violent, and there are some political reasons why they become more violent at that time. There are some Nigerian elites who were using them to destabilize Nigeria. Only God know where some other hands were coming from also. You understand? They were the same thing. They said Obasa Buhari was expanding them. The same thing also went against Jonathan that Christians are killing Muslims. And this was some cleric in the north were using to recruit their own people at that time to start to destabilize Jonathan government. At first, they were using it to attack churches in Abuja, in northern part also, somewhere in Adamawa, in Kano. So Boko Haram start having different dimension. You
But
understand?
when Buhari came in, the Boko Haram did not die down. If they wanted to destabilize Jonathan's government, how come in Buhari's government they were still
Exactly.
Boko Haram that was continuing?
That's
Look,
You know,
Judah, don't waste your
Jonathan,
time on him, man.
look,
Because the
look, look.
reality is this.
Judah, the people that brought Boko Haram, the people that brought other ones to join them later, they didn't know that when you let the cat loose, you cannot take it back where it was anymore. The people that brought this calamity, they thought they can control this calamity. You see, it now become a business, big business. For those that have political power,
So Ola, do you think Obasanjo is the worst president of Nigerian history then?
I cannot. No. Buhari is the worst.
Okay.
Then
Why Buhari is the worst?
Then
why Buhari is the worst president?
Because Buhari didn't know nothing he was doing at all.
Okay, let me give you my take on Buhari. Yeah, number one, you're right. Buhari did not really want it. He tried. Obviously, Buhari. Yeah, he the way Buhari ran his government, right? He ran his government like a military guy, right? He just sat there, he picked few guys. That's how things come across to me, right? He just sat there, he picked like what a military guy would do, right? Yes, man, yeah, like yes, sir. Like you go and do that, and you don't ask anything back because you have total trust in them, right? You think, oh, if I send him to go and do that, he'll go and do it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's one of his biggest problems. He never really chased.
But let me just make this statement, right? I feel like many people are criticizing Buhari because he's a Nordist, but I heard that during his reign, 8 years, he did more construction as a president than any other president have ever done in Nigeria. There was a lot of railroad that were constructed, road, a bridge that was constructed between the east and the Anambra in Niger, the Niger River, the bridge, and all these, the River Niger and all this. So he did a lot of even in Cameroon, the bridge that was it was doing Buhari that we had a bridge that was constructed between Cameroon and Nigeria on the Cross River
See what happened. See what happened, right?
And also, when it comes to the military, Buhari during Buhari is where Nigeria become much more a strong military might in the zone. Yeah, in terms of modern technology equipment, right? And manufacturing, weaponry instead of buying it. And you making your own.
Look.
In northern Nigeria.
Jonathan was weak. That's what I said. Jonathan was a weak president.
So why
Jonathan, hold on. But economically, hold on.
Just jealous and hate.
Hold on. Economically, Jonathan is far better than Buhari. But in terms of security,
time were different.
Hold on. In terms of security, Jonathan was very weak, and Jonathan had some weak politicians around him at that time. You understand me? So money was being sanfid, was being stolen. But you have to understand the money that people during Jonathan people took or stole was even small compared to the money when the Buhari left power. Without start seeing things now who eat too
honestly,
much.
I don't know anything.
So what happened? So what happened during Buhari time was this: the same Boko Haram changed dimension. They start killing their own people, which is the Hausas. That they start going after the Hausas now, bombing mosques and all those things, right? Then the Hausas that form what's called vigilante, right? That vigilante fought Boko Haram and still because they know much about the people. They know their houses. They know where they're coming from. Then they now use the military as kind of like a backup, because most military does not understand most of these guys at all. That what really happened. Then when Boko Haram started dying down, a new set of banditry started coming in. This set of kidnapping and everything. And this new set of kidnappers came from the Fulanis, not the Hausas. People are thinking, on that set of new business that root up. It's a new business now. They will just kidnap you.
It's kidnapping.
Then in the south, in the south, there's some Fulanis that will come and live. Hold on. In the south, especially like Yoruba land, they will kidnap people. The Yoruba that find out there's some Fulanis that were living among them, come with other Fulanis to start kidnapping some Yoruba people demanding for money. But they also innocent Fulanis also do know nothing about it also at all. So I will give that to Fulanis who doesn't know nothing about this so-called kidnapping, but they also saw it as a business. So this business was so big, they could control the southern part a little bit, because the Fulanis in the south were also cohesing with the indigenous of southern people also. So they could easily, through this vigilante, they could easily dismantle these southern ones easily, because they start finding the southern ones, not the Fulanis, the indigenous, working someone with this Fulani who speak the same language like them. They speak Yoruba because they're born there. Therefore, they don't pass information, to who to kidnap. So what happened? They're able to a little bit reduce it, but not totally. But the ones in the north in Zafara and other places, my man, will become far more deadly. That even a whole government will be sitting with people that are worst.
Listen, Zamfara is listen. If you know what's going on in that states, yeah, it's bigger than what you say.
So
you don't know
Zamfara.
nothing about it. So, yeah.
What I'll finish. I'll let you. Zamfara will become a scene. Then it now become like dragging land this time in Benue with the thief people. You understand me? With these people, they was also using the same banditry to attack the thief people for land. You understand? That's why you see this not about hungry people. The Fulani was always really their cow in Nigeria. They never really go against crops or anything like that easily. But they were using now to want to acquire land, indigenous land. That's where the thing that become very far more deadly. Okay, if Fulani attack your village, but if you want to retaliate, there will be a group of soldiers. These soldiers are not SATA soldiers. We don't know who they are really. They will prevent you. This was continuing going on in Benue State.
Are you saying the northern military protecting
Ubwari left power. Now it's slowing that down. But the problem now is that's been created down already. Is who to trust among the Fulanis now. You understand me? Who to trust? Because the Fulani.
Listen, I don't think the that's the last thing the Fulani will worry about, bro.
Because the Fulani of Nigeria,
that's your own problem.
Because the Fulani of Nigeria, they know is not the Fulani they're not saying now, because it's Fulani have never been only cattle realize in Nigeria. They do gold, they do like a tea that they set up like a cafe whereby you come and drink tea and bread and fried egg. You understand me? They do it together sort of with the Awusa.
Oh, they do that thing in your country, Kidola.
Yes.
That's our breakfast. They have this. They call them little cafe stuff. They do the eggs and
yes, they also do that. And sometimes we don't even know difference between Fulani and Hausa. Let's just be honest. We thought Hausa and Fulani is Hausa. Until this problem started coming, they also started saying, no, we're not the one. And Hausa is the largest population in the north. The largest. You understand me? Not all Fulani, so Fulani pay a price also for this problem also. They pay a heavy price. Also, the Fulanis are people who live simple life. They live very, very simple.
Honestly, I don't think you know, and I don't think you know 1%.
Wherever they want to.
It's hard, the sad thing is when I hear you
hold on. I say Fulani people in Nigeria, they are not just doing cattle rearing alone. They do gold business, they do that cafe thing, they do businesses, they do bureau de change, Fulanis also live in Lagos. They live in different parts. We don't,
What's below the change?
those are that change money for the black, change dollars for you. You understand
Oh
me?
wow.
They also do that also. But what happened, the other side of the Fulani, which I cannot blame all of them, but that's what these are imported ones. If you ask any Nigeria, they'll tell you they import these people because some of them, they hold some of them a lot. They speak French. They don't even speak English. The Fulanis of Nigeria speak English. And because they've been living with us for years, you know their mentality, you know who they are. These are not people who, yes, there are some people in the middle belt of Nigeria that started stealing their cow. Yes, that will happen. You understand me? Well, roasting they call it cattle roaster or roaster, whatever they want to call it. You understand? But how to just expand into banditry has something to do with some corrupt politicians who want to make money out of this business. It's a business game. That's I say it's a business. Nothing that.
I said they bandit to make money. Okay, all right.
Yes. Until today, you see governors sitting down with this terrorist and saying you want to settle. They even give them her years and everything. I swear to God, after 3 months, that governor refused to pay. They will come back again. That's what is going on in Zapara. That's what's going on in Niger State or something like that. You understand? That's what is going on. Okay, Sata Kaduna, they were using them to attack the indigenous people of Sata Kaduna because they are not. There are also different type of people also there. You understand me? You know, killing their kings. Man, it's a mess. It's Duru Buhari time was a mess, very big mess. The guy brought in tribalism and destroy everything. That's what says the worst president, and his government also was very corrupt.
I think you said enough now. To be honest, I'm surprised your mouth haven't tried yet. But anyway, in listening to you, it would be nice for you to know, one day as you get older, you're probably gonna get wiser. You're probably gonna, if you, I don't know how financially
I'm not an outside man. You
want to travel enough to.
You put deceive outside people to. You put deceive outside people to come in.
Okay.
Your
travel around.
Osman Afodo was also very violent human being. Also, forget all this thing. What did I want to ask something? Osman Afodo, is it a Fulani man?
Usman Danfodio, yes, he was a Fulani from Toro, from Senegal. He was a Senegalese Fulani.
Well, okay, can you tell me Osman Afodo
majority of the
Osman time was it peaceful or was attacked?
Do you want to learn? If you want to know,
we know Osman Afodo come and tribal for Osman Afodo. I drove him out.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah. Mr. Warrior. But yeah, Usman Danfodio was a Fulani from Senegal. Is the Tukla Fula, the Fula I talked about now and again, like the ones you see the current president of Senegal is Macky Sall. Usman Danfodio was a Tukla from Senegal, and who went there to settle alongside the other Fulani group of that branch of the Adamawa branch of Nigeria, that part to the Lake Chad. Because Fulani been in northern Nigerian region in Lake Chad. Fulani been in Lake Chad.
That whole area was all the same, the Sokoto, the Bono, the Kanem Bono Empire. Oh yeah, it was all like empire.
That's what Kido don't understand is he's still stuck in this old.
So those people are still the same. They are the same people saying that they are from Niger. They were under the same empire till partition came in and divided people into Nigeria, Chad, Niger. These people are the same people.
What Kido don't understand is how that's Fulani that you see in northern Nigeria. Forget about those one in your little head that came outside. Those ones that you see in northern Nigeria today, like the Buhari, the Atiku, this Fulani been in Nigeria since the 11th century at the Lake Chad. The entire region to stretch to northern Nigeria to Burkina Faso all the way to the Mali border. We have different empires during those days, right? We had the Songhai, which was probably the last one, and also we had the Mosi one around there. But the reality is, these people have been living in empires not country. They're not like those, they're not like the people down where you come from, or like that, been in that one little village, and also they only been intermarried towards. Because I understand that, because I can see the differences between the Sahelians, and the black people further down in the forest. I can see the different lifestyle, different cultures, and stuff like that. So therefore, when you look at the northern Nigeria, that's why you get confused with northern Nigeria and Niger Republic, like when you was trying to the propaganda that you was trying to sell earlier with Buhari and Bazoum. You don't understand, these are the same people, yeah, that that had that petition that divide them, but they refuse to accept that petition, that division between them, whether they speak French or English. Because if you cross over that side, they speak Hausa. If you cross over that side, they speak Kanuri. If it's crossing over that side, they speak Fulani. In fact, the reason why Buhari or whatever at the back of your mind, yeah, because you said you think it's Buhari that was telling Tinubu to go and bomb his own people. Do you know majority of the people that live around there, they're Fulani and Hausa and Kanuris? So you're telling me that Buhari was telling Tinubu to go and bomb his own people, to use his own military, to use Fulani military in to go and kill the other Fulani people over there.
Yeah, take for instance, right? In Cameroon, there was this war that this other tribal war that wanted to break out in the north, the Arab Shua. These guys, the Shua Arab. So us in the south, we thought these guys were Fulanis, but they are not. They are on different break, right? So they are in the north. They are in the north, and they were fighting. They were fighting this other tribe because I think it was agricultural land or something, and this other tribe that they were fighting, majority of their population are in Chad. In Chad, the tribe in Chad that have the same tribe in Cameroon told the Arab Shua in Cameroon that if they try, they are gonna come into Cameroon and invade them. So that was a bigger problem. So you have countries, but now you have tribes that are aligning with their own people in another country, right, to fight another. So it was a whole bigger issue. So for that to die down, it was a Cameroonian government had to call the Arab Shua, because this tribe, we believe that they came from Sudan, because most of their tribal language is Arabic. That's what the Arab Shua they speak in northern Cameroon, Arabic.
Yeah, I know that they're very close. They're very close to the Fulani in northern Nigeria.
Exactly. So we in the south thought these guys were the same people, but it wasn't till
the people that Malak Ola would see, and they say it's Fulani, right? So those ones that live in Niger, yeah, they would come in northern Nigeria and do slaughter. They would say it's Fulani. The ones in the other side to Burkina Faso will come in and slaughter. They say Fulani, because they don't know the difference between some of the Afro-Arabs and the Afro-Tuaregs and the Fulani. They can't tell the difference, right? Because, what I mean? I can see why, though, because, there's some, in the Sahel, there's a lot of similarity. Just like you cannot tell the difference between the Hausa and the Fulani, by looking at them sometimes. Even me, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, even me, I come across that. I saw a Hausa person, I think it's Fulani. I saw a Fulani person, I think it's Hausa. I came across that a lot. So the reality is, but what happened is, because you got that mindset, what Kidola got with that Biafran mentality, because of what happened in the past, and he just chose, that blanket statement over one people or one tribe when something happened. Kidola remind me of what's his Pansa, They just fixated in that Biafran, and he will never talk about the sad killing that's going on in his area.
But Kidola is not a Biafran, though. I mean, I don't like attacking his personality. I just like attacking his ideology, right?
I don't mean Biafran like that, but I'm trying to say the mentality like that. You probably been listening to a lot of their stuff and you don't understand, or trying to do a research on this type. I don't blame him, because he probably been around people that think like that. But if he used to take his own time and do his own research and find out there's difference between Afro-Arab, Afro-Tuaregs, Fulani, and because we in the far west, we also we're different to them, right? So Fulani, not all Fulani look the same. Some Fulani look dark like a charcoal grill. Some Fulani look light skinned. Some Fulani look like a mixed race person. This is what people struggle with about our tribe, because we're not like the Fulani is a clan, is a tribe in a clan with different, umbrella. For example, those Fulanis that you see in Cameroon and Adamawa, they actually are mainly Hausa. Do they?
No. The ones in Cameroon, the Pearl, they call them the Pearl.
Yeah, no,
Peu. I don't know if you know about the Pearl.
that's right. That's how French call Fulans. Yeah, and what
Oh,
happened is,
okay.
so
Oh,
what happened is, that's how you call it in French. That's how the Fuller is pronounced. But the reality is, those genetic research that recently been done around that region. Of course, you have the Pearl, you're right, which is one group, just like Northern Nigeria. You got the Hausa Fulani, which is in Northwest, and you got the Fulbe that actually refused to blend in and just kept their ways. Because, in my opinion, I think in the northeastern Nigeria, looking at the genetic spreading, the Fulani has been wiped out by the Hausa in terms of intermarriage. So the Fulanis in northern Nigeria, they're more Afro-Asiatic genetically than they are Niger Congo people. Does that
right.
make sense?
Let's
Right.
allow
So,
Mike. Yeah,
sorry?
let's allow Mike to chip in. Let's hear from Mike.
Yeah, Mike, come in.
Yeah. Hey, Hal, let me ask you a question. Okay, the Fulani people, you guys are all over like different countries. Are you guys coordinated, or it's just individual? Like for example, you Fulani in Sierra Leone, are you coordinated with the Fulanis in Nigeria?
I have family members in Nigeria. Yeah.
Okay, but one thing I don't believe is I don't think you guys as an ethnic group have an agenda together, like
No,
coordinated
we don't.
agenda.
No, we don't. We don't.
Because
No.
the constant preaching that some anti-Fulani people in Nigeria always do is that the Fulanis want to conquer Nigeria and sink their Quran in the ocean, in the Atlantic Ocean. They constantly say that, so that's what created the phobia, the Fulani phobia in the minds of a lot of Southern Nigerians. To me, when I did my research and my studies, I found out all those things. Just most of it is propaganda. It's just there's no such thing.
No.
I just think someone is anti-Fulani decided to create that propaganda and just because 10 years ago nobody was talking about Fulani people.
You
All of a
said that,
sudden,
Mike, right? Before Buhari, you
yeah,
said no one was talking about Fulani people at all. Because
nobody
Fulani only
nobody knew nobody
minority,
was
a
talking about
minority.
Fulani.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the past I think 6 years or 7 years, Fulanis became the scapegoat or like it became
Yeah.
the. I mean, it's really sad, man. It's sad. I think somehow we have to like do something. Yeah, I mean, challenge that narrative and
That's what I'm trying to do, but Olado do not understand that. And what he don't understand is, this is the reason why a lot of people are getting hurt. Also because if you're gonna channel your hate towards the tribe on the mic, some people will take action. So if you're gonna be going on Biafra, and talking about Fulanis, and then the Fulanis in the ground, got the tools, what do you expect is gonna happen?
It's funny how I held the same discussion with Pansat. He was telling me he's a Pan-African, and the same time talking down on Fulanis and saying they are not. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? How can you be preaching Pan-Africanism? Yeah, you are dividing people and say they are not Africans. They are not that. So it makes no sense.
But this is what
people like Pastor have been brainwashed, man. They've been
yeah.
brainwashed by
He's
they are
extreme.
Biafran people. They just brainwash their people, man. Like I don't,
Yeah,
I don't
I
even
think
know
that
where Fulani
I
got
think
any connection with
do you know
this.
what, Mike? I think unfortunately the brothers in the southeast, right, they felt politically marginalized for a long time, and at the same time, they know, the obviously the Fulanis are minority in the north, but the Hausas are the majority, but they know that they for some reason they think it's the Fulani that's stopping them from sitting in the
No,
throne.
no, it's not true. I don't think
But
they've ever
not
been
knowing
politically
Fulani
marginalized.
actually, they don't realize they're financially wealthy tribe. Just like a lot of other
No,
tribes.
politically, I mean, they're one of the ethnic groups that always dominated politically in Nigeria. So I don't
Yeah.
think they've ever been politically marginalized.
So
Because almost every regime they dominate like cabinets and stuff. So I don't think if we
well,
want to talk about,
I had that a lot. I
huh?
heard
Nah,
it
it's
a lot.
just propaganda, man. It's those separate secessionists that always do that. They just look for reasons
They
to
want to divide the
justify their
country.
secession agenda.
They want to
But
divide
there's
the
no
country.
such. They've never been politically marginalized in Nigeria. They always dominate every cabinet. Look at all the governments, every government positions, even during the military rule, they
Mike,
always
you
use
said
tribals
one
from
thing the
vice
last time.
president.
Mike, you said one thing. Hang on to that. Mike said one thing the last time, which I think, answered a lot of the question that any government that came to power in Nigeria distribute power to different region. Is that right? That's what you said.
Yeah. Everybody's always part of the government, and then the majority ethnic group always have more people represented in the government. So the Southeasterners always have more people in every government.
Mike,
so I don't know what
can
that political marginalization is all about. That's
Mike,
just
let me tell
some
you,
fallacies, man.
in Cameroon, we the English Cameroonians say we are politically marginalized, but government has English Cameroonians in power. The prime minister in Cameroon has always been English Cameroonian ever since. But this is the thing: people want to be the one dictating power. These guys do not have nothing in power. They align with the president. When the president, that's who they follow. But when they talk of power, they are talking of being president, able to command people. That is what power is. It's not taking obey, or the president tells you go and do this, or you are minister of this. That is not what people are talking about. In Cameroon, we are fighting that the next president should be from the English part, because we have gotten the first one from the French side. The second one, this guy still is the French guy. We are fighting for somebody and I also think that's what the Biafra are fighting, to also have a president, not a minister. That is
No, they're not fighting for president
Mike.
at all. No one is fighting for the president.
It was. I think
those people that are doing this, they're just fighting for succession. They don't know what they're doing. But no one is.
Before the succession, they were fighting to have equal, to also have that part of the cake.
No, they've no. What are you talking about?
This, Mike. Yeah. Why?
No. They've never fought for presidency. Never. Hold on. Listen to me. Wait, let me correct something, man. First of all, the region people, mostly the politicians of the region or the people of the region, were not ever interested in the presidency of Nigeria. They were more focused on which they can succeed and have that Niger Delta and the Southeast become one country called Biafra. That's right, for focus. They were never interested in presidency. Even this last presidency that Obi ran, his own people were against him. Like, we don't want presidency, we just want succession. So they were never, much interested in presidency or but they always do, but despite that, they still always dominate cabinets and governments. So they never, if they were really interested in presidency, they easily get it because they have their maturity, man. I mean,
Mike, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest.
Forget that thing about anyone's telling you about they want presidency and never got it. It's a lie. They don't show interest.
Mike is not being honest
in fact, most of the presidents in Nigeria. Now, I'm being honest with you.
I know the truth. Olawale, you are not being honest at all. Olawale, Mike.
You guys not from Nigeria, man. How can you tell me about my country? Ola, am I lying?
Mike is politely tapping Ola hand. Come on, put your hand down.
Do you know who was the biggest proponent of Obi during his campaign?
Oh, it was
campaigning against him.
My lesson to any tribe in West Africa: do not start picking a fight with a tribe that you cannot win against. You pick. We luckily we tribe, we got broader shoulders and strength to withstand all this thing that going on, and you know what I mean.
Let me be honest with you. We don't have any tribal division in Africa.
No, but
all this thing is political.
Well, it's political. It's very political.
It's just individual that want something. Yeah. He'll begin to use ethnicity and religion to try to back it, to give supporters. That's what it is.
I got you.
But I'm in Nigeria right now, like people are just living their life, man.
So are you in Nigeria?
Yeah, this guy. So
this guy,
people are just living their life. People of all different ethnic groups, they're just hanging out together. I just hang out with people from like 5 different ethnic groups. No one is doing all that tribal shit, man.
But don't forget, you have Tinubu in power now. That's why, come on, Mike. Me and you know that.
So when it's time for the politics, that's when people start talking about that.
You have a guy in power that is
nobody's doing that shit, man.
You have a guy in power that is from your tribe. And the same politics like Buhari, so you will always compliment the politics and say there's nothing going on as this and that. If there was a guy that wasn't of your taste, you would have been saying something different, Mike. Come on, man.
Different in what sense?
Mike, and also
your logic is always
Mike,
He's always a
Mike,
he's always a midget.
the nonsense Ola was spewing earlier, Ola was saying, oh, the Fulanis don't want to, to hand over power to this or to that. They didn't want Jonathan to do this, to that. When I followed the entire thing, from like the president now that ruled in Nigeria. I followed his entire campaign from the beginning. I saw the president, right, being brought by Northerner, to the TVC channel, saying this is the guy that we want to be in power, next. And then I saw,
his party members.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So
it's one political party. The thing is, every political party got members from all over the country. So
yes,
that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Well, you have the governors in his party, in APC.
Exactly, from the north. So he's never
the one that chose Tinubu, right? And majority of these governors are Fulanis. They're the one that said to Buhari that it's Tinubu that we want to represent, to have this ticket to run as a next leader. Right, because a lot of people wanted like Osibanjo to be the next president, right? Because obviously power had to shift to the south, right? So all the 14, Fulani Northern.
You see that power shifting to the south thing is real. It's not real. Because Atiku could have won that election. Trust me. It was like that stuff is not real, man.
Honestly, Atiku, the north did.
If Obi didn't run, Atiku would have won that election.
The north, because Tinubu got voted in the north, definitely yes. But Atiku took the north. That was a shock because I saw
it's not a shock. I mean, it's not. It's normal. It's inevitable.
And all I was saying, there's no way the northern is going to vote for Fulani. This guy is.
But how did Atiku win the north? That both of them all have the same number of states that they won.
No, Atiku won. He won a lot of the state, but Tinubu had loads of votes from the north enough.
Tinubu had enough to take
enough votes.
So what it is basically Tinubu did well in the north, but he can never do as good as Atiku because Atiku is from the north. But his number in the north was good enough, and then he has the southwest, which is where he's from. So he had put that together. That just helped him. But Obi did well. Obi also did well in the southeast, but he did terrible in the north. He did completely bad in the north. So that's why he couldn't even go far. And then Atiku did well in the north, and he also did a little bit okay in the south. Well, not as good as Tinubu.
That's what they call
it. Well in the north. So that's why.
Mike, is the tennis in Nigeria? Let's be honest, right?
It's the what?
The tennis in Nigeria, the northwest and the southwest has always dominated politics. Let's be honest about that, bro.
I won't say that. Like, I would say those regions have the highest number of votes, but I won't say
it's what they call
it. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean Southwest dominate politics?
Southwest and Northwest and Southwest.
Okay, explain how the Southwest dominated politics.
No, the Northwest.
This is like the first president the Southwest have had, really. I know Obasanjo was the president, but it wasn't really the candidate.
We're not talking about the first president, Mike. We are talking about doing the democratic regime. You have Obasanjo.
That's what I'm saying. The democratic regime.
And
he did 8 years in power. You a bad guy from Ogun State. You have now
Southwest.
Yeah. Hey man, Nigerian politics, you gotta be smart, man. It doesn't matter where you come from. If you got the brain, you win. If you don't, you are not good in politics. Tinubu was very good in politics. That's why I won.
Mike, listen, it's what they call the Danfodio corridor, my brother. The Danfodio corridor. I heard that from the Southern governor. He's the one that said it to me. He said the Danfodio corridor, power need to shift from the Danfodio corridor. That means from the northwest to the southwest, to the northeast and the southeast. And it seemed like the northeast and the southeast of Nigeria has always suffered, while the northwest and the southwest enjoy politics. I think that's.
I don't think so. I think it's more,
and that's how it is. For some reason, you in the southwest and the northwest.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
Political IQ, to actually, be successful.
Which area?
The southwest, the northwest, and the southwest, and they have the numbers.
They have what?
They have the IQ and the numbers.
Okay, let's put things into the right perspective now. Okay, most of the presidents in Nigeria, where have they come from?
From the south, no?
Huh?
From the south?
Majority of the presidents, some people that have ruled Nigeria, where have they come from?
From the south, north, sorry.
No, they've come from the middle belt.
Middle belt, yeah, right. You're right, yeah.
Exactly. So they think. So when you say the northwest, southwest, I just smile.
North. If you tell it,
and the funny thing, the majority of the presidents have come from the minority tribes. So I don't get it when people are saying
that's very true. It's true. But that's what I'm trying to say. It's a regional thing than a tribal thing.
It's not even region thing. Okay. Look, let just start naming all the presidents Nigeria have had, and I'll tell you where they're from. And you see that they're not from these regions, these majority tribes or these massive region you're talking about. They're not. If you talk, we start with Gowon is from a very small tribe in the Middle Belt, from Jos. That's like the Middle Belt, which is the area we call the Middle Belt, like the between this, they call it North Central, but it's more like the bridge between the north and the south. That's middle area.
But when it comes
It's
to
from
region,
Jos.
middle belt really doesn't count. They always just say northwest, northeast, southwest, southeast. They may be south.
Yeah. So if you look at Jos, it's more like no. We have North Central. We don't say northwest. No. So that's the Middle Belt area. And we
But they
look
don't
at
class the Northerners don't class that as North Central. This is
but okay. Let's focus on the so-called majority ethnic group that people talk about. Okay, if you name all the presidents, they all come from very small minority group.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Go on. It's from a very small ethnic group that no one even knows the name of that. Like most Nigerians can't even name their tribe. It's very tiny population. That's where Gowon is from. And then Babangida is from this tribe called Inupe. They're very small. No people don't even know them.
Yeah, we're
and
quite
then
close to them.
Abacha is Kanuri. I mean, Kanuri is not a dominant ethnic group in the north. And then who else?
They're quite.
So yeah, they come from all these. And good luck, Jonathan is Ijaw. Ijaw is not a make tribe in the south. So like people just talk all this crap. I'm like, dude, it's not really. If you say the Southwest dominated politics, I'm like, no, not really. The majority ethnic group, they haven't been ruling the country.
But yeah, if you look at the other zone, then yeah, that's actually true. But I think in the modern
if you look at the other zone, you have gotten Obasanjo 8 years in power. You have gotten Tinubu now in power. The Southeast, how many presidents have they produced?
Before Tinubu, my question before Tinubu, so how many
No, I'm
Southwest
just asking the Southeast, how many people have they produced
before
as
him, how
president?
many people from the Southwest have been president?
No, I'm just asking now, how many people have now been president from the Southeast?
Two.
Who and who?
Nnamdi Azikiwe, Aguiyi-Ironsi.
And how long was Nnamdi in power?
It doesn't matter. He was the president.
Oh no, I'm asking you how long was he in power?
You tell me.
No, you tell me, man, because now you're trying to. That's politics. You are not right, man. Come on,
6
Mike.
years.
That's why when you play politics, you want to defend
No, the question is who has been. No. The question is
I'm
not how
asking
long
you
was
questions. I mean, I wish you should have answered me those questions. I could have learned my point.
I just gave you the answer, though.
No, but okay, how long was the Nnamdi rule?
6 years.
Oh man, stop. Okay, how long was the second guy rule that you just named?
Aguiyi-Ironsi?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was there for a very short time. Yeah.
No, man, and now I want to check your point. I want to fact check you. I'm now checking on Nnamdi Azikiwe how long he was in power, and he didn't rule for 6 years. He only ruled for 1 year or 2 years highest.
1
That's
year?
what he's showing on. Yeah, because he was prime minister.
From 1960 to 1966. How long is that?
He wasn't actually president. That was
From
doing when Nigeria was.
From 1960 to 1966. How long is that?
6 years, but he was actually president. He was still a prime minister because the Queen of England was still the Queen of Nigeria.
He's the president, dude.
Yeah, but Gile, come on, man.
No, I'm telling you for okay.
But he was still the head of. He was still the head of state, though, Jude. That's one. And also, he's a very known. Previous leader.
He wasn't prime minister. He was the president, not prime minister. He was the president.
He left a legacy also, right? However, Jude is kind of right in some aspect, but also what Mike said is right, because the reality is the southeast and the northeast, they tend to be less, favorable when it comes to politics than the
due to what?
Pardon?
Due to what? Due to what? We can't say someone is left favorite. I just explained to you that most of the presidents of the country have come from the middle belt and the south. So what is the favorite thing you're talking about? Southwest and northwest? I don't get it. What?
In the recent times.
In the recent time, we've only had okay. Jonathan was the president before Buhari. Jonathan is on the south side,
Yeah.
and Buhari is really not. He's very well. Buhari is the only one from the northwest that's been president. So what is this
Well,
favorite thing you're talking
it
about?
was Yaradua was the northwest, isn't it? Was Yaradua northwest or northeast?
I
Northwest.
think it's from the north
Katsina.
central.
Katsina. He's from Katsina. Katsina
So
is
he's from
northwest.
Katsina. And Buhari is also from Katsina, right?
Yeah, Katsina. And
Yeah, he had the only rule for how long? A year and a half or so, 3 years.
no, did he? It's
A year and a half. He died.
years.
He died.
Yeah, he died.
So why are they dominating? I don't get it.
No.
So this other thing is just fallacy.
Tafa Balewa actually was from the northeast, isn't he?
Yeah, I think, yeah. So all these things is just fallacy. People, see, you have to be careful when you listen to Nigerian stuff. They use our propaganda to convince.
That's what Ola is.
You see the same way they use propaganda to tell you that the Fulanis are doing all these things. You know? So that's what it
Mike,
is.
you see what I said about Ola? It's very dangerous guy, Iman Pansat, because they come in, they mix the truth and the lies together to make it sound.
Don't you think Mike is one of them as well?
No, but honestly, I disagree with Mike so many times. Me and him even had words in the past, but sometimes he break things down to to kind of make me see it like on a different level. But I think he is kind of right. The majority of the president in Nigeria came from minority tribes. It's to do with the pulling the string. Like for example, just because the Fulani guy ruling become the president, don't think he's gonna be ruling for Fulani. It's the Hausa that pulling the string from the back. They'll be telling him, that's what you're gonna do, that's what you're gonna do, that's what you're gonna do. This is how politics work. In fact, it works like that in our region. You see, with one tribe, we're like, okay, we don't want a power, but we would select him. When he get in there, this is what we want, this is what we want, this is what we want. So it's kind of better like that, because then you're not going to be in the middle of the heat. So when people are criticizing or going to be hating on the leader, they're not going to be picking on your tribe. They'll be going for the you know what I mean, though, yeah? Even though your tribe is benefiting from the leadership. So sometimes we have to be very clever in the way we do things, when it comes to politics. We cannot mix emotions, in politics, because it's a very, very, very dangerous game.
Yeah, Mike used to be my guy, man, a long time.
No, Mike is a cool brother, man. I ain't gonna lie. He's blessed. Me and remember after me and Mike went off on the war, bro.
Al, you were one of the guy that even make search for who blocked me from his channel. You're the guy, man. To be honest, for real.
I'll try and get him to add you back on, man. I'll try.
But to be honest, you were the one that actually, because every time I come in, you tell him, no, you have to block this guy. So he did block me. But Al, man.
He was good. One of my people there, but I can see why. Because
you guys found out to these Black Americans, man. I shifted from that ideology. Maybe me and Mike. We shifted from that stuff.
Back in the days, I was shocked when I saw you went to away from Pan-Africanism, bro.
Right.
I lost one of my. But the thing is, me, you, and two Nigerians are still active though in some level.
Yeah, that's true.
We're still active.
Yeah.
Even though,
why would you want to be part of something that too many toxic people are jumping on board? You got to get off that kind of bandwagon.
Yeah, I mean, Pan-African capitalism, that's the best way forward.
You guys will stop what is ism. Just do something. Do whatever I want to do. Stop doing things on the under the label of some stuff.
Al believes that only African Americans can come and help Africans to develop.
No, I think no, I don't think.
You got a bunch of psychopaths walking around calling themselves Pan-Africanists. Why would I want to come
these guys are idiots.
Calagenesis and all aligned with Calagenesis. What was this?
Exactly. The people will think you're the same as him.
Kala might be listening to you right now.
Why am I scared of Kala? I've been with Kala one-on-one on this Bomani channel, whatever. They blow me up Bomani's channel as well. I mean, come on, man. These guys, I've been with them one-on-one on panels, man.
If you don't align with Bomani, he's just gonna block you, man.
Exactly.
He's a terrorized lot.
The guy is so I don't know, man. It's so feminine, man. I don't even.
Yeah, fragile, man.
Very fragile. Like if you don't align with him, he's just gonna block you. Like, I do. What the heck? So he start insulting you.
Yeah.
Pan-Africanism seems to be dead, man, to be honest, because it's all
Oh yeah.
most of this. When you look at it, yeah, look at when you hear Pansat, most of this Pan-Africanism turn out to be fucking
It's
tribal
bunch of
bigots.
psycho sick people calling themselves Pan African. That's
You
why I
know,
was like, no, I don't want to be
Jimmy,
part of this crap,
most
man.
of them turn to tribal bigots, bro. Even some of our leaders out there, if you know it's in Africa, yeah, most of these leaders are going, oh yeah, Pan-Africanism. As soon as they get in there, bro, they're all bigots, bro.
Yeah, man. See this guy that is roaming around, this Lumumba guy roaming around talking about Africa must unite one currency. He goes and dine with these African presidents. He doesn't tell them to their face. Yeah, he comes to the public and tell us this and that, this and that, this and that. What the heck is going on? You are dining with these guys. I saw you eating with the president of Malawi. Why ain't you telling him how he should form one currency with other countries or join this and do this? Then you come and tell us in public, make a nice speech. Africa must do this. Africa must break it. Come on, man. These are all fanatics, man. Pan-African fanatics. They are just, it's nothing
I
coming
do
out of
respect
that.
Lumumba, though, man. At least,
Oh, come on, I don't respect that guy, man. They are, he and that lady, what was that other lady's name? They are just bullshit, man.
No, Lumumba is not the same. No. It's not the same as that lady.
When it came
Lumumba
to
actually come to
damages,
just
yeah, I asked him a question. I said, "What about?" Because you were talking about Nigeria, this, Nigeria, that. And I said, as much as obviously I've been bitching about Nigeria earlier, I got love for you guys. But anyway, I said to him, Nigeria is more Pan-African than where he comes from, because most of the businesses in Nigeria is owned by the locals. And I said, can you answer why the Kenyan economy is dominated by Indians, and why did you actually have Kenyans, Indians as native to Kenya? He just dodged the question, because the reality is he's trying to make out to, I don't know, these guys are hypocrite, man. I think
Lumumba. I don't know how Mike, give your point. You say you actually align with Lumumba?
No, I'm not saying I lie. I'm just saying like he's someone that's very eloquent and he's a brilliant person.
He's
He
eloquent
talks
in
his own.
talking, but he doesn't back his discussion with anything. I mean, he meets with this president one-on-one.
Let's give it to him. He never claimed to be leading anybody, for one.
But
and he never
they are
claimed to be. No. What?
They are
There's a difference. There's a
join
difference between somebody saying, "No." There's a difference between somebody pointing finger at things and somebody saying, "I'm in this movement." He's never claimed to be part of the movement of anything. All is just talk about things, address things. So that's why I'm like,
So
hey,
how do you address things and there is nothing coming out of it, and you still keep addressing? Yet you meet the same people that could actually address the issue. You don't tell them in their face. It's like you go
but
in
he's
public
telling
and
them
make
in
a
his
speech.
speeches, though. I mean,
Yeah,
he's
but
telling
you
them in his speeches.
okay. It's like I go in public and say, if I see Mike, I'm gonna do something out of Mike. The Mike is not. Then when I meet you one-on-one, I don't tell you this stuff.
But
I mean, you
that
align with this.
logic you're spinning is not really.
What is a coward though? He should actually put the politician and put places.
Call
you
them
have to
out by their
understand
name.
art of
You know that
diplomacy.
you
Hold
dine
on.
with these politicians.
After shake hand on it.
You have to
Exactly,
understand the
you
art of
dine with these
diplomacy.
politicians.
Hold on. You can't be calling names and be just what will he gain from that? He
What
just
you mean?
no. You can't start. You can't. Come on, man. You can't start calling it. Oh, this president is stupid. I can't be doing that, man.
You know, I
No,
noticed
but
one
he's
of
the one
those
that
guys
is.
that
You are challenging.
He's a
You can't do that.
to me,
Because
Mike, I don't rate
I
the
don't
guy.
believe
The guy's
in
a
other
grifter.
black things.
Wasn't him the one that said Africans are electing presidents who have no clue about what is going on, or they elect leaders
Which
that are
is
not
factual.
visionary?
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough to enough word for the wise. But it doesn't
But
have to
when
now
you
say,
meet
hey,
these presidents that are not visionary, why not tell them in their face? That would have been
but
more
he already said in his
of a
speech,
thing.
though.
But I
Does
mean,
it
it
have
makes
to be
no sense. That's a
confrontation?
vague point. That's a globalized point. That's a vague point. It holds no substance. But when you meet them in their face and tell them, and then that's something that holds substance. At least they can at least change.
No, it doesn't have to. No. What you don't achieve anything telling them to their face. You don't achieve anything from that.
Really?
You understand? Yeah, you don't achieve anything.
I disagree, Mike. I think
No,
if you're
you
gonna
don't.
okay. If the guy won his platform, especially if he's a Pan African, right? He got a big platform that he's actually
exactly
that got him there, right? And if he's in face to face with the African leader, right, and he did not put the work in, yeah, and actually grow his platform, he's sitting there drinking with the guy.
You tell them to their face, they will not change, right?
Come on, man.
You are dining with them, it means you are also getting from the cake that they are also the cake that you are benefiting from the cake.
Yeah.
Benefiting what? What are you talking?
He's been a
The
hypocrite. Basically, that's
Lumumba is
what I'm trying to say.
he's not in the position of any power to
No, but
to
he's in the
enforce any
position
change to do
to
anything.
actually put hard
What he's
questions to
You
these
say
doing
he's
guys.
not in a position?
he's an orator. An orator is someone that's very good in making speeches and things.
Yeah, I
Now,
know.
hold on. Now, my problem with other orators, like a lot of them you see in all these civil rights movements, they always create a movement and look so hypocritical because the movement they are creating, their actions is actually opposite what they're claiming they are carrying out. But Lumumba never say, I created this movement, I'm doing this movement. And he's never under any movement. All it does is just come to make speeches and address obvious issues. And that's it. He never say, oh, I'm this movement, I'm like that lady. That's why I say he's different from that lady, because that lady, she's actually carrying out moves, creating movements. Oh, the sixth region, all these things. And then, dude, you already know what I'm saying. Lumumba is not doing
No,
that. He's
no.
not saying, oh,
He's doing that.
I'm creating this
Arikana and
region. I'm
Arikana and Lumumba, they are doing Pan-Africanism. I mean, he
no.
there was few days ago, he launched a school in Kenya, a
Who?
Pan-Africanist school. He invited this guy from South Africa.
Who launched the school? Who launched the school? Who launched the school?
Lumumba guy. Go on YouTube. The school, he launched a Pan-African school in Kenya. He invited this guy. What's his name? This guy that talks too much as well. This South African guy. This politician, what's his name? Malema. He was in Kenya, to open the Pan-African school.
You know what? I've seen it, Jude. I've seen picture of both of them actually on. I scrolled through it.
Exactly. But I will even think Malema more than this Lumumba guy, because Malema is doing actions. He backs it. He meets this president and call them in their face and talk about it.
To me, those actions, those ones are actually the foolish ones, man. I'm telling you, like that's not the kind of action you need.
Lumumba is that guy that can back in public, and then when he sees the real culprit, he put his taste underneath his leg and just slow down, and that doesn't make sense at all.
Well, it doesn't have power. What power does he have? You need power to fight.
He has a voice.
Jude, are you one of these? Are you one of these foolish FBA people that don't have power and be challenging superpower and they get assassinated and then they look foolish?
No,
you need power to carry out action. If you don't have power,
so who is to give you power? Is anybody supposed to give you power?
No, you don't have power. Get power first.
Right, power is not given. It is taken by force. That country is not. Go ahead.
Listen. Someone like Lumumba, if the only way you can gain power is people giving power, right? Now, if people make him like the head of African Union or maybe some political power, and then I can start going after him. Like, okay, now you're in this powerful position. You need to start carrying out actions with your power.
So if he doesn't have power, how come African presidents are inviting him? Because Malawi president invited him. Other presidents have invited him to
come and talk. That's it. They invited him to come and talk.
That means he has power already. For them to
that's
invite
not power.
him,
No. You don't know what power is.
Man. How come they are not inviting me and you to come and talk?
Because me and you can't talk like that. Like, who's going to invite you, Julie, to come and talk like, come on, man. Who listen to Julie? You can't talk, man. What I'm telling you is, he's an orator. It's kind of like inviting an artist to come and perform. You know, people want to hear him because he's a gifted performer and he's a gifted speaker. So they invite him. That doesn't mean he has power. He only has the power. The power he has is the power of his gift, his talent. That's it. He's a talented orator. He's a talented speaker. So that's as far as he can do, and that's as far as he can exercise his power of speech. It's just to address issues, and I can't hold that against him. That's as much as he can go. Now, the African people, if they really like you and I, we want to give him power. Maybe we use our power of voting or whatever, to say this guy here wanted to be this, and we push him to become a political figure where now he has no power to make policies and make and for carry out policies and create something. And that's why you cannot say, okay, he's in a position of power, and then we cannot hold that against him if he's not doing anything. But we can't tell him right now that why is he not doing this, why is he not doing that? He can't do nothing. He doesn't have the power to do anything. He only has the power to express himself with
No,
his
but what we're
exactly.
saying,
That's all. So
what
I
we're
don't.
So
I
he
don't
doesn't he
support like
doesn't
all
have
that.
the power. He doesn't have powers to tell a president face to face about what is going on and what is not going on.
He has power to talk rubbish, but doesn't mean it makes sense. I have power to see I'm
no,
insulting you
I
all
think
day.
Mike,
Does it mean it's going
I
to
don't
change
know. I
anything?
think Mike, you're missing the point. Unfortunately,
You know, wisdom. You also have to understand. Jude, see, it's not in life. You have to wisdom matters. It's not every time you kill a fly the same way. You understand? You know
that's
what I
true.
mean?
That's
When
true.
a fly
But
lands on your when a fly lands on your thigh, you smack it, right? But if the fly lands on your testicle, are you gonna smack it the same way? You know, you don't. You have to
Mike,
know. Now,
you don't
when I
understand
start
at all.
insulting you that, oh, Judah, you scared of the fly, you didn't smack the fly. No, you don't smack the fly, smack your own testicle, you know. So you
When
wisdom. So hold on, hold
when
on. If
you
you're
say
telling the man to insult, hold on. If you're telling the man to start insulting presidents, and if
no,
he needs
he's not
visa to come to
insulting.
hold on. Now, if he needs visa to go there and make a speech, now they won't deny him visa. So what sense does it make? Come on now, think.
What do you mean? Oh, Mike, you are not on that. Okay, he comes
You
out in
sound like the
public.
FBA that believe insulting people is a way
Mike,
to fight.
I think you've gone too far. You've gone too far on that now. But basically, what we're trying to say to you is, you know, for what he's known for what he does for living, right? And he has the opportunity to be face to face to actually demonstrate, you know, to the entire world or his audience or his followers, you know, what it's made of. He missed that opportunity. It
He
might
already
not come
demonstrated what
again.
it's made of in
No,
his speeches.
I'm going a minute. It might not come again, you know,
He already
but the
demonstrated what it's made
opportunity
of.
was there, right? So, yeah, but that's what we don't know
You
what
know,
that was.
you know the problem I have with black people.
No,
You guys believe action is when you talk shit. I
no.
don't
You know,
know
listen.
why you guys think it make no.
I don't believe in that. I'm miles away from that.
Exactly, you guys believe when you fighting is by talking shit to someone. And which I just laugh.
No,
You can talk.
that's totally the wrong way.
Do you know why people hardly talk? Hold on. Do you know? You ever seen Russia, America just talking shit? They don't do that. They just bomb you. They smile. In fact, they smile to their enemies. You see, you see, Russian president and U.S. president, they meet a smile in each other's face, right?
Yeah,
They don't
but
insult each other.
yeah,
Hold on. They
in
don't insult
the
each other,
UK, you do
but
hear
they're
them
pointing
talk
nuclear
about.
bomb at each other. It's only black people that believe when you're empty barrel, you make the loudest noise. That's fighting. I'm like,
No,
no.
no,
That's
but
not fighting. That's
they
just
do
foolishness.
enlighten their people though. This is
Hmm?
what we
No,
have.
you're not enlightening anybody by talking shit, man.
No,
All this malema, I don't. All these guys are just talking shit.
no,
That's
but
what they do.
okay, yeah, but the reality is the world. That's how the world works. Unfortunately, I mean,
That's
you
not
know,
the
we
world
have
works. It's the way
no.
the
It
black
is.
world
Of
works. It's
course, it
only
is.
black people that run their mouth.
No, the entire world. You have different political ideologies. You have different people with different mindsets. People follow whoever they feel comfortable, whatever group they feel belong to, and
Do you
stuff
know
like
the
that. You
people that
cannot
follow
change
most
that.
of
It's
these
just
guys?
human nature. But what we're trying to say is, the guy had the opportunity
To insult the president, right?
no, it's not insulting
To
him.
make
Come
you
on
feel
now.
good, right?
Don't
After
twist
he's
it.
done
No,
talking shit to them, no. After talking shit to the president, what would change? Would the president change?
if that at least he will show to his audience what he's made of,
A
and
foolish audience, right? They believe fighting is by talking shit, right?
No. He's not listening.
Mike,
If he
you
can,
need to know understand the point.
if he
The
can,
I
guy is
get the point.
pushing.
It's to show you guys that okay,
Mike is
Hold on,
dealing
he
Mike.
run his
prejudiced.
mouth.
Mike, the guy is preaching about one currency in public, talking about free border trade, all this stuff. These are the things that he's preaching. Now you meet a president whose border is not even doing free trade and stuff like this. Why not put your point to him and say, sir,
What makes you?
why can't you
First
open
of
your
all, what
border
makes you
and
think
do
he
this
didn't do
stuff
it?
and do this? Huh?
What makes you think he didn't do it?
So he comes and speak in public and everybody hear his language and goes in and meet this president and speak out indoors so nobody should hear what he's talking about. But you could see how he's dining
What makes you
and
think he
having a
didn't?
good
Okay,
time.
wait.
Oh man,
So
come on,
hold
Mike.
on. I
Come
ask you,
on, Mike.
what makes you think he didn't tell him?
Mike, give
So you
up.
agree with me that he might have told him indoor, right?
I don't know. I don't know if
No,
he spoke
he might
indoor.
have. He might have told him indoor, like, "Hey, Mr. President, you should do this, you should do that," right? So until he come in pop on camera and put the president and give me that mic and start saying, "Look at this idiot! What the hell are you talking about?" Until he does this in front of you before you know that he's doing it, he might have done it in the private. He might have told him, "Hey, this is this."
And the guy has not implemented his changes.
No.
That's what I've been telling you since. These leaders, you think they want to do these things?
No, but Mike, that
You
is
think
happening.
Lumumba will make them do it?
Mike, hang on. There's things happening in the ground. You might not know it, but at the moment, as we speak, even though we bashing our leaders a lot, but the African Union or whatever, Pan Africa, whatever, it's happening. They're building roads, railways, connecting grids throughout the continent. They're doing stuff. Even though
Honestly, you Pan African, you guys should stop all this charity talk. All
Yeah,
this,
I've never seen what they have built,
you guys
and
should
I
learn how
don't
to
know
be
if they are
productive.
building anything.
They are, honestly.
Jude, you know what I'm saying, Jude, right?
The
If you're talking about let's go
the African Development Bank
trees.
is that the African Development
Bro,
Bank.
that's business, man. That's not Pan African. Those guys, business is business. Stop calling when someone is doing business, call it Pan Africanism.
No, it's African Development Bank. It's not Pan Africanism. That's two different things, man. African Development Bank is a bank that funds a lot of African countries and projects in the continent.
Okay.
Yeah, when I moved away from Pan Africanism, I kind of have a free mind, man. I was so blocked and perplexed and just confused.
I am an African capitalist. Always have been. But the reality,
dude, you guys should stop giving all these labels, man. Just be yourself, man. Just say you are and do your thing. Stop all this. I'm this. I'm that. Because when we start digging. Because we start digging in your action, we'll find out there's something contrary, there's contradicting what you're saying. So
exactly, all like two Niger, all these Africans in Europe. Mike, have you realized that all these Africans in Europe have the same mindset?
You guys should stop all these labels, man. It doesn't mean shit, man. Just be yourself, man. Just say, this is what I do. That's it. Because there's so many rivalries, man. It's so much drama. Black man is not doing anything. Nobody's getting nothing done. No one is productive. Everybody's just under some movement, some labels.
Now I'm a fully
I'm Indian. I'm Total Island. I'm Pan African. I'm this. Like, you guys are just fighting each other.
I'm a Futa Toro Pan African.
I even spoke to one of them. One of them said, I asked the guy, are you a Pan-Africanist? Okay, he said, okay, you have to actually explain to me what kind of Pan-Africanism you're talking about, because my own Pan-Africanism. I'm like, what the heck? I only know of like one kind of Pan-Africanism. He said, I think that was Kifa or something.
Exactly.
They are just confused, man.
If you ask all these Pan-African, like, to define their Pan-Africanism, they'll give you 10 different definitions. So they are not on the same page. They don't even know. Some of them don't even know what it means,
Yeah, listen. Mike, in London, in London we got this place called Speaker's Corner. Yeah, it's a place where like loads of this Hebrew Israelite, like lot of Muslim, Judaist, like all kind of people, man. They get together, like they just talking, bro. You want to come there, bro? They is so funny, man. They call it Speaker's Corner. So you can just come there. You can come there and start talking about the Uyo Empire. You have audience,
Yeah, Mike. It's like these guys that in Africa we have those guys that goes on newspapers join where they have all these newspapers. They start talking about politics and stuff. About the news. They just interview. Yeah, it's the same like in Cameroon. I think in Nigeria too they do that, because I've actually watched channel where people just go and stand in the morning and they start talking about politics, this and that, what is happening. Yeah.
Well, it's crazy. The reality is we just need to grow enough food and give people food to eat and stop talking.
I think we need to start talking productivity. I think that's the
look at
key problem of the black race.
Senegal. Yeah, this is what baffled me. Senegal, that have the north of it is desert, the south of it obviously is green, but Senegal actually exports food to like Morocco, and it baffles me. And then you got countries like Cameroon and other, they industrializing some kind of stuff. Countries that actually further down in the forest, they're suffering with food. If you go to Senegal, when I visited Senegal, I was like, when you visit people and you go around, people invite you for food. So I cannot see people starving in my region. I don't know about Nigeria and that part of Nigeria, or whatever, or northern Nigeria. That's one thing that really baffled me.
The thing about food. Go ahead.
How we actually, my people in general, we have so much and surplus, and we live a really decent lifestyle in the in our towards our ancestral land in the far west. But then when I hear, in Nigeria, in northern Nigeria, the people are poor. So, it just kind of make me wonder, what is going on there.
The thing about food is this is the thing. The food comes with population, and it comes with storage, storage platforms or warehouses and stuff. And this is the thing. Most African countries have not been able to store food to the next season. We have not been able to eat food. There are certain food that are seasonal in most African countries, if you ask me. And that's why for countries that have a population that is increasing, if people cannot eat food continuously, or you have food that are still seasonal, and then majority of your population will suffer. In certain season we eat rice. When there is no season of rice, importation comes in certain season we eat mangoes and watermelon. When there is no season, we don't eat watermelon. America doesn't survive like that. America eat avocados, watermelons, and all these things continuously all year round. Africa has to improve on all those stuff. If not, it's not only Cameroon, Nigeria, or other countries will still suffer. Because that's why most food in Africa or food even go damaged. You see rotten tomatoes, watermelons on the street because they don't have no place to store them for the next, or turn them into juice and stuff. And that's a big issue.
Julia, this is what the Pan-Africans should be talking about. How to solve those kind of basic things instead of sitting around talking about my ass shit.
No,
let's go down.
I think
let's go down, smoke weed, and talk shit and sing Kumbaya. Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean,
productivity is what we need. What Africa needs
West Africa is
what the black world needs is productivity. Like people should start inventing, doing things, innovating, fixing problems. Do that, and then once you become productive, then you become less dependent on anybody, and then you solve your problem.
Yeah.
Well, they all sit around, don't do nothing. They just come together, talk shit about the white man, and say we need to unite. Okay, we unite, then what? We still lazy and don't do shit, and we unite. I mean, come on, man.
Unity.
Go ahead. Hold on. Okay, sorry. I remember back in the days I asked Search for Uhuru doing when I was frequenting his channel. I said, you go to Africa, you meet these African presidents, you are taking stuff from them, they are giving you this, you are meeting them one-on-one. And then you come back on your channel in America, you talk about the challenges that most of these African countries are facing. Yet you realize that our problem are most of these African presidents that are not doing the job. You go over there, how come you talk with them, but you don't tell them the problems that other people face? But as how Mike was saying that, most of these things they don't discuss it because it makes no sense because
this ban your visa, you'll be able to come in the country again. You realize that you just spoke for nothing. You're gonna be blaming yourself.
So it means that we are all in the same bullshit. We cannot make statement. We only make statement out of the center. But when we are in the midst, we don't. That's why we criticize our politicians.
Your statement is meaninless if you don't have power.
So that's why our politicians. That's why we shouldn't blame our politicians anymore. Because when they get power, they do anything. When they are out of power, they start talking about this and that. So we shouldn't blame them anymore, right?
Exactly.
No, I mean it's crazy. The reality is, what we need to start realizing is, it's about fixing problems. Climate change. Climate change, believe it or not, is our biggest threat in Africa. And if you look at the desertification that's going on, it's unbelievable. So I think someone needs to mute.
I think it's you, Al.
Is it? Okay.
Judy, you know when you can have power to speak to the president and say whatever I like to him? Let's say you go into that country and you own 20%, a huge investment in that country where if you put your investment in that country, the economy will sink. Now you can talk shit to that president.
Oh, really?
You understand?
That's true.
You understand what I'm saying? Let's say you have a huge investment in that country and you are part of the economy, and that president sees you as a powerful man in his country. Then you can talk shit to him and say, "Hey, listen, you're not doing shit." But you can't just say you begging him for visa. He gives you visa. You are nobody. You come there, you want to start talking shit to him. He's just gonna kick you out of his country. So you need power. You have that power to be able to push anything. If you're not powerful, then shut up or be humble.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, go on.
No, yeah. Like I was saying about problems, this is the thing. It seems like us Africans have not really identified the kind of problems that we really need to solve, right? Like you're talking about these desert stuff. These are big issues. In China, China was able to solve most of their desertification places. Like they transformed desert into forest zones in China. You know, all this climate change is as a result of us burning a lot of stuff or still cooking on firestones. The smoke that goes up to the cloud,
Jude,
cloud all
well,
this. You say
well
what?
done. So
Yeah.
that's just there.
Of course, these smoke that we still cook on fireside stones, burning places all over the place. It goes and cloud the cloud, and then too much rain comes in, then it causes a lot of flooding and stuff like that. These are all climate change. And then some zones you don't even see rain because people are cutting down trees and they are not replanting. Deforestation all over the place. We don't replant trees and all these things. These are form of these are things that cause climate change because you cut trees, you don't replace them. When the sun comes, it doesn't have nothing to reflect on because most of the tree leaves reflects on the sun, even making it cool a little bit. But when there's too much sun, it now transforms those places with no trees into desert, and the soil start becoming hard and things doesn't grow at all. So these are problems that we Africans are really facing. But see Lake Chad? Lake Chad used to be one of the biggest lakes or natural lakes in Africa. Lake Chad. But now Lake Chad is soon drying out and nobody is saying anything. And all Africans, Nigerians, Cameroon, Chad, we are suffering because of Lake Chad. If Lake Chad was still in existence, maybe Boko Haram will have reduced because that lake will have been used as fish. Fishes were coming out of Lake Chad. People will be fishing from that lake. They will be having something doing, busy. But now maybe because there's no fish coming out from the lake, people are now busy carrying arms and attacking their own fellow people. And that Lake Chad will have also be providing a lot of water to people to cultivate rice, because rice in that part of Nigeria and Cameroon used to do good as well. But we are not having a mindset to solve Lake Chad issue. Back in the days, they wanted to do a pipeline that will leave the Congo River to link the pipeline from the Congo River water all the way to Lake Chad, so it can be filled up. But ever since then, that nobody, I mean, the issue is everything is drying out, no president, no vision. It's just, man, I don't know, man. Africa, man.
It is hard, you know, how lazy minded, you know, our mind. I mean, like we're talking about the wood barley fire, people burning wood to cook food in Senegal. That's one thing I actually find that country so interesting. You know that. You know, it's the only country, one of the few countries I've seen in Africa where people don't use woods. They all got gas. They all use gas cooking system, whether it's a small one or it's in the normal big kitchen or it's in the modern kitchen. To the average villager, they all got like a little gas can. It's very easy to access, very cheap to have, and the government makes sure that is distributed, you know, to a lot of areas where, you know, the average Senegalese can actually use it. You know, this is a country that don't have the rainforest, they don't have fertile land, you know, and they don't grow. If you look at Senegal as an example, you know, how they managed to, you know, maintain their system, you know, for the last few years. No one talked about it, but it's actually, I think it's one country that we ignore, that we should use as an example, you know, to, you know, deal with some of our challenges, honestly, because they actually master it. It's a very hot place. If you go to Senegal, you can tell, you know, you know it's hot. It's part of the desert, part of the grain, but they manage to live comfortably and they live a decent lifestyle, and also to the point where they actually are reversing the trend of, you know, deforestation. And only if other countries can actually follow that trend and move on to the east, like to Nigeria, you know, to all the way to Sudan, we can have the entire, you know, beautiful, sweet Sahel back. Then all our population that's going to be growing, because our population is going to grow. You know, that this population that's coming up now is going to have probably more children, because we don't have the system in place or birth control in Africa to actually limit it. And we know how it's like. Look at India, you know. no matter how hard they try, the population exploded. So that's what we need to do. We need to actually revive the Sahel, stop all the insecurity issues. So my boy is not going to come to Olakidula village and threaten him again because he's been killing our cows because they can't afford food to eat in the village.
And that's one thing about Africa. If we are not able to solve these problems right now, and the population start increasing, why we still have these problems, then it's gonna be chaotic. You know what I mean? The population is still, we are still able to maneuver with this population that we have. I mean, back in the days, Cameroon population, like 10 years ago, Cameroon population was like 15 million. Now we are over 30. In years to come, if we still have the same problems, it's not being solved. And then when we have 100 million population, that's gonna be crazy. Take for instance countries like Europe that have even got to a certain level. Their population is like 60 million. Germany is like what, 70, if I'm not mistaken. Or then you have African countries that population is increasing, and yet problems are still skyrocketing. Come on, man. You have pollution all over the places. Cars, dumping cars for all cars on the. All these things are just. Come on, man. Like, oh, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. That's why sometimes, man, people, we just like we ask ourselves, like, what are we thinking? What is going on? Do we have leaders that do not think, or they don't? They are not just visionary, and that's a big issue. It's a big problem. A big problem, man. So. I don't know, man, because the problems of Africa is always gonna be. It's not far. It's not forthcoming. It's not being solved. Central Africa still have issues. Chad, Congo, every country in Africa as we speak, there's always a problem that is happening in that country. South Africa are fighting about how immigrants are taking their jobs. Other countries are fighting. Zimbabwe are fighting about maybe drought is also taking part of their land and stuff like that. It's just a lot of different issues. We have these problems, but we don't have problem solvers. You have actually aligned problems, but who are the problem solvers? It seems like we don't have problem solvers in Africa. They are not. They are not. These are people that come in, they share the same ideology with you, but when they get in power, it's just the ideology just kind of go through the window, and it seems like they don't see it anymore. They are more concentrated into how much they are making or how much money they're gonna make when they leave power. And that is a whole bigger issue that we have in Africa, right? Because once you start having visionary leaders, those who are able to take a problem and say, okay, let's do this, let's clean the number of people on the street, let's put change the electricity problem, let's turn this into let's turn feces into gas. I saw in certain countries, even in America, like most of the dumpings that we do in America they are now turning to gas, the cooking gas and stuff. But come on, man, like problems, solutions. Nobody is bringing in solutions. Even if, man, where are we going? We thought Pan-Africanist guy could actually be solving things like this, but 60 years we are still talking about electricity in Africa is a problem. Talk about water, talk about no good road, and when they construct this stuff, we think like, oh, countries are developing because we have this, but these things are necessities. We have to have it. These are not assets. Man, I'm just, yeah, that's why I'm like, man, when we come here, we talk down on Africa. We say Africa is not, yeah, because the people that are governing the countries just kind of like make us believe that we don't know what we are doing, right? All of us are going to Europe, America, flooding into the white man's country, go there and keep on with the laws that they have. We obey the instructors. We do things according to what they have to do. When they are parking spaces, we have to park on our own spot, but when we go to Africa, we don't obey these things. They are parking spaces. We don't park on parking space. We just park zigzag on the road. Nothing is no one is aligning with anything. The laws today, laws breaking tomorrow. It's just, yeah, man. Like, it's just, I don't know. Things just doesn't work, man. Just doesn't. It just doesn't. So, and I was telling Kaizo that. Most people will have loved to do businesses in Africa, but can your business be protected? Can the government doesn't have the right to protect your business, but are laws in place to protect businesses? If someone breaks into your stuff in your business, and can if proof is showing that these people committed this crime, can they be judged? How long are they gonna be in jail? How can your insurance protect your business? These are the kind of things those African countries have those rules. No, I don't think they have it. They don't just have it. It's just that's why things are just not moving, man. You see a leader today coming in preaching about how he's gonna change the country. The next day he comes in power. Few months later, people start complaining about how he's not a good leader. How this one, the person that left was better. It's rather now unfortunate that people are now saying that Buhari was far better off than Tinubu. And when Buhari was in power, they say he wasn't good. He was a bad leader. When Goodluck Jonathan was in power, they say he wasn't a good leader. When Buhari came in, they say Goodluck was a better leader. He was good. He was this. Now it's always gonna be continuation of this and that. This person wasn't good. This one is good. This one left. The next one comes in. It's all the same old story. So, yeah, it seems like everyone just kind of leave the panel as time goes by. But um, yeah, man, I just wish things can change in Africa, and you know. I just wish things can change in Africa so people can actually live a better lifestyle or don't have to travel overseas and stay and, implement certain things. Okay, everyone kind of left. Um, I think Kaizo slept. Oh man, you're right, man. My battery is also running down as well, man. My tablet and phone was getting so hot. Yeah, it was getting so hot as well. Um, yeah, I think Kaizo left. I think once you leave the panel, you cannot come in because Kaizo is I think Kaizo is asleep. Yeah, I think Kaizo is asleep. So I might just probably gonna leave. Oh man, John Zola, what's up, bro? How's it going? I don't think things can change in Africa, man. Africa, if care is not taken, I might say Africa has been cursed. If care is not taken, bro, it's nothing that is gonna change in Africa. The people that we elect, are just they are not visionary. The people that we elect are not visionary. That's just a fact. That's why most African presidents are only being compared to the next one in power. Once this one that is in power is in power, they start saying, "Oh, he's not doing something good. He's not doing something good." When he's out and the next one comes in, they now say, "Oh, the last one was actually good." You saw what is happening in Kenya. They are now blaming Ruto for saying he's not actually doing great. They now say Kenyatta was, the better one. Now when Ruto is gonna leave, the next one that is coming in, they might say, "Oh, Ruto was actually good, doing his way, and people was making this. People, it's just a continuous system, man. He's just nothing changes." And this is the thing about Africa. I keep telling people, you can change people often and often. You can change presidents often and often. Nothing is ever gonna change. You have people coming in, going out. Nothing is changing. The system is what has to change, and the system doesn't just change like that. The system is something that has to change. Even in Cameroon, that we have an issue that is going on in Cameroon. If the president that is coming in is an English speaking Cameroonian and coming into this system, and if the system doesn't change, I don't think he's gonna make it. It's still gonna be the same problem. So for the system to change, the system has to be create some kind of your own system of rule. Certain things that you believe that is the European stuff, like the judges wearing wigs in their head or doing that. Create some kind of system that relate to your own people. Maybe instill some kind of national language. Maybe implement it and force it on people. Change some kind of system. Yeah, just make things that favor people. And yeah, I mean, then if not, then we are just repeating a circle, a blockchain circle that goes round and comes back on the same spot. You know, and yeah, so yeah, man, Africa still have a long way to go, man. It still has a long way to go. We don't follow. We don't have metrics. We don't have metric system, right, to check on our economy. We don't even check on the velocity, how our economy is going, how fast is it going, how far is it going. We don't even watch on this on this data. We don't even have how you say it? We don't even have chat bring down. We don't even have chat to actually see how our economy is progressing. We don't have that. We don't even have people that population data. We don't even have people that can actually watch on the economy for 10 years. How economists that are able to see the unforeseen, watch from afar, know how long, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, economy is going to be like this, the population is going to increase, these cities are going to be like this, things like this. We don't have that. Those are visionaries. Those are people that are building road 20 years down the line. Those roads are still good. Those are visionaries. Those are the guys that build America. They build road. They know that if we build this kind of road today, 10, 20 years, 50 years down the line, they don't have to still work on this road. Even if the population increase, we have already paved dimensions. We know that, okay, this road extends from there to there. No, Africans do not build road like that. Africans build road on a small piece of a narrow stretch of road, and they call it a highway. And when population increase, the population encroach into those roads that they have built, and out of a sudden, you kind of like a road that you built, out of a sudden has become like a footpath. Out of a sudden, 5 years down the line, 1 year down the line, it has become a footpath because people have encroached into it. Population has increased. There are people walking down the road. A highway now has become a footpath or a little street, and you ask yourself, how does this happen? Where are the visionaries? How comes you build this kind of road? You do not vision that by 50 years from now, the population is going to increase. People are going to encroach on the road. Why not give this setting as so land that, okay, oh man, it's rather unfortunate that it's that unfortunate, man. Janzola Jude, do you believe in Africans should formulate their own political system separate from democracy? Of course, man. Of course. You talking to Jude, man. Of course. They have to formulate their own political system, of course. Democracy, religion. Let me tell you, democracy, a form of government, religion, a form of religion that they brought onto us, and a whole lot of different things. These were systems that when the Europeans left Africa, they left it behind. They left it behind, and ever since then we took this stuff and we have not been able to we accepted this stuff, and these are the stuff that are ruining Africa. Once you let this thing go and build on your own things, build on your own kind of religion, build on your own kind of system of government, build on your own kind of rules and regulations, and then you now have an upper hand in the way things are. When the Europeans came, we had kingdoms. We had kingdoms in Africa. I will be happy if Cameroon goes back to some kind of kingdoms, recognize all of the kings in Cameroon, and actually give them power. And the president that we should have should just be like a figurehead. And the guys controlling their various district or communities should be like the kings in those places. Change that system of government. Now the kings are able to force development because most of the kings will want their places to develop as quicker, and they will do things right. They will not embezzle money and put it in their own pocket because they know their community is not developed. Give kings the power to do. Kings, are in control of their communities and stuff. Now maybe things will change. Now that's a system that is based on Cameroonian African system. That was what we used to do in the past. Give them those rules and regulation. Many people might not be able to commit certain crimes in those communities because they will respect their kings. Because kings can actually take you out of the society and tell you never to come back into that community. And it stands like that, So, but like I said, man, we don't believe in the white man came with a whole lot of different things, and we have taken it and accepted it, and it just seems like our own system doesn't work for us, And man, I'm gonna end it right there and just doesn't want to do a lot of talking anymore, man. I'm one of the most intelligent guys on this planet when it comes to building Africa from scratch. I'm actually one of the guys that could actually build Africa, initiate, plan, build. I can actually plan, build, Africa from scratch. That means initiate it and take it all the way to deployment, and have a successful Africa. But the way it is, man, it's just we have low ranking fights, nincompoops in Africa that are actually not good for the job. That's just how it is. I'm gonna thank everybody that pulled up on this panel, and also want to thank Al, Kidola, Mike, and myself for coming in and at least getting acquainted with the topics that we're talking about. And I'm gonna say goodbye to the panelists, and I'm out. Bye.